Chapter 1 Reborn Kakashi. Long silver white hair, black cloth face mask, Konoha forehead guard for the left eye. This is Haggai Kakashi. Under the dark night, a thin boy looked in the mirror in shock. "What's the matter? How did I become Kakashi?" Under the shocked face of the boy, he muttered to himself. After a while, a burst of memory came up, and the boy fainted with a muffled grunt. At the middle of the moon, the boy shook his heavy head, climbed up leisurely, and sat down on the floor, looking at the obvious Japanese-style bedroom all around. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of the boy's mouth. Seeing the mess outside the window, the young man sighed. Nine Tails Rebellion. The death of 4 generations. There are also Soil, Lin. This is the world of ninjas, and he has become Haggai Kakashi, the man who has been tragic in his life. He lost his father early, and then lost his best friend to bring Soil, and then killed another friend, Lin. Now, he has lost his teacher, Watergate. Perhaps it was the huge fluctuations in emotions that allowed this soul from the earth to occupy Kakashi's body. But Kakashi's soul did not dissipate, but merged with this soul from the earth. It is precisely because of this that the fainting happened just now. Kakashi rubbed her silver white hair, stared at herself in the mirror blankly, sighed faintly, and remembered the famous saying of the traveler, "If you come, you will be at peace." It was already midnight, and it was also the first night after the Kyuubi ravaged. There was a dead silence throughout Konoha. Whether it was a villager or a ninja, they were all too tired. Except for the necessary precautions, everyone else fell asleep early. Tomorrow is the funeral of the deceased. Among them is the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history and Kakashi's teacher, Mizumon. Perhaps because of the influence of Kakashi's remaining consciousness, the boy felt very depressed. With a sigh of foul breath, the young man stood up, walked over to his bed, and lay down on it, with some confusion in his eyes. Technician Konoha, right the wheel of Kakashi. Maybe in the early stage, Kakashi's force value is not bad, but in the later stage, especially during the Ninja World War, Kakashi's role is getting smaller and smaller. Except fighting with the soil, the rest is the protagonist's business. In the end, I could help, with the help of the complete writing wheel eyes temporarily granted by the soil after his death. Moreover, Kakashi died once. When facing the reincarnation eye, death disappeared. If Naruto's mouth had not been used to persuade Nagato, Kakashi had already grown buried underground. But Kakashi is a character known as a genius. The 12-year-old Shinin has set Konoha's record. Even Itachi has no such achievements. How did it become like this later? Afterwards, Kakashi had a feeling of dazzling everyone. Although strong is strong, it is not as strong as imagined. You can stand up against anyone for a while, but there is not enough blue at every turn, so that it is jokingly called the Flagwood 5 or 5. Some people say that Kakashi's growth became so slow after the death of the 4th generation that it gradually couldn't keep up with the protagonist's pace in the later period. When the 4th generation died, Kakashi was only 13 or 14. It was the period when the ninja's strength increased rapidly. You don't see how terrifying the strength of Naruto and Sasuke increased when they were 1316 years old. The proper shadow level finally surpassed the shadow level and became the most powerful existence among the survivors in the world of Naruto. It can be seen that because of the deaths of people around Kakashi became slack in the golden age of rapid strength improvement, so that when he wanted to work hard later, it was too late. Although there was progress, he did not make a huge leap. When Kakashi thought of this, he sorted his thoughts, looked not sturdy, but full of explosive arms. Kakashi knew that this world is dangerous, so if you want to survive, you must work hard. Fortunately, I didn't start from scratch. Originally, Kakashi's physical fitness and ninjutsu were all there. As long as he was familiar with the body, he would have the capital to fight temporarily. This is the strength of Shangnin. The 14-year-old Kakashi, Naruto was just born at this time. There are 12 years before the plot begins, and 17 years before the final battle. 17 years. Kakashi clenched his fist and secretly said, 17 years, although the time is still very long, but I still have to hurry up. The original Kakashi's strength is still very comprehensive, whether it is physique, illusion, ninjutsu, is very good, coupled with an excellent mind, can be said to be a very brilliant character, otherwise it will not attract a lot of fans. Kakashi is best known for writing round eyes, known as the copy ninja. Many people think that Kakashi also writes Lunyan, but also writes Lunyan when he fails. In fact, this is not unreasonable. It is true that Kakashi, who has Shaolunyan, has made great achievements, but on the other hand, Shaolunyan also limits Kakashi's growth. Kakashi was originally a genius with outstanding talent. If it weren't for the constraints of writing round eyes, he might be able to grow to a higher level. Some people say that Kakashi's chakra is less. Indeed, it is not difficult to find in the plot that Kakashi always says that chakra is not enough. But are Kakashi's chakras really so few? In fact, there are not many chakras in Kakashi, and the reason it consumes so quickly is because of the writing wheel. Kakashi, who is not from the Uchiha clan, has great restrictions on the use of the writing wheel eye. One is that the writing wheel eye cannot be closed, which causes the chakra to be consumed all the time. Second, the consumption of chakras is increased when using the writing wheel eye, and even when it is overused, it will cause great harm to the body. This is why Kakashi often faints after using the writing wheel. If Kakashi is not constrained by the writing wheel, the total amount of chakras is no less than that of the 3 generations of Naruto. This is not without basis. In the official data, the 3 generations of Naruto's chakra data and Kakashi are the same. Therefore, the total amount of chakras in Kakashi may be really small, but it will not happen that chakras are not enough at every turn. It can be seen that the writing wheel eye restricts Kakashi's chakras so severely. Therefore, if Kakashi's strength wants to develop, one is to lift the restriction on himself from the writing wheel, and the other is to increase the amount of chakra. Kakashi stroked his left eye, feeling a scorching heat in his eyes, and an evil force was growing. Kakashi could feel that the writing wheel was slowly consuming his chakra. Although not much, it was consuming every moment. Kakashi lifted the shield and saw a hideous scar pierced through the eyelid. There was a scarlet in his eyes, and the black 3-hook jade slowly rotated. This is Zwunyan, known as Hokage's #1 link. This link only recognizes the Uchiha clan, and others use it with a bunch of side effects. Kakashi used one, exhausted. Danzo used a bunch, messed up his body, transplanted a bunch of things to use, making people look like people and ghosts like ghosts. The more powerful the power, the heavier things will be paid. This sentence is not without reason. Chapter 2 Funeral. Early in the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone on the window of Kakashi's house, and the pale teenager stood quietly. Kakashi, who hadn't slept all night, put on a black dress, tied the forehead on his head, and went out. On the shabby streets of Konoha village, people walked in groups in 2s and 3s. Everyone was dressed in black and held white flowers for the memorial ceremony. The shining of the sun made Kakashi a little uncomfortable. Her silver-white eyebrows were wrinkled, and the uneasy sight made Kakashi not quite used to it. Coupled with the exhaustion of not sleeping all night, Kakashi suddenly felt dizzy and a little bit physically shaking. "Kakashi, what's wrong with you?" At this time, both hands supported the crumbling Kakashi, and a rough voice followed. Kakashi looked back and saw a watermelon head appearing in front of him. The whole body was green. The green tights, the watermelon head, thick eyebrows, the identity of the person in front of him was ready to come out. I'm fine," Kakashi said, freeing Kei's hand and standing up straight. Kai frowned and said, "Kakashi, your face looks bad." It's okay, just a little tired." Kai sighed, and then said, "Kakashi, my opponent for life, let's compare who is the first to go to the funeral." Kakashi glanced at Kai and said, "Sorry, Kei, let's forget it today." "Kakashi, youth can't be so decadent," Kei said, with a fire of blood in his eyes. Kakashi smiled and said, "Kei, I'm fine. Today's youth let's put it aside for now, let's go to the funeral. Kai also smirked. Okay, Kakashi, you don't seem to have any white flowers. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but he was really not prepared. Kai took out 2 white flowers from behind, and handed one to Kakashi, saying, "Take it, I know you will forget to prepare." Kakashi took it, feeling warm. The two chatted one after another, and soon came to the funeral. In the middle of the funeral, there was a photo. In the photo, a gently-faced man was smiling, and his golden hair was like a sun. This is the 4th generation Naruto of Konoha Ninja Village. The yellow flash that is the fastest in the ninja world and makes the enemy fearful. Hokage, the youngest genius in history, has now become history. Kakashi was in a daze for a while. Kai at the side said at this time, "Kakashi, the 4th generation of Naruto masters has guarded the village with his own lives. He is a great hero." "Ah, yeah, great." "Kakashi, one day, I will die like a hero." Kakashi turned his head and looked at this funny-dressed man. At this moment, his face was not as simple and honest as usual, but a kind of seriousness and solemnity that he had never seen before. "K, I hope you can grow old safely, instead of dying like this vigorously." "Kakashi, this is not a ninja's way of death." "Ah, but I hope you don't die before me. If you want to sacrifice like a hero, please die after me. I don't want to attend your funeral." "Kakashi, you." At this time, an elderly man came over and said, "Kakashi, K." Kakashi and Kai took a dark look and said, "3 generations of Hokage-sama." A Hokage robe? The visitor was the 3rd generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Rishu. 3 generations, said Kakashi, "You have become a little different." Kakashi was silent. 3 generations sighed and said, "As long as there is a place where leaves fly, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village and let the new leaves sprout." When you want to protect the person you cherish the most, the real ninja strength will show up. Kakashi, do you understand? "Understood, but I don't want someone I cherish to die in front of me, especially to protect me." "Then you become strong enough to protect everything. Use your heart to cherish your companions to change everything." Kakashi was taken aback, then solemnly said, "I will." 3 generations of adults. The 3rd generation nodded and said, "Let's go. It's time to go in." "Yeah, K, let's go." Kakashi finished speaking and walked into the cemetery. "Oh, Kakashi, wait for me." K reacted and followed Kakashi in 3 and 2 steps. The funeral lasted for a day. In the evening, Kakashi dragged his tired body back to his home. Kakashi still lives in the house of the Kima family, where Konoha lived before he was alive, and has not moved out yet. After losing his father, the family became a little empty. Lying on the bed at home, Kakashi touched his left eye, and the warmth of Shaolamian never stopped. Kakashi was a little helpless and secretly said, "This Shaolamian consumes physical strength and chakra all the time. No wonder the original Kakashi cannot withstand a protracted war." Is there any way to solve this problem? The Kakashi in the original book did not solve it. A large part of the reason is that the writing wheel has the will to bring dirt and cannot bear to touch it. But now since I'm leading, naturally I can't stay such a constraint anymore. Kakashi touched his chin, thought about it, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. If you want to seal the writing wheel when you don't usually use it, you should be able to solve this problem. Sealing technique? It seems that there is no such aspect of ninjutsu in the memory, and the seal of the evil seal that will be later will not be available now, and even if it is not suitable for sealing the Shaolamian. It would be great if Mr. Watergate was still there, and you can ask him for advice. Kakashi sighed, but didn't feel helpless. Although the seal technique is hard to find, Kakashi still has a way to get it. First of all, although there is only Kakashi left in the Hokage family today, the inheritance of the family is still especially the shadow-level powerhouses such as White Fang, who have a lot of ninjutsu. Among them, although there are few seals, they are also not without. Then, Master Watergate's wife, Uzumaki Kushinai's sealing technique is so high that no one in Konoha can surpass it. Watergate teaches sealing art is all Kushinai teaching. Although Mr. and Mrs. Watergate are now dead, at the time of Kakashi's last birthday, Jutsunai once sent a seal scroll to Kakashi, but Kakashi didn't have much interest in sealing at the time. So I haven't read it yet. Finally, with the attention of the 3 generations of Hokage to Kakashi, the forbidden technique may be a little troublesome, but 1 or 2 sealing techniques that are enough to seal the writing round eyes, I believe that the 3 generations are still willing to give it. But to explain the sealing writing round eyes to the 3 generations, it's troublesome. After all, in order to keep the writing wheel, Miss Mizuman and Sandai faced the pressure of the Uchiha clan. Let's take a look at the seal scrolls left by the mother and father first, and see if there is any suitable ninjutsu. Kakashi secretly said. According to the memory, Kakashi took out the scroll that Jutsunai gave him from the room and looked at it. For a long time, Kakashi sighed and said, "This seal technique is really complicated. If it hadn't been based on the original body, I might not understand a word." It is a pity that the scrolls given by Master Nashina are all seal techniques. There are also some practical sealing techniques. Although it is also very rare, there is no sealing technique that can seal the Shilonian. The only seal technique is actually the seal used by later generations, which is actually a gain. Kakashi thought for a while, and secretly said, "It seems that there is no sealing technique that I want in this scroll, so I can only see if there is any sealing technique in the scroll left by his father." Chapter 3 Development Plan. Kakashi picked up the flashlight next to him, walked to the backyard of the Kima family, and came to the ancestral hall of the Kima family. Here is the homeowner of the Kima family, and it is also the secret place of the Kima family. Under the dim light, 4 tablets were placed on the ancestral hall between them, and the last one was Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hagai, who was called Konoha White Fang, who was ashamed of Sannin. Having said that, Kakashi's father, master, and student are all brilliant characters. Next to the ancestral hall is the place where the Hagai family collects ninjutsu. Kakashi bowed respectfully to the tablet, then walked to a wall next to him, squatted down. Kakashi's fingers fluttered, and shouted, "Solve." A large hole was exposed in the originally flat area, and the inside was dark. Kakashi was not surprised either. In the memory of the original body, this was the forbidden area of the Kima family. Kakashi jumped down without hesitation, and it didn't take long before he had a down-to-earth touch. When you turn on the flashlight, you can see rows of bookcases lined with hundreds of scrolls. It's really a lot. The Flagwood family really has some background, that is, the population is sparse, otherwise it may not be impossible to become a strong clan in Konoha. The status of the Hagai family in Konoha is actually a bit embarrassing. After the Second World War, the members of the Hagai family have not been prosperous, and they are basically single pass. But it is this person who just carried a family, and the reputation is not small. Even big clans like Hyuga and Uchiha did not dare to underestimate the Hajiki clan. However, now that White Fang died young, although Kakashi is a shinobu, he has not fully grown up yet, so his reputation is also much smaller. Looking around, most of them are 5-element evasion techniques, of which Thunder Ninjutsu is the most. After all, the Flagwood clan basically has thunder attributes. There are other more common ninjutsu, such as 3 shinjutsu. In a small corner, there were several scrolls standing alone. Kakashi felt it, and picked them up. The side of the scrolls read Hanmu Swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. White Fang relies on the stunt of fame. Kakashi has been learning ninjutsu since he was a child. White Fang's sword technique is not just a simple physical technique, but similar to Reiying's ninjutsu. Otherwise, just a white tooth knife would make people frightened. It should be known that the ninjas will destroy the world one by one in the later stage. Kakashi flipped through the scrolls. In fact, the original body had flipped through it many times, but after getting the Shilonian, Kakashi gave up the swordsmanship and did not continue to practice. The reason is very simple. In the later stages of the swordsmanship of the Hajizu clan, they also need a huge chakra as the basis to exert their tremendous power. It is not impossible to cultivate to the highest level, even if it is a sharp cut. But under the eyes of the writer, Kakashi's chakra was not only restricted, but the growth rate became extremely slow. You know, today's Kakashi is the time of rapid development, and it is also the time when chakra's growth is the fastest. But because of the writing wheel, the growth rate has become very slow. Kakashi flipped through the scroll carefully, feeling very touched in his heart. How could he not learn this powerful ninjutsu? Kakashi clenched his fists, and his thoughts on the seal of Shiranyan became firmer in his heart. Kakashi wanted to seal the Shiranyan, not to give up, but to lift his restrictions on himself. It has been almost 2 years since I got the writing wheel eye. Sangui's writing wheel eye. Kakashi has been very skilled in using it. The remaining kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, although Kakashi has opened his eyes with Daito, but this when Kakashi's mental power was not enough to open up again. This was already known when the new Kakashi's memory merged. The fusion of the two souls has not yet been completed. When the fusion of the two souls is complete, Kakashi's mental power will at least double. At the same time, the kaleidoscope can also be used naturally, but the powerful side effect makes Kakashi a little daunting. Temporarily, it is better not to use lightly. All in all, Shiranyan can be used as a killer, but it should not be overly dependent. The first task now is to seal Shiranyan, so that one's own strength can be increased by a large margin. At that time, you may be able to fully grasp Shiranyan. In fact, in Kakashi's mind, there is still an idea of the evolution of the writing wheel. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is still not powerful enough, and it will also affect the eyesight, so it can only be used sparingly. The kaleidoscope needs to go one step further. It is the eternal kaleidoscope, but it needs the kaleidoscope of immediate family members to form. That is, the eyes of the parents and the brothers. The fusion of the eyes has injected new pupil power, giving birth to new eyes. And part of the pupil power is the spiritual power, which is the yin escape. Shiranyan originally belonged to the category of yin dun, and the powerful mental power is enough to extend the service life of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Kakashi's original mental power is indeed insufficient, but now the fusion of the two souls gives Kakashi a spiritual power that is hard for ordinary people to match. In addition, Kakashi only needs to cultivate a writing wheel, which requires much lower mental power. Therefore, as long as Kakashi's chakra achieves the perfect combination of spiritual power, even if there is no eternal kaleidoscope, it can extend the life of the eyes. Of course, it is simple to say, but it needs to be explored slowly. The most reliable, naturally, is the fusion of close relatives Shiranyan to achieve the Eye of Eternity. It's just that there are no relatives living with soil. Without the Eye of Eternity, the use of divine power is a big problem. The Senju cell is a solution, but as a member of Konoha, Kakashi is naturally unable to steal the cells of the first generation. If this is discovered, it must be a betrayer. Kakashi does not want to do this. At least, before there is absolute strength, this approach is too dangerous. Perhaps Xianzu is also a solution to the problem. After all, the cells between the pillars contain the power of the immortal body. Although the body of the fairy is not equivalent to the fairy technique, there should be a little connection between the two. Zwinyan and Xianli are combined with each other. Maybe it can be a special change. Kakashi doesn't know if this will succeed, but it's really worth a try. Even if he didn't succeed, learning fairy skills would be a good improvement to his own strength. As for where to learn, we have to plan slowly. It is nothing more than the 3 holy places. Whether it is fairy magic or writing round eyes, a huge chakra is needed as support, so the most urgent thing is chakra. As for the last reincarnation eye, Kakashi didn't have much clue. The original method of opening the eyes of reincarnation only introduced one in the original book, that is, based on the Eye of Eternity. The encounter between Asura and the chakra of Indra, eliciting the power of the 6 realms. Therefore, the focus is still on the power of the 6 realms and the Eye of Eternity. Kakashi let out a sigh of suffocation. Not long after the journey, Kakashi thought of so much about the writing round eyes. For the current Kakashi, writing round eyes still does more harm than good. When Kakashi has grown to a certain level, the ability to write round eyes will really come in handy. Copying a ninja sounds great, but it's actually a bit flashy. Chapter 4: The Mystery of Life Experience. After reading the Scroll of Sword Art, Kakashi put it away. Kakashi wants this sword art. Turning around, Kakashi looked at another corner, where dust was piled up, but there were 3 words written on it. 3 words that made Kakashi's heart fascinating. Ceiling. Sweeping the dust off, I saw 3 scrolls neatly placed on the bookcase. Kakashi picked up the first scroll, her pupils shrank and exclaimed, "Seal of the 4 elephants." How is this possible? This can't help but Kakashi is not surprised. The 6 Yang seal. That is something of the Whirlpool clan. How could it appear here? Kakashi is a descendant of the Maelstrom family. Could it be the wife with white teeth who never appeared in the original book? How come? If Kakashi is really a descendant of the Maelstrom family, chakra should be out of the table. Even if it is restricted by the writing wheel, then it should not be the case. Is it possible that a writing wheel eye is more powerful than a half of 9 tails? How can that be? Could it be that Kakashi did not inherit the talent of the Maelstrom family? The setting here is that Kakashi is not from the Whirlpool family, just to elicit his mother. Don't keep arguing about this. Originally, there was no plan to write this way and design such a conflicting identity. Isn't it going to die? Kakashi shook his head, his thoughts a little confused for a moment. In Kakashi's memory, he had never seen his mother, and White Fang rarely mentioned it. Is it really the Whirlpool family? No one in the village has ever seen Kakashi's mother, not even 3 generations. Kakashi only knows that when his father was young, he went out to perform a mission and was seriously injured. He came back a year later, and brought his newly born child. Yourself. At that time, it seemed to be the time when the Uzumaki kingdom was destroyed. Kakashi suddenly woke up. Is this a coincidence? For a time, 1,000 thoughts appeared in Kakashi's mind. What is the problem? In the original book, Kakashi died at the hands of pain. After that, he saw White Fang. In that state, it should be dead. Otherwise, how could he be resurrected by the reincarnation of Nagato? Why can Bai Fang talk to Kakashi after decades of death? This feeling is as if Mizumi Kushina sealed her chakra on Naruto. Could it be White Fang also sealed his chakra on Kakashi? No, it's not the chakra. It's the soul. Kakashi was shocked and suddenly remembered that the final battle had summoned a group of dead strongmen. Except for Xylai also has no bones. The souls of the Naruto are sealed by ghouls. Among the strongmen with names and surnames, only White Fang is not summoned. Did you forget it? This is unlikely. After all, Bai Fang's reputation is louder than Sannin. Therefore, the only explanation is that White Fang was probably imprisoned by a seal technique similar to that of a ghoul. After Pen invaded Konoha, he tried to summon White Fang, but failed, so he thought that White Fang could not be summoned. After meeting with Kakashi, the seal of White Fang's soul was lifted, but Du did not make a second attempt, so no White Fang appeared. Of course, it could also be because White Fang had already wished and couldn't summon it. This may be the reason why Du did not call White Fang. As for why White Fang sealed his soul on Kakashi, he probably wanted to give Kakashi a second life. Kakashi is dead to see White Fang. Meeting at this time is meaningless, unless White Fang can bring Kakashi back to life. In the original work, Jiraiya saw that Kakashi was dead. He took his time and talked slowly, until Kakashi was resurrected, and Jiraiya was not surprised. Obviously, he knew that there was a resurrection technique, but he didn't expect someone else to do it for this kind of thing. But the light that surrounds Kakashi, White Fang knows that it is the light of resurrection. White Fang committed suicide, and he was more or less worried about the young Kakashi. This is a normal idea for a father. Therefore, It is not impossible to use this forbidden technique to protect Kakashi's life. Kakashi's eyes lit up, and a lot of doubts seemed to be solved suddenly. The seal of the 4 elephants on the scroll also made Kakashi feel a little kind. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi calmed himself down as much as possible. Now that there is the seal of the 4 elephants, naturally, there is no need to worry about the problem of writing wheel eyes. Even the 9 tails can be sealed. How can it not seal a writing wheel eyes? The seal of the 4 elephants is not a ghoul seal, and no soul sacrifice is required. In this way, his first step has been completed. Naturally, the seal of the 4 elephants cannot be accomplished overnight, and the rest is to study slowly. Kakashi sealed the 4 elephants and then destroyed them. The existence of this scroll is a big hidden danger. Kakashi cannot explain it. If it is discovered by others, it will also be a big trouble. In the future, if someone finds that Kakashi will seal the 4 elephants, it can be said to be the 4th generation of Hokage professor. But this scroll seems to have a history of several decades and cannot be explained at all. Therefore, it can only be destroyed. Kakashi picked some more thunder dunes and left the basement. Lying on the bed, Kakashi slowly organized his thoughts. The souls of the 2 are also slowly merging. At this rate, Kakashi estimates that it should take another month to complete this fusion. At that time, Kakashi's mental power will show an explosive growth. Although he suspects that he is a descendant of the Maelstrom clan, he does not have the kind of chakra that goes against the sky. There is still a big doubt about this speculation. Anyway, Kakashi doesn't believe that he has this kind of blood. What is the sacred mother of Kakashi who has never met? The woman who can be loved by the white teeth is certainly not an ordinary woman. Regarding the speculation about his identity, Kakashi can only put it aside first, and still has to find a way to increase the amount of chakra. In terms of mental power, Kakashi can only let his freedom go. As he grows older, his mental power will naturally increase. Now that the fusion of the soul accelerates the growth of Kakashi's spiritual power, there is no need to worry about it for the time being. The rest is physical fitness. Chakra is the fusion of energy and mental power in the cells. So the only thing that can be improved now is physical fitness. In terms of physical fitness, I am afraid that no one can compare with Kai, who opened 8 doors later. Because of his own reasons, Kai's mental strength is not high, and he behaves a little simple and stupid, and he can't even remember the person's name, so that chakra does not practice well. But perhaps it is precisely because of this that in physical skills, Kai has a terrifying talent that others can hardly match. Well deserved first person in Hokage. If you can practice physical skills with Chi, you will definitely make a lot of progress. It's decided, and tomorrow we'll begin to practice physical exercises with Kai. With the relationship between Kakashi and Kai, this is no difficulty. Maybe Kai will try to compare with Kakashi, who has trained more and reduced their holdings for a longer time. When 2 people train together, the results are often much better than when they practice alone. The reason is simple. No one wants to lag behind the others in a contest between the 2, especially people like Kai and Kakashi, who regard each other as their best friends and opponents. Chapter 5 Practice. Kakashi was already out of bed just after the dawn. He was dressed in black, his forehead covered his left eye, and a black face mask covered his handsome face. Looking at the white tooth knife by the bed, Kakashi thought for a while, still carried it on his back. The white tooth short sword broke in the Battle of Shenwukan, but Kakashi still kept it by his side. The reborn Kakashi was not used to using short swords. The short weapon had no karma, and the sword technique should be better with long swords. White Fang's knife technique can also be used with a long knife. From now on, go to the country of craftsmen to make the white tooth short knife a good knife again. The white tooth short knife is also made of metal that can conduct chakras. Kakashi got up and went out and walked towards Kai's house. When Kakashi walked to the door of Kai's house, the door just opened. When Kai saw Kakashi, he was obviously taken aback. You know, Kakashi usually hides from him, but did he take the initiative to come today? Although I don't know why, Kai is still very enthusiastic. Oh, Kakashi, get up so early. Sure enough, youth is not to be disappointed. I will get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow. As he said, Kai clenched his fists. His eyes filled with passionate flames. Kakashi said he was speechless when he saw it. Although he had watched too much in anime in his previous life, he was still a little speechless when he witnessed it. Let's practice together today. Oh, Kakashi, you actually took the initiative to find me to practice. This is the passion of youth. Come on, let's try first. Who will run 200 laps around the village first? Kei finished speaking and ran away without waiting for Kakashi to reply. Kakashi was helpless, but since he came to practice with chi, naturally there is no reason to pull it off. Kai ran very fast, but Kakashi didn't pull it down either. The two of them started a morning jog around the periphery of Konoha village one after another. Yo, Kakashi, why are you so slow? I will beat you if this goes on. I won't lose to you, Kei. Kakashi said, speeding up to keep up with Kei's footsteps, and the two went hand in hand. Is this Kakashi's strength? I can't lose, this is youth. With that, Kai speeded up again. Not to be outdone, Kakashi speeded up. 2 hours later, Kakashi and Kei stopped in the 7th training ground. Kakashi was sweating profusely at this time, and he felt a burst of collapse on his body, almost unsteady on his feet. Although Kei was sweating profusely, he was still able to stand up. Really worthy of being the opponent of my life. I completed the morning run perfectly. This time it was a tie. Next, let's do 1,000 push-ups together. Kei finished speaking, breathing heavily, without stopping for a moment, and then sat down on the ground and sat up with push-ups. Kakashi's eyes twitched. This Kei's energy is really exuberant and terrifying. I am afraid it is precisely this kind of unrestrained practice that allows Kai to open the 8th gate of horror at the end, making him become a 6 spot. They were almost not opponents, and deserved to be the man who almost kicked the finale. The 8th door at the cost of life. That kind of power is frightening. Kakashi thought this way, and his movements didn't stop. Although the body was already very heavy, Kakashi was still squeezing his physical strength. At this time, Kakashi's physical skills have actually been surpassed by Kei. 2 years of wastefulness has slowed the improvement of Kakashi's strength. At this time, he must race against time to make up for it. Strong physical fitness can create a huge chakra, so no matter how tired, Kakashi must persevere, otherwise, he will eventually end up as a passerby. Now that you have come to this world, how can you not do something? Sweat continued to run down her cheeks. Kakashi's breathing became more and more rapid, and the chakra in his body began to restlessly, constantly rushing through the meridians. In order to achieve the best training effect, Kakashi did not use chakras, but the simplest physical exercise. Yo, Kakashi, so amazing. I'm going to do another 1,000 kicks. Kei roared passionately. Kakashi did not respond. Kakashi's consciousness, who had surpassed the limit of physical strength, gradually blurred, but his body was still sitting and pushing up at the same frequency. At this moment, Kakashi seemed to be looking at his body from a second perspective, and the chakra inside his body was constantly pouring into the muscle tissue to supplement his physical exertion. After a long time, Kakashi exhausted his last strength, his eyes went dark, and he lay on the ground. Kakashi, what's the matter with you? Kai hurried forward and asked. At this time Kakashi had fallen into a coma because of exhaustion. Kakashi, who had just possessed his body, had not yet fully adapted to his body, and his soul had not yet been fused. Such a high-intensity training was a little unbearable for a while, so he fainted. Kai saw that Kakashi couldn't wake up, and was a little anxious, so he carried Kakashi on his back and sent it to Konoha's hospital. It's a nonsense, and training must be done. What's this? I practiced in the hospital. At Konoha Hospital, a white-bearded grandfather was roaring at Kai. Kai laughed again and again. Accidents. Let Kakashi take a rest in the hospital. I will check to see if there are other problems. The white-beard grandfather said, and asked the assistant to carry Kakashi into the treatment room. Kei had to stay outside, waiting for Kakashi to come out. At this time, Kai was naturally not in the mood to practice anymore. Huh? Kakashi snorted and finally woke up. Looking at the strange ceiling in front of him, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little unresponsive. He turned to look around. The white sheets and the half-opened windows. This is the hospital? Kakashi reacted, knowing that he fainted while practicing. His face couldn't help but felt a little helpless, and he secretly said, "It's so terrible. I went to the hospital the first time I practiced. It seems that I haven't adapted to this body yet." At this time, the door opened. "Yeah, Kakashi, are you awake? How do you feel?" Kei asked caringly. "It's nothing big. Just feel a little tired." "Kakashi, what's wrong with you? How come you fainted?" "It's been too long." "Kakashi, I know that the death of the fourth generation of Hokage-sama has dealt a big blow to you, but you can't do this to yourself." Youth is for swaying. Kai clenched his fist and said excitedly, Hi, I see." Kakashi knew what Kei had misunderstood, but he couldn't explain it. After all, he fainted because of the soul fusion relationship, which led to no adaptation. "Kakashi, my forever opponent, next time we train together, train with you, I feel passionate, I will definitely defeat you." Kei's eyes exuded a feverish intent to fight. "I see, Kei." Facing the energetic Kei, Kakashi felt a little helpless. Feeling that his body was almost recovered, Kakashi got out of bed and decided to go home. "Kakashi, where are you going?" Kai wondered. "Naturally go home, the sky is getting dark. Stay in the hospital overnight?" It's true, let's go to dinner together," Kai said. His stomach rang in a timely manner. Kakashi was a little moved when he heard the words. He knew that Kei had been holding on to himself without eating. "Okay, let's go. I'll treat you to barbecue." Really deserve to be the opponent of my life. Chapter 6 Task at night. Kakashi, who had dinner with Kai, returned to the old house of Flagwood alone. Looking at the empty courtyard, Kakashi was a little depressed for a while, and the feeling of being alone was indeed a little helpless. Kakashi picked up the white-toothed short knife with almost the broken handle and swung it constantly in the moonlight. Swordsmanship is mainly based on slashing, and there are other basic moves such as stab, cut, block, collapse, slash, wipe, tape, and drap. No matter how powerful swordsmanship is, these basic moves are inseparable. The bright moonlight shone on the white-toothed short knife, the cold light flashed, and Kakashi seemed to be waving tirelessly. Where should we go in this dangerous world? In another part of Konoha, under the dim light, Sandai wearing a Hokage robe was listening to Anb's report. "Oh, Kakashi fainted because of excessive training with Akai today?" "Yes, Master Naruto." "Okay, I know, go down." Hearing this, Anbu disappeared instantly. The third generation spit out a cigarette, and said with emotion, "Oh, Kakashi, the death of the fourth generation really still affects you." The three generations looked out the window, feeling that the pressure on their shoulders was much greater for a while. The three generations are very optimistic about Kakashi. Among the Kakashi generation, only Kakashi has the mind and energy to support Konoha. Originally, the three generations were not in a hurry. These things do not have to worry about. But the fourth generation death caused the old man to once again provoke a heavy burden, and he also had to start looking for new candidates for Naruto. Kakashi is talented, and he is a disciple of four generations. Whether it is strength, wisdom or magnanimity, he is the best choice, and no one can match the younger generation. It's just that Kakashi's mentality has always been a big problem. The death of White Fang made Kakashi indifferent to his teammates. Later, because of the soil, this point was resolved, but the death of the soil and Lin made Kakashi depressed for a while. And the gloom in Kakashi's heart is also growing day by day, especially the death of White Fang. This has always been a thorn in Kakashi's heart. The four generations arranged Kakashi to secretly protect the pregnant Jitsunai in order to allow Kakashi to witness the birth of a new life, thereby changing the darkness in his heart. It now appears that the death of 4 generations made this matter a failure. 3 generations sighed, Kakashi, don't let me down. Kakashi, who practiced swordsmanship in the old house of Flagwood, does not yet know what 3 generations think of him. Today's Kakashi has only a sense of urgency, strength and strength. In this world, it is impossible to have no strength. I don't know how many times Kakashi has swung it, but Kakashi is numb, and the only thing left is to swipe the knife subconsciously. The silver horde boy had his eyes red and black, and his left eye had a hideous scar. He wore a black mask on his face. Under that mask, he was breathing heavily. Not enough. Not enough, Kakashi roared inwardly. Suddenly, there was a scorching heat in his left eye, and Kakashi screamed, half kneeling on the ground. Damn it. Kakashi did not expect that this writing wheel would also react when practicing. It seems that the seal of writing round eyes must be done as soon as possible. Kakashi sighed. After the pain in his left eye disappeared, Kakashi stood up and put the white tooth knife back into the scabbard. Walked back to the room. Kakashi sat quietly on the bed, constantly studying the technique of the seal of the 4 elephants in his mind. Under Kakashi's research, bit by bit, the complicated and profound technique was solved, and the veil of mystery was solved. For the next week, Kakashi followed Kai to practice physical skills during the day, practiced swordsmanship and studied the seal of the 4 elephants at night, and had a very fulfilling life. Not only has he fully adapted to the body, but the sword technique has also improved a lot, and more importantly, the 4 elephant seals have also been studied. I have to say that Kakashi's ninjutsu talent is really not covered. On this day, Kakashi went out as usual, but when the door opened, an unexpected guest came. Hakiki Kakashi, Naruto-sama wants you to go there, the visitor said coldly, wearing an animal mask. Got it. Hearing this, Anbu flashed and disappeared. Kakashi sighed, knowing that there might be no chance to practice today. These days of practice, Kakashi gradually became fascinated by this feeling of power growth, especially the feeling of her own growth every day. That feeling is really fascinating. Now it is the golden age of physical growth, and the more time to practice, the more strength. The original Kakashi had done too many tasks, which resulted in no time to practice. Although the experience is rich and colorful, but the strength has not been improved by a long way. Now Kakashi naturally seizes the time to improve his strength. For the 3rd generation to find himself, Kakashi did not have any accidents. I am afraid that Kai's practice time will also end. Konoha experienced the 9-tailed rebellion, and not only 4 generations of Naruto died, but many ninjas died, and there were countless injured ninjas. Therefore, there are many tasks piled up. The 3 generations of Hokage only came to find himself now, and Kakashi felt a little surprised. It stands to reason that on the 2nd day of the funeral, I should have been sent out to perform the task, but I did not expect it to be delayed for a whole week. But although Kakashi couldn't understand this, he was thankful. If I were sent out to perform the task at that time, I am afraid I would be in a lot of trouble. Now with the help of Kakashi has mastered all the capabilities of the original body, and if he performs the task, there should be no major problems. After a while, Kakashi appeared in the 3rd generation office. Master Naruto, Kakashi said respectfully. Oh, it's Kakashi, coming soon. 3 generations said kindly. Master Hokage is dead, so I dare not neglect. Kakashi, although I know that you are busy cultivating recently, the manpower in the village is really not enough, so I can only trouble you to do the task. 3 generations said with a hint of apology. Master Naruto is serious. This is the vocation of a ninja. I don't know what the task is, Kakashi asked with a hint of curiosity. After all, this was his first mission in this world, and he still had some great expectations in his heart. The 3rd generation handed a scroll to Kakashi, and said, this is an A-level mission, and the content is written on the scroll. Prepare it, and let's set off today. Yes, Kakashi finished speaking, then took the scroll down. 3 generations looked at the back of Kakashi's departure, and didn't know what they were thinking. Kakashi took the scroll and did not go home immediately. Instead, he came to Kai's house. At this time, Kai was still at the door. Seeing Kakashi came, he greeted enthusiastically and said, "Kakashi, you come today. It's late. You can't slack off." "I'm sorry, Kay. Just now Hokage-sama gave me a task. I can't practice together during this time," Kakashi said apologetically. Kai Wenyan was a little disappointed. After all, practicing with Kakashi these days feels much better than practicing alone. Not only is the progress of the practice, but the practice of two people is indeed more motivated than one. Even so, Kai said passionately, It's really Kakashi. The task given to you by Naruto-sama himself must be a difficult task. I have to work hard. First run around Konoha 100 laps." Seeing Kai's back, Kakashi smiled faintly. Sometimes, there is really no need to say too much about the friendship between men. Chapter 7 Snow Country. Kakashi returned to his residence, packed up his things, and left Konoha. Not far from Konoha, Kakashi took out the scroll and looked at the content on it. Kakashi couldn't help but frown. Snow Country? It turned out to be there. It's troublesome. That place is not safe. Kakashi put away the scroll, set a small fire escape and burned it. As long as you know the content of the mission, you can't leave the scroll. This is the ninja's secret method and one of the basic rules. Kakashi was thoughtful and was back on the road in a short while. The mission of the Snow Country is not difficult. The daimyo found out that someone was going to rebel, so he asked Konoha for help, but he didn't fight with these rebels, but to send out his daughter, Fengwuxiexu. However, this task is defined as an A-level task, which naturally cannot be that simple. If there is a ninja duel, it will be defined as a B-level mission. How can a higher level A-level mission be so simple? Although there is no shinobu village in the Snow Country, there are some snow shinobi who are the personal power of the daimyo. The three people in the original book are the best in the Snow Country ninja. Although relied on the chakra armor to succeed, but its own strength is also very strong, especially the leader among them, Spike's Avalanche. In the original book, according to the description of Spike's Avalanche, Kakashi was defeated by them, and fled the Snow Country with Fengwuxiexu in embarrassment. It can be seen that Kakashi is not their opponent at this time. Moreover, their allegiance to Fengwu and Rage is not a good crop. What should I do, if this task cannot be completed? I am afraid that the image in the third generation will become worse. Kakashi was a little helpless for a while, and he would go through this kind of fierce battle just after being reborn. Shouldn't we get a few little friends to practice hand skills first? Now even if you want to find someone to practice your hands, it's too late. This task has a time limit. The Snow Country is not close here, and it takes 4 days to go all out. Forget it. Now I can only go over and figure out a solution. I can't believe that Kakashi can go back alive. 4 days later, Kakashi finally reached the border of the Snow Country. The Snow Country is a small country, and it is snow all year round, so it is called the Snow Country. People here don't see the sun almost all year round, and some are just white. Kakashi wrapped her thin clothes tightly. After all, it's only October, and Kakashi doesn't wear much. Kakashi started as Anbu, so naturally he couldn't expose himself. Simply disguised and put on ordinary people's clothes, Kakashi walked into the Snow Country. According to intelligence, the famous name Fukazoku of the Snow Country found out that his brother had wrong intentions and will launch a coup in the near future. Today's Snow Country is still very peaceful, and there should not have been a coup. In this way, I still have a chance. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and found a hotel to stay first. In the middle of the night, Kakashi wore a black suit and sneaked into the daimyo's mansion secretly. The daimyo's residence is very large, and it took a lot of effort for Kakashi to finally find the daimyo Fengwuxiexu. Kakashi took out the portrait and confirmed that the person in front of him was Fengwuxiexu. Kakashi flashed away and appeared in front of Fengwuxiexu. Fengwuxiexu was taken aback. "Who are you?" "Master Fengwa, I am Konoha's ninja." At this time, Kakashi was wearing a white wolf head mask, his tone was cold, and he couldn't hear any emotions. Fenwa Zouxiu was obviously relieved. It was obvious that Kakashi was Fenwa Rage's men. You are finally here, then my daughter will ask you. I hope you can take her away from the country of snow and send her to a man named Mifune in the country of craftsmanship. Please. Kakashi nodded. Excuse me, where is your daughter? You come with me. After passing through several aisles, Kakashi was led by Fenwa Zouxiu to a room. Xiexu, are you asleep? Ah, it's father. Xiexu hasn't slept yet. What's the matter? Fenwa Xiexu looked very happy. Maybe his father came over. Hee, that's the case. My father is a bit busy lately, so he may not be able to take care of him. I will send someone to send you to Mr. Mifune in the country of craftsmanship. Okay, Fenwa Zouxiu said with a smile. Fenwa Xiexu's expression darkened. Father, I don't want to go to the country of craftsmanship. I want to be by your side. Xiexu will be obedient and won't bother you. This. Fenwa Zouxiu was a little helpless. If it weren't for his own insecurity, he wouldn't want his daughter to leave him either. But this time I didn't have a chance. My younger brother Fenwa no Tao had left the snow country for several years, and now he came back suddenly, and he also learned a strange ninjutsu, and he seemed to be eyeing the place of daimyo. The only thing Fenwa Zouxiu can do is to send Fenwa Xiexu out. As for why not find a ninja to fight the wind and raging waves? The reason is simple. Ninjas have regulations that they cannot participate in political struggles in other countries. Fenghua Niu Tao is a member of the Snow Country and Fenghua Zouxiu's younger brother. He has this ability and status to be a big name. Konoha could not intervene. Otherwise it would cause opposition from other shinobu villages. If it was Konoha who was strong before, these are naturally minor problems. But today Konoha is no longer as strong as before, especially after the fourth generation just died in the battle. Konoha as a whole is in a period of weakness. Xiexu is obedient. When you come back, Dad accompany you to have fun with you. Is it okay to play with anything? Fenwa Xiexu looked very cute with her big round eyes open. Yeah, as long as Xiexu is obedient. Didn't you say that you want to be an actor? Dad will support you. Fenwa Zouxiu said with a smile. Really? Dad is the best. Not good. Kakashi was suddenly alert that someone was coming. And he was still a master. What's the matter? Fenwa Zouxiu said. Master Fenwa, someone is here, and he is a master, very murderous. Fenwa Zouxiu's face changed. You hurry up and take Xiexu first. Turning his head, he took out a necklace from his pocket, hung it on Fenwa Xiexu's neck, and said, Xiexu, this is a hexagonal crystal. You must take it with you. Although Fenwa Xiexu was young, she also noticed something was wrong at this time, and hurriedly said, Dad, what's the matter? What happened? Don't ask. Hurry up. Fenwa Zouxiu glanced at Kakashi after speaking. Kakashi knew, covering Fenwa Xiexu's mouth, flashed away, and left the room. Fenwa Zouxiu sighed, showing a smile, and murmured, Xiexu is fine. Angry Tao, next, let's see what you want to do, my brother. Ha ha. Fenwa Zouxiu slowly walked out of the door, when Feng Surage came over. Oh, Angry Tao, it's so late, and I'm still awake. What are you doing here? Fenwa Zouxiu said to Fenwa Angry Tao with a smile as if she didn't know anything. Ha ha, brother, don't you know what happened to me? Fenwa angered with a smirk, as if everything was under control. I'm confused when you say that. Fenwa Zouxiu looked puzzled. Well, brother, you have been a big name for a long time, and your acting skills are getting better and better. Brother, I really admire you. The anger joked, if there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Brother, that's it. Hand over the treasures of the Snow Country. I will let you make a living. Otherwise, I'm afraid it's not just you, even your lovely daughter will die tonight. Fenwa Zouxiu's face turned dark, and said, Rage Tao, I told you that there is no treasure in the Snow Country. Why don't you believe that Xiexu is innocent? So why should you involve her? I know you inherited from me. There is an opinion on the name of the name, but that is what the father meant, so why do you do that? Ha ha ha, why bother? Since childhood, You can get whatever you want, but I can only take what you have left. Why? Why? Just because you were born a few years earlier than me? I'm not reconciled. I left the snow country to learn ninjutsu, and I have suffered all the hardships. When I come back now, I just want to get back what I deserve. Raging waves, you, brother, my dear brother, your name is no longer worthy of the name. These days, all the ministers have been loyal to me. You have nothing now. Oh, my name is really a failure. No courtier is loyal to me. In the face of death, they don't have too many choices. Hee. Okay, are you here to take my life now? Fengwa Zouxu smiled bitterly. Hand over the hexagonal crystal. Fengwa Zouxu was taken aback, and said, hexagonal crystal? What do you want hexagonal crystal for? Of course it is to unlock the treasure of the snow country. I do not understand what you are saying. HMPH. It seems that you are toasting and not eating and punishing wine. It doesn't matter, I will ask Xiexu to get it. Fengwa Rage said viciously. What do you want to do to Xiexu? Fengwa Zouxu said anxiously. Nothing, you can go to death now. The ninja who was Konoha just now, I have let Spikes Beng go to find him. Do you think he can escape? Ha ha ha. You. Fengwa Zouxu still wanted to say something, but the next moment, Fengwa's hand was already pinching his neck. Master Da Ming, goodbye. Feng Huainuto's eyes flashed murderously, and Feng Huazouxu died on his hand. Fengwa and anger stood there quietly, as if nothing had happened. Kakashi hugged Fengwa Xiexu and ran all the way, without stopping for a moment, because Kakashi felt that someone was following him, and his strength was extremely strong. The current self might not necessarily be an opponent. Damn it, it's not a way to go on like this. I'm taking a person, and the speed is affected, and sooner or later I will be caught up. It seems that I have to think of another way. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, another Kakashi who was exactly the same appeared on the side. Kakashi handed the fainted Fengwa Xiexu to the shadow avatar, and kept it by herself. The shadow clone quickly disappeared from sight with Fengwa Xiexu. Kakashi sighed lightly, pulled out the broken knife and white teeth on his back, thinking about the countermeasures in his mind constantly. As for why the shadow clone is not allowed to stay, because Kakashi is not good at ninjutsu such as the shadow clone at this time, and the shadow clone does not have much power. It is okay to use it to lead people, but it is a waste of chakra. After a while, Spike Avalanche had appeared in front of Kakashi. Chapter 8 Get Out. Oh, it turned out to be a little devil. It's really interesting. Didn't you think that Konoha village has fallen to this point? Spike Avalanche's Ren's clothes appeared in front of Kakashi, and said in a contemptuous tone, "Cut, I was underestimated." Kakashi secretly said in his heart, but on the surface he didn't say a word. After all, he is not Naruto, and it is useless to talk too much. Besides, the law of nature is that in addition to the protagonist, many words must die. Seeing that Kakashi didn't say anything, Spike's Wibang continued, "Little devil, hurry up and hand over that little girl. I see the face of Konoha village, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will die here." Up. Although Spangtooth Avalanche looks down on Konoha village on the surface, he also knows that no matter where Konoha village has fallen, if he wants to kill him, it is still a very simple thing. If not necessary, Spangtooth Avalanche does not want to pull this hatred. Ninja's nature is to complete tasks. This was the first sentence Kakashi said when he was facing the enemy, and I don't know why this sentence suddenly appeared, but it was so natural. But Kakashi secretly added another sentence in his heart, without hurting his companions. While Kakashi was speaking, the broken knife in his hand swung out, and the target was pointed at Spike Avalanche. Spike's Beng was obviously a master who has experienced many battles, facing Kakashi's assault, without the slightest panic. One dodged. Kakashi's expression is even more solemn. From the moment of flashing his body, Kakashi knew that this Wolfang Avalanche's physical skills were superior to him. This is not a good sign. Since you are looking for death, then I'm not welcome. Seeing Kakashi attacked him, Spike's Wibao was not willing to be beaten, so he released his seal with both hands. Being done. A white whale. I saw a huge white whale suddenly flashed from the ground, broke through the soil, and rushed out directly under Kakashi's feet. Kakashi was shocked, but he didn't expect it to be so huge. Although not shocked, the original body's combat experience rushed to his heart at this moment, and his body jumped up, inserted the broken knife into the scabbard, and quickly released the seal with both hands. Chidori. The blue arc appeared very obvious on this dark night, and the concrete chakra looked hideous and terrifying. At this time, Kakashi seemed to hold the King of Thunder, with an indomitable momentum, descending from the midair along the impact of gravity. The blue arc traversed a beautiful trajectory in midair and collided with the huge beluga whale. The huge collision shattered the beluga into countless pieces, and the spike avalanche was also fascinated by the airwaves produced by the explosion. Under the terrifying power of Chidori, a beluga whale has become blocks of ice. Lane Yagzbing looked at this scene with some shock. At this moment, he understood why Kakashi was sent out to perform such a task at such a young age. Little devil, what you can do. But with the kind of attack just now, with your unexpanded body, I am afraid that you can use it twice as the limit. Why? Do you want to smash me to the end? Kakashi gasped slightly. The blow of the Chidori just now really caused Kakashi to lose a lot of chakras, plus just used the shadow clone once. Now Kakashi really can only use the Chidori once. In the face of such experienced shinin, Kakashi had no intention of defeating him from the beginning, as long as he delayed enough time, and then retreated. With the footsteps of the shadow clone, plus the time just delayed, he should have almost escaped from the capital of the snow country at this time. In this case, there is no need to worry about Spike Avalanche catching up. At this time, Kakashi is ready to retreat. After all, chakra is not much left, and then it will be consumed. Kakashi does not think that he can do the present. Whether it is combat experience or the weight of chakra is more than his own Spike Avalanche. However, if you go straight away, Kakashi can be sure that this wolf tooth avalanche will definitely catch up, and will fall into the infinite loop of cats and mice. And in his own situation at this time, he must be unable to escape this wolf-fang avalanche. Therefore, Kakashi must create a gap so that Spike Zweevalan does not know where he is escaping. Only in this way can Kakashi be considered a successful retreat. Article 9 of the Ninja Code states that when you encounter an invincible opponent, you can choose to retreat and don't engage in meaningless beast fights. The thought in his mind flashed by. Kakashi said, "You can try it. How many times can I use this trick?" Since you want to retreat, you must first overwhelm the opponent with words. It seems that you don't give up. Lane Yagzbing was a little speechless. How did he run into such a stubborn guy? Kakashi threw out 2 kunai. Spike Avalanche easily escaped. Kakashi's hands were unprinted, and the fire escaped. How great the fireball technique. It's really stupid to use this kind of fire escape in the snow. Fangs Beng sneered, and at the same time, he released his seal and shouted, "Stupid guy, go to hell." Ice escape. The technique of Fangs Beng. A dozen snow wolves condensed from white snow appeared instantly. But Kakashi's powerful fireball technique was extinguished in a moment, but the remaining snow wolves pounced on Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi again, I don't know when the forehead has been opened, revealing the scarlet writing wheel eyes, and his hands are also unprinting, and they are exactly the same as the imprint of the wolf tooth avalanche just now. Ice escape. The art of Spike Avalanche. The same words were spoken in 2 different populations, but the feelings were completely different. Is this Shalonian? Lane Yagzbing said in shock. The exact same snow wolf appeared, but Kakashi's snow wolf was obviously weaker, but the powerful fireball technique just offset this, so the 2 were evenly matched. For a time, the 2 ninjutsu competition set off a large blizzard, and the Wolfang Avalanche suddenly couldn't see where Kakashi was. Fangs Weebao did not dare to rush into the snow, fearing that he would be conspired by Kakashi. After all, this Fexu is useless in front of Shalonian. But after a while, Fexu dissipated, and Fang's Wibao saw a figure flashing, and Kakashi escaped. Lane Yugzbing snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you can run away?" Chakra condensed under his feet, and the Wolfang avalanche shot out, and the target was Kakashi, who had just left. Kakashi's speed is very fast, and Spike Avalanche is not slow, but it is always a certain distance away. When Spike Avalanche catches up with Kakashi, 5 minutes have passed. Suddenly, Fang's Wibao frowned and felt something was wrong. In an instant, an acceleration and a handful of kunai flew out quickly, hitting Kakashi's head. With a bang, Kakashi turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Lane Yugzbeng stopped his footsteps, and hated, "Damn it, it turned out to be a shadow clone." Chapter 9. Mifune. Not long after Spike Avalanche left, a person came out under the snow. Not someone else, it was Kakashi. Just when Kakashi took advantage of the ninjutsu confrontation between the two, he first used the shadow clone, and then used the earth to sneak into the ground, completely concealing his breath. When the smoke dissipated, the shadow clone pretended to run away, and Spike's Weavalan didn't think much about it, and directly chased after it, and then Kakashi came out of the ground, all in one go. Kakashi looked at the direction of Spike Avalanche, and murmured, "This can't be fooled for long, I have to slip away first." Kakashi looked at the ice and snow, and if he ran straight away, it would leave footprints. In desperation, Kakashi used only a few chakras to separate two shadow clones again, and ran in different directions. This time, he didn't use much chakras. It is estimated that they will disappear automatically in 5 minutes. Seeing this, Kakashi no longer hesitated, got up and left. Soon after, a message came in Kakashi's mind that the shadow clone used to lure Spike Avalanche had been killed. Seeing this, Kakashi's expression tightened, and his feet were quicker. When Lang Feng's Wibao returned to his original place, 10 minutes had passed. At the same time, he was facing 3 different directions, but with exactly the same footprints. "Damn it, this kid ran away. Damn it, how can you tell Master Age?" Lane Yugzbing hated his teeth, but he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't know how to use avatar skills, and he couldn't catch up in 3 directions. "Don't let me see you again, kid, or it will definitely end up with you." After Lang Feng's Wibao finished speaking harshly, he could only return to the famous mansion of Snow Country, ready to accept the scolding of Fengwu and Rage. Lane Yugzbeng didn't worry about what Fengwu and Rage would do to him. After all, at this time, Fengwu and Rage were just using people. After escaping, Kakashi quickly found Fengwu Xiexu, and the previous shadow clone had already disappeared due to exhaustion of chakra. Before disappearing, Fengwu Xiexu was arranged in a cave. This cave is very hidden, so there is no need to worry about being discovered. After Kakashi arrived, there was already a fire raised by the shadow clone. The weather was so cold, if there was no fire, Fengwu Xiexu would have been frozen. Seeing this, Kakashi didn't intend to wake up the unconscious Fengwu Xiexu, but sat cross-legged to recover the chakra that had just been worn out. In the fight against Spike Avalanche just now, 4 shadow clones were used before and after. Although the number of shadow clones' chakras separated was not much, the accumulated mental consumption was still very large. Fortunately, Kakashi's soul fusion has been initially completed. Although this loss is large, it does not matter much. 4 shadow avatars, 1,000 birds, 1 earth escape, and 1 writing round eyes. Copying Kakashi's chakra spends a lot of money. Kakashi couldn't help but smile. The amount of chakras is really not much. After half an hour, Kakashi recovered. It was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Kakashi didn't plan to go out anymore, took out the dry food he carried with him and ate it. Although there are such things as Bingliang pills, eating too much is not good for the body. If it is not necessary, Kakashi will not eat such things. The body is the capital of the revolution, not to mention that Kakashi's body is now the golden stage of development. After eating, Kakashi took a nap and recharged. 3 days later, a silver-haired teenager in black appeared with a 7 or 8-year-old girl who was carved with pink jade and appeared in the country of craftsmanship. These two people are Kakashi and Fengwuxiexu. Brother Kakashi, is the Mr. Mifune we're looking for right here? Fengwuxiexu asked curiously. On the road, Kakashi coaxed Fengwuxiexu with her experience in dealing with little girls in her previous life, so that she temporarily forgot the sadness of losing her father. Otherwise, she would face the crying Fengwuxiexu along the way. Kakashi said he couldn't stand it. Yes, Koki, Mr. Mifune should be here. Let's go eat something first, and then ask about it, Kakashi said. Okay, Brother Kakashi. Fengwuxiexu looked very obedient. Kakashi didn't know what their Mifune in Fengwuxiexu's mouth looked like. But before Fengwuxiexu said that as long as you inquire about it in the country of craftsmen, you can know. Looking for a restaurant, Kakashi took Fengwuxiexu to sit down, ordered some food, and then asked the store. Do you know where Mifune's home is? The man was visibly stunned, then looked at Kakashi a few times. Kakashi was not wearing a forehead guard at this time, but the white tooth knife was still on his back. The shopkeeper seemed to understand something, and said, Are you looking for the samurai Mifune-san? See, you are also carrying a sword. You must have come to apprentice. Mifune-san's house walked towards the end of this street, and then turned. It's just a bend. It's easy to recognize, because there are many samurai swords painted on the door of Mifune-san's house. Thank you. Kakashi thanked him. As for the misunderstanding in the store's mouth, Kakashi didn't want to clarify at all. Perhaps it is safer to be misunderstood in this way, and no one will think that he is a ninja to perform the task. Welcome, it should be. Mr. Mifune is very nice. Come on, the store owner said happily. Kakashi nodded, thanking him. The store did not continue to stay. After all, there was a shortage of manpower in the store, and it was a busy time at this time. Kakashi said to Xiexu, Xiexu, we will go to Mr. Mifune after we finish our meal. How do you think? Xiexu's expression was a little gloomy, but she still agreed. Kakashi didn't care. Excuse me, is Mr. Mifune home? Kakashi knocked on the door full of pictures of samurai swords and asked softly. Soon, the door opened, and the one who opened the door was a middle-aged man who didn't look burly, but his hands looked very powerful, and there were calluses on the tiger's mouth. He was obviously a swordsman, and Kakashi felt a sense of it on his body. A breath of danger. But at this time Kakashi's heart was full of shock. This face, so familiar. Mifune, by the way, it is the leader of that iron country. Why is he in the country of craftsmen? Kakashi's heart was full of doubts, but he didn't say anything. The man looked at Kakashi, somewhat puzzled, and said, You are looking for me? Kakashi said, Yes, I am entrusted by the monarch of the snow country, Fengwuxiexu, to bring his daughter Fengwuxiexu to you. Zaugs, what happened to him? How could you let you bring Xiaogs to me? Mifune was obviously taken aback. At this time, she also recognized that the little girl next to Kakashi was Fengwuxiexu's daughter, Fengwuxiexu. A few years ago, Mifune had seen Xiexu when she visited Fengwuxiexu in the snow country. I regret to tell you that Fengwuxiexu's brother Fengwurushing is plotting a coup. At this time Fengwuxiexu is probably already, Kakashi said halfway, but did not continue. But it is clear that Mifune has understood Kaka West means. Damn it, Mifune said harshly. Koki grabbed Kakashi's hand in fear, as if this was the only way to feel safe. Seeing this, Mifune calmed down the anger in his heart and said, You come in first. Kakashi was also welcome, and led Xiexu and followed Mifune into the house. With Mifune's character, he shouldn't harm himself. Kakashi thought so. Chapter 10 The Past of the White Teeth. The residence of Mifune is a very common Japanese style. There is nothing surprising about it. If there is any difference, it is probably because there are many different knives hanging here. This little brother, please sit down, Mifune said. Kakashi sat on the futon and said, Thank you. Little brother is from Konoha village, right? Mifune said. Yes. But how did you know? Kakashi was a little puzzled. At this time, He was not wearing Konoha's uniform, nor was he wearing a forehead guard. The writing wheel was wrapped in a white cloth strip by himself. Kakashi didn't know that he was wearing Konoha's uniform. Where is the identity exposed? Snow Country is the closest to Konoha village, and Konoha's reputation is also the best. Naturally, he asked Konoha for help. Mifune explained. That's it. It seems that Zoksu knew that she was powerless, so she asked Konoha for help. Mifune sighed and said, Kakashi silently, as a ninja, does not make any comments on employers. Xiexu on the side was also silent, obviously thinking of her father. After a while, Kakashi got up and said, Mr. Mifune, Xiexu will leave it to you. My mission is complete, so I'll leave. Brother Kakashi, are you leaving? Don't leave Xiexu alone. Xiexu looked at Kakashi with tears in her eyes. Kakashi felt helpless for a while. At this time, Xiexu hadn't developed the nasty character in the future. He was a very cute little loli. Kakashi was really helpless with this. Little Gs, you follow Mr. Mifune. Will you come to Konoha village to find me to play in the future? Kakashi touched Xiexu's head and said, But Kakashi brother, Koki doesn't want to leave you. After 3 days of getting along, Xiexu, the little girl who had lost everything, relied on Kakashi. But Kakashi was absolutely impossible to bring such a little girl back to Konoha. Her identity is too special. Konoha is in a period of weakness at this time, and can't stand any toss at all. Sorry, Xiexu, I can't take you away, Kakashi said. Xiexu cried loudly when she heard this. Mifune said, Little brother, it seems Xiexu is very reluctant to bear you. Kakashi said helplessly, Mr. Mifune, you should know that Xiexu is not safe with me. Mifune knew it, and understood that Kakashi couldn't take care of Xiexu, not to mention that this was entrusted to him by his friend Zoksu. So how could he fake it? I understand. Xiexu will leave it to me, Mifune said. Thank you. Kakashi finished speaking and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Mifune's pupils shrank and suddenly said, Wait a minute. Kakashi was taken aback, turned around and said, What's the matter? Mr. Mifune, little brother, is the knife behind you the blade of white teeth? Mifune's voice was trembling, and even more inexplicable. Kakashi was alert for an instant. White Fang has made a lot of enemies in the ninja world. If this Mifune is an enemy, I'm afraid it will be difficult today. The atmosphere was tense for a while, seeming to notice Kakashi's nervousness. Mifune said, Don't worry, I am not Shumo's enemy, I am his friend. Kakashi relaxed when he heard the words. Shumo was Kakashi's father, Konoha Byaya's name. Yes, it's my father's saber, the blade of the white tooth, but it's broken now, Kakashi said, pulling out the broken white tooth knife behind him. Mifune looked at the blade of the white tooth that had broken more than half of it. A flash of memory flashed in his eyes, and reached out to take it, and said, It really is Shuamo's blade of white tooth. At the time of separation, I really didn't expect that Shuamo would rely on such a hand. Ordinary blade, unexpectedly broke through the big name. Mr. Mifune, do you know my father? Kakashi asked curiously. Mifune nodded and said, Yes, when I was young, I tried to compete with Shuamo, but unfortunately, I was defeated at the time, but I didn't know each other. I became friends with Shuamo. I don't want to blink for so many years. In the past, Shuamo's children are all this old. Mifune was a little bit embarrassed when he said that. After all, that was already nearly 10 years ago. Kakashi was silent, not knowing what to say, but he didn't seem to think that Mifune and Beifang were friends. It's no wonder that they are both masters who use knives, and it's not strange to know each other. Your father died young. I wonder how many skills you learned from your father? Mifune asked suddenly. Ashamed. I'm afraid I haven't even reached my father's level, Kakashi said with shame. Let me see you practice, Mifune said. Seeing this, Kakashi did not refuse. Mifune was a master of swordsmanship, and even defeated the Sanshou fish in the Fourth Ninja World War. If you can get the guidance of Mifune, Kakashi's knife skills will definitely advance. In the absence of chakra, the sword technique is another way to improve strength. Kakashi walked into the courtyard and slowly danced the flagwood sword technique among the cherry blossoms flying all over the sky. The flagwood sword technique was perfected step by Hatake Tsukumo, broad and profound, but Kakashi is obviously still far away from decking. A few minutes later, Kakashi finished casting a complete set of flagwood swordsmanship, and waited quietly for Mifune's evaluation. Mifune thought for a while and said, "Kakashi, your swordsmanship only takes the form of shuamao, but not the meaning of shuamao. Although it is quite rare for your age. But you have to remember, the knife must have faith, and a knife without faith will be dull." Kakashi thought about Mifune's words, and asked, "What is the belief of the sword?" Mifune smiled and said, "When you want to understand why you wield the knife, you will understand what is the belief in the knife. Your talent is outstanding. As long as you work hard, I believe you will surpass Shuamao." Kakashi stood up and said, "Thank you, Mr. Mifune, for your advice. No, I have also received Shuamao's favor. If it is just a little instruction, it's nothing. By the way, I think your white tooth blade is broken. Don't you plan to rebuild it?" With this plan, this time I come to the country of craftsmanship to create a knife that suits me, Kakashi said. "It just so happens that I know an excellent blacksmith in this country of craftsmanship, so let me take you to find him to make a sword. My katana and Kurosawa are also made there. I believe you will be satisfied." Mifune said. He touched the black hilt of his waist. "Really? Thank you so much," Kakashi said with joy. In the country of craftsmanship, Kakashi is unfamiliar with his birthplace. It is not easy to find a master who is willing to make a knife for himself. If Mifune helps, it will definitely save a lot of effort. Chapter 11 Instant Step. In the country of craftsmen, in a forge, an old blacksmith is constantly beating the iron block. Kakashi followed Mifune, and Koki followed. Mifune said, "Zuo-yan, it's time for business." The old blacksmith raised his head, glanced at Mitsubun, then at Kakashi, and said, "Is it for this boy?" Kakashi heard the words and walked up and said, "It's me. I don't know if the old man can help me build a good knife." "Yes, but the materials are at your own expense," the old blacksmith said. This, Kakashi took out the white tooth broken knife on his back and said, "Old sir, I only have this broken knife. Can you make me some more materials and build one?" "The price? Don't worry, I will give it." The old blacksmith took the white fang's blade, weighed it, and said, "Although this knife is a rare metal that can transmit chakras, it has been broken. With just this little bit, I'm afraid it can't even be made. As for other materials, I don't pass the rare metals of chakra here." Kakashi was a little helpless. He originally thought that the Congress of Crafts had this kind of metal, but he didn't expect that the old blacksmith didn't have it. At this time, Mitsune took out a peculiar ore from the package and said, "This should be fine." When the old blacksmith saw the ore, his eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "Yes, it's a good thing." "Where did you come from?" "Haha, by accident." Mifune laughed. "Mr. Mifune, this is a shame," Kakashi said. "It's okay, I already have Kurosawa with a knife, and this metal can still pass the chakra. I don't have that thing, and it's useless to keep it, and this is what I owe Shumao. This ... Thanks a lot." "No, you can inherit White Fang's knife skills and just carry it forward." "Don't worry, I will," Kakashi said solemnly. "Zuo-yan, how long does this knife take?" Mifune asked. 3 days is enough. Don't worry about my technique. Naturally, otherwise I won't find you either. Then come and get it in 3 days, and don't give it away." The old blacksmith finished speaking, took the iron ore in, and started refining. "This guy is still the same." Mifune smiled bitterly and shook his head, then turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, you'll live at my house for these 3 days. There are some things that I need to tell you." "Okay, thank you Mr. Mifune." "Welcome." "Xiexu also needs you to accompany her more," Mifune said and glanced at Xiexu. Xiexu looked at the two of them innocently, looking very cute. In the courtyard where the cherry blossoms fall, Kakashi is dancing with a long knife and practicing the flagwood knife. Mifune watched from the sidelines, nodding from time to time. Naturally, this long knife was not the one Kakashi wanted to build, but Mifune first lent Kakashi to practice it. Seeing Kakashi finished dancing, Mifune said, "Kakashi, your sword can only go here for the time being. You have the shape of a sword, and what's left is the faith of the sword, which is the meaning of the sword." Kakashi put the knife into its sheath, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Mifune, for your advice." "Oh, yes, Kakashi, I'm using a knife. You seem to have a look," Mifune said. "Okay." Kakashi's eyes lit up, and it was a time for Kakashi to increase his knowledge to see Mifune's swordsmanship. Mifune drew out his Kurosawa sword and danced among the cherry blossoms. The swordsmanship was fierce, but there was a sense of benevolence, which looked very strange. The pace of the three ships is even more weird, and the speed makes Kakashi a little dumbfounded. I subconsciously wanted to open the writing wheel to see what was going on, but after all I resisted it. After all, this may be the secret technique of the other party. Copying it without the consent of others is really unreasonable. If it is an enemy, there is nothing to say, but Mifune is not, and a friend of White Teeth. Mifune pulled the sword into its sheath and said, "Kakashi, what do you see?" Mr. Mifune's sword technique is really superb. It seems that there is a strange spiritual power attached to his sword, Kakashi said. Mifune laughed when he heard the words, as expected of Shumo's child. He is really talented. Yes, that is the meaning of the sword. I believe you will get this kind of belief in the sword in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Mifune, for your appreciation. Besides these, what else do you see? Mifune asked. This. Mr. Mifune's footwork seems a bit unusual. It looks very weird and quick. It's a bit like the Shunshu technique, but it is much more flexible than the Shunshu technique. You can see it. Yes, this footwork is indeed similar to the instantaneous technique, but it does not require chakra at all. Do you know who invented this footwork? I don't know, Kakashi said, shaking his head. This person is familiar to you. Kakashi's pupils shrank and said, "Could it be my father?" Yes, it is Shuamao. At the beginning, Shuamao transformed this kind of footwork suitable for martial artists based on the instantaneous technique, and taught it to me. Have you not learned it? Mifune looked a little confused. Kakashi shook his head and smiled bitterly, and said, "No, my father died young, and many moves were not taught to me. My current flagwood sword technique is only learned according to the book." So that's the case. Then I will teach you this instant step. After all, it is a move created by your father. It is really strange if you descendants can't, Mifune said. Thank you, Mr. Mifune. No, you are optimistic. This footwork is called Shunbu, Mifune said, and demonstrated this footwork again. Kakashi did not open the writing wheel, but just looked at it with his own eyes. In order for Kakashi to see clearly, Mifune moved very slowly, and at the same time was also talking about the principle of power generation and attention to problems. After the demonstration, Mifune asked, "How about Kakashi?" Kakashi didn't answer right away, but closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. After a while, Kakashi opened his eyes, a gleam of enlightenment flashed, and smiled. "Mr. Mifune, I think I understand." "Oh, then you try?" Mifune said in surprise. "Just watch it again." Does Kakashi really do? Kakashi didn't talk nonsense, and disappeared in place with a little toe, and appeared 5 meters away in the next second. This. Mifune was dumbfounded, but he really did. Although it is only a preliminary grasp, it is indeed possible. This kind of comprehension is simply terrifying. Really worthy of being Shumo's son. The last Mifune could only say that. "Mr. Mifune, thank you very much," Kakashi said gratefully. Mifune waved his hand and said, "You are welcome. This is your family's stuff. I am just teaching it on my behalf." Shunbu is a kind of physical skill. As long as the physical quality continues to increase, it will become more and more terrifying. today's Kakashi is just a beginner's path. Even Mifune is far from reaching success. How terrible is the real Shunpo? Is it comparable to the legendary Shushin's Ishui? But today's Shishui is probably just a 7 or 8-year-old kid. I am afraid that its unique instantaneous technique has not yet been developed. Chapter 12. Back to the village 3 days later, Kakashi looked at the long knife in his hand, about 1 meter long, with a single-sided blade, and the blade appeared silvery white. Kakashi danced smoothly twice, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The old blacksmith Zuo-yan said, "This knife uses your previous broken knife and the iron ore given by Sunquan. It took me 3 days to build it. It can be regarded as one of the ninjas that I have built in my life. It's the pinnacle." "Thank you, old sir," Kakashi said, inserting the long knife into the scabbard. "No. This is my profession. I just hope that you can make this knife resound in the ninja world in the future, so that it won't be useless for me to create it. By the way, you can give this knife a name," Zuo-yan said. "Just call Qianting," Kakashi said casually. "Okay, I have no regrets in my life after creating this knife," Zuo-yan said. "Zuo-yan, so there is no fighting spirit. People should go forward courageously. You have to believe that you can build a better endurance," Mifune said. "Ha ha ha, you are right." Zuo-yan stroked his palm and laughed. "Mr. Mifune, I have stayed here for several days. It's time to go back to the village," Kakashi said. "Yes, go. I will leave here in a few days and go back to the Iron Country. You have time to visit me, and Xiexu will miss you too," Mifune said. Today, Xiexu did not come with him, but stayed at Mifune's house. She probably felt the parting atmosphere, so she couldn't bear it. "Okay, if I pass by the Iron Country in the future, I will visit you." "Okay." After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and left. After nearly half a month was spent before and after this task, it was time to return to Konoha village. But the gain this time is not small. First, he fought against such a powerful Shangnin as Lanya Xwibang, gained a little experience, and then learned the instant step of the 3 ships, and finally got this chakra sword Kyanto. Kakashi is very satisfied with the gain this time, and this time I can repair it for about a week when I go back this time. I can also organize what I have learned this week, and I have learned almost the seal of the 4 elephants, and the problem of writing round eyes is probably it can be solved. However, Kakashi planned to use the method of unblocking the seal to write the ring after he learned it. Otherwise, when it is in danger, the right ring cannot be used. It would be cheating. After all, a large part of Kakashi's strength now depends on Shaolin Yan, not to mention Shaolin Yan is indeed an artifact. Not to mention, the fact that ninjutsu can be replicated is very useful. Can save a lot of effort. With such a plan in his heart, Kakashi didn't worry. Swordsmanship has reached the bottleneck, and the breakthrough can only be seen as an opportunity. Kakashi's swordsmanship is only when he understands the meaning of the sword, and many powerful swordsmanship in the flagward swordsmanship can be used. Kakashi is very greedy for these swordsmanship. Each of them has no less power than Shidori, and some of them have sleevel profound meaning. 3 days later, Kakashi finally returned to the village of Konoha. Naruto office. 3 generations of adults. The mission of the Snow Country has been completed, Kakashi said, handing the scroll of the mission summary to the 3rd generation of Hokage. 3 generations of Naruto took it, looked at it, and said, "Very well done, Kakashi, this task is just like that. You go and rest first, I will give you another task in a week." "Yes." 3 generations of adults. Kakashi finished speaking and left. Kakashi did a good job in this task, and it feels like people are a little different. Without the lifeless feeling before, is it already out of the shadows? The 3rd generation of Hokage couldn't help but say happily. What the 3 generations did not know is that the current Kakashi is no longer the original Kakashi. Although the memory ability is all there, the dominant thought has become someone else. Kakashi returned home, unloaded all his gear, and lay on the bed. Hurrying back all the way, even Kakashi's current physique can't stand it. The exhaustion made Kakashi fall asleep quickly. When I woke up again, It was time for the moon to rise. Kakashi clutched his groaning belly, rubbed a silver white hair, and got up lazily. There was no one at home for half a month, so naturally there would be no food, so Kakashi got dressed and planned to go out and eat something. Before leaving with Kakashi outside, a lot of changes have taken place. More than 20 days have passed since the Nine Tails Rebellion, and many houses in the village have been rebuilt. After all, he is a ninja, and his efficiency is much higher. Kakashi looked around to see which restaurant was open. Soon, Kakashi's eyes were attracted by a small shop. Ramen was nicknamed Konoha's #1 delicacy by netizens in previous lives. A faint smile appeared under Kakashi's mask, and he didn't hesitate now. Since Konoha was reborn, how could he not try it? Welcome. The uncle, dressed in a white chef's uniform, said hello with a smile. The current Uncle Beta looks much younger, and Chenpu is just a 7 or 8-year-old girl at this time, following the Uncle Beta. Hello, can I have a bowl of miso ramen? Kakashi said. Okay, wait a while, said the Uncle Hand Beta. The noodle soup in ya ramen is ready. You only need to put the noodles in and cook them, and then put them on the plate, so it doesn't take long. Kakashi was sitting on the chair, and there was no one at the ya ramen at this time, and the meal was over, so it looked a little empty. Okay, your miso ramen is ready. Please use it slowly, Uncle Handbeat said. Thanks, I started, Kakashi said and took a sip of the soup, which was delicious. It's delicious, Kakashi said. Haha, that is, this soup is a secret recipe that I have studied for a long time, and it tastes great. This noodle is also made with a unique method, and it is very flexible. The Uncle Handbeater was very happy to see someone praise his work. Uncle, you are really a great cook, Kakashi said with feelings. This is not Kakashi's conclusion because of this bowl of noodles. At the beginning of the plot, among ordinary villagers, only the uncle who beat Naruto had never disliked Naruto, and often asked Naruto to eat noodles on credit. Kakashi appreciates this blind obedience mentality alone. The reason why Naruto likes to eat ya ramen is probably not only because the noodles are delicious, but more importantly, the temperature in the noodles made Naruto very moved. Haha, thank you for your compliment. I remember you. You seem to be a disciple of the 4th generation of adults, right? Uncle Handbeat suddenly thought of this. Watergate did bring Kakashi 3 people here to eat ramen. It's a pity that Watergate and Lin died, and the soil fell into the darkness. Now Kakashi is alone. Yes, I really miss those days, Kakashi said with emotion. Uncle Handbeater seemed to realize that he had said something and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I mentioned your sad thing. It's okay, I'm ready to eat. Goodbye, Uncle Beaten. Kakashi finished the last bite in the bowl, put the flour on the table, turned and left. Dad, who is that big brother wearing a mask? Chenpu asked curiously. Hee, Chenpu, that elder brother is just a poor man, said the uncle of the hand, picking up the calamus in a meaningful way. Chapter 13 Seal Right Round Eyes. In Kakashi's house, Kakashi sat on the ground, surrounded by some strange techniques. If you understand the doorway, you will know that this is the seal of the 4 elephants. Kakashi closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. There were so many candles all around, the whole room looked a little horrible. Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes, a normal eye and a scarlet writing wheel eye. Looking around, Kakashi murmured, it's almost there, the preparations are done, and now I will seal the writing wheel first. I'm sorry. Quickly unseal the seal with both hands, and drank gently. Seal of the 4 elephants. In an instant, a strange force suppressed the evil force in Kakashi's writing wheel. Kakashi could feel that the chakra that was originally injected into the eyes of the writing wheel was quickly pulling away, and there were more and more chakras in his body. Double. 3 times. 4 times, until the writing wheel eyes were completely suppressed by the 6 yang seal, and completely sealed. Kakashi felt his energy relaxed, and the oppression in his mind completely disappeared. The seal is complete. Kakashi felt the sea of lucidity for a while, and once again felt the chakra in his body. Kakashi was ecstatic in his heart. Chakra has increased tenfold. For a moment, Kakashi felt that his body was filled with extremely powerful power, and that powerful feeling made Kakashi almost lost himself in an instant. Is this the feeling of abundant chakras? Is this the amount of chakras I should have? Sure enough, worthy of the name of genius, this is the level of chakras that should be. This level, let alone 2,000 times it's a bird, even 20 times there is no problem at all. Kakashi knew at this time how much chakra was consumed by the original writing wheel. Zwinyan occupies too much mental energy. If the Uchiha clan uses 1 chakra for using Zwinyan, then Kakashi's chakra for using Zwinyan is 10. This gap is simply terrifying. What's more frightening is that Kakashi's writing wheel cannot be closed yet, which causes Kakashi's writing wheel to consume his chakra all the time. Originally, Kakashi would use the forehead to cover the writing wheel eye. On the one hand, it protects the writing wheel eye, and on the other hand, it will slightly reduce the consumption of the writing wheel eye. At this time Kakashi completely sealed the writing wheel eyes, only to feel that his chakra had grown to this extent. The number of such chakras, even if they have not reached the shadow level, is not far off. If my total chakra can continue to grow, even if it's fairy magic, I have the qualifications to practice. Kakashi couldn't help but his eyes brightened when he thought of this. The basic condition of celestial practice is to chakra huge, and this is precisely the shortcoming of Kakashi. But now with a seal, the chakra that was originally used to support the chakra was completely liberated, and the number of chakras in Kakashi's horror was also released. And now Kakashi is only 14 years old. Chakra can still grow, and it is growing rapidly. Kakashi clenched his fists, looking forward to the future for a while. Touching the sealed Shellunion, Kakashi pulled down his forehead to cover it. One is to prevent people from discovering that he has sealed the Shellunion, and the other is because of the sealed Shellunion. Nothing can be seen, and it has no effect if it is not covered. Although the Shellunion was sealed, it did not mean that Kakashi gave up the Shellunion. This is a big killer, especially the divine power of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, which involves space ninjutsu, which is a godlike skill, and Kakashi can't give up at all. It's just that writing round eyes now does more harm than good to Kakashi. Kakashi is also thinking about how to reduce the consumption of the writing wheel to the point where it can be used normally, but he has no clue. If you want to let the natural blood fusion, the Kakashi in the original work has not improved significantly after 17 years. Obviously, this road will not work. Therefore, Kakashi can only think of other ways. At present, there is no way. It does not mean that there has been no way. Kakashi believes that everything has a solution, but he has not found it. In fact, it cannot be said that there is no at all. At least the cells between the senshi pillars are one way. But Kakashi is really repellent to this kind of thing, and once it is found, Konoha can't stay, so Kakashi doesn't not consider putting down this idea for the time being. After sealing the writing wheel eyes, Kakashi was in a good mood, took out the 1000-ting sword on the bedside, jumped out, and danced the flag-wooden sword in the courtyard. The familiar tricks seem to have become more powerful in Kakashi's hands. Kakashi can feel that the terrifying physical power generated by the skyrocketing chakra seems to be able to split mountains and rivers with every knife. Kakashi knew that this was an illusion caused by the skyrocketing power, and he had not yet reached this level at this time. Waving it over and over again, sweat soaked Kakashi's clothes, and after a few hundred times, Kakashi finally stopped, panting heavily. The remaining right eye didn't have a trace of fatigue, but there was an incomparable drive. What if there is no writing wheel? Couldn't my son of White Fang, Kakashi Hagai, be able to make his name? The 1000-ting knife in the right hand exudes a dazzling light of thunder, and Kakashi sighed softly. 1000 Bird's Blade. 1000-ting knife was instantly covered by the powerful thunder attribute chakra. The original Onomata blade became more than 5 meters, and it was mixed with the sound of Chidori. Kakashi was indifferent to this, but quietly looked at the 1,000 Tingdao that turned into a long blade in front of him. Under the light of thunder, Kakashi's face looked mysterious. At this moment, he is not writing round eyes Kakashi, he is Hagai Kakashi. Kakashi belongs to the Flagwood family. A quarter of an hour later, the thunder on the 1,000 Ting blade disappeared without a trace, and Kakashi half kneeled on the ground in black. The continued consumption of chakra made Kakashi a little unbearable. Even if chakra had just made a big progress, he couldn't hold up such a consumption. Half kneeling on the ground, Kakashi didn't feel tired at all, but excited. It was an eagerness to try. From today, who can say that he is a half-hearted Hajime, with all kinds of weird ninjutsu, terrifying battle analysis instinct, and abundant chakra? Can such Kakashi be a weak person? Kakashi believes that in time, even if Uchiha Madara regenerates, he can fight against one, and even win. Everything started tonight, a peaceful but extraordinary night. The newborn Kakashi took his first step different from the original, and it was also the first step to change his destiny. Chapter 14. I met Yamato for the first time under the village of Konoha. There is a dark organization called Gen. Konoha is bathed in sunlight, while the root is struggling in the darkness, and in this darkness, there is a man who controls the darkness. This person is Danzo. Most of his body was wrapped in bandages, and one eye was also bandaged. There were several rooted ninjas standing beside Danzo, their heads lowered, and they were listening to Danzo's orders. For a long time, Danzo opened his mouth and said, "You guys, tomorrow you will assassinate the third generation of Hokage who is going to the daimyo office to apply for a new role as Hokage. The village is declining in his hands, and he must not be allowed to become Hokage again." "Yes, Lord Danzo." The ninjas immediately responded when they heard the words. Like a group of puppets without thinking, even the shadows of their own village were assassinated as simply. In the Naruto office, Kakashi is facing the three generations of Naruto. Sarutobi. "Kakashi, tomorrow I will go to the daimyo mansion to apply to Redult Hokage to handle Konoha's affairs, so I hope you can lead the members of ANB to me." Kakashi was taken aback. How did this plot feel a bit familiar? By the way, isn't this about Danzang going to assassinate three generations? Why didn't Danzo find himself? Kakashi's stupefaction made the third generation a little inexplicable, and asked, "What's wrong with Kakashi? Is there any problem?" "No, it's nothing. Three generations of adults. It is good that you are going to regain the position of Hokage, but if you are afraid that the bad guys will attack you halfway, it is better to divide the army into two groups and let me pretend to be an adult and walk the road, and the adults will go Xiaolu this way. Even if something goes wrong, it won't delay the time to meet the master." Kakashi thought for a while, still felt that the third generation should be allowed to take a safe route. Otherwise, if something really happened, the fun would be great, and if something happened to the third generation, the plot would be completely messed up. In fact, Kakashi didn't believe it. Just the few people sent by the roots could really kill the three generations. You know, the three generations at this time are not as old as the beginning of the plot. Not to mention it, it is a matter of minutes to kill a shadow-level powerhouse like Orochimaru. How could it be possible for such a powerful three generations to be killed by those small characters? But Kakashi didn't want any accidents. If Danzo really mastered some ninjutsu to restrain the three generations and kill the three generations, then it would be a big game. After hearing Kakashi's words, the third generation of Hokage felt a little strange, but also felt very reasonable. So he said, "What you say makes sense. Just do what you say." "Okay, three generations of adults. Then I will go down and make arrangements," Kakashi said. "Okay. Thanks for your hard work." Three generations of adults are serious. Kakashi finished speaking, and left Hokage's office. Watching Kakashi leave, the third generation of Hokage showed a smile. Strange, why didn't Danzo come to find himself? Kakashi felt a little strange. According to the original book, Danzo should have come to instigate himself. Why didn't he come? What Kakashi didn't know was that Danzo did have this plan originally, But after observing Kakashi recently, Danzo gave up this plan. Because the Kakashi at this time is different from the Kakashi in the original book. It is not so shameful, and the darkness is not so deep. Naturally, Danzo will not come to instigate such Kakashi. Not only will it not succeed, but it will be exposed. His own plan. So Kakashi was abandoned by Danzo. Kakashi couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think about it. Since Danzo can't provoke him, let him go, because he doesn't want to deal with Danzo anyway. To say who is the most hated among Hokage, Danzo is basically the first one that is proper, and it can't be washed away. Under the banner of being good for Konoha, the damage caused to Konoha is not much at all. What's more, many tragedies in Hokage were caused by Danzo himself. Therefore, for such a character, Kakashi adheres to the principle of being able to provoke and not provoke. The next day, Kakashi used the transformation technique to transform into a third-generation Hokage according to the plan, and followed Anb on the road. It was very quiet along the way. Just when Kakashi thought that Danzo had given up this battle, a group of ninjas with strange masks appeared. Upon seeing this, the following Anb immediately greeted them, fought with these ninjas, and was immediately led away by these ninjas. Upon seeing this, Kakashi quickly increased his vigilance. If you didn't guess wrong, you should meet Yamato next. Sure enough, a young ninja wearing a mask suddenly appeared, looking straight at Kakashi, who had turned into a third-generation Naruto. The hands are sealed, young drink, wouldn't escape. The technique of the big forest. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and sure enough, this boy was Yamato. Except Yamato, no one in this world can use Mu escape. Kakashi directly cancelled the transformation technique, and the Chidori appeared in his hand instantly, a spear, which completely shattered Mudun, and at the same time kicked Yamato's chest. No, it should be called Jia's chest at this time. The Chidori were still singing, shining in the big and immature eyes. Kakashi whispered, "Mudun, who are you?" Although he knew that Yamato would not answer, Kakashi still wanted to ask this sentence in order not to reveal the stuff. Seeing that Yamato didn't answer, Kakashi retracted the Chidori who was singing, and said, "Go, one day Konoha will need you." Unlike Kakashi's guess in the original book, Kakashi really knows that Yamato will be useful to Konoha in the future. Yamato obviously froze for a while, but immediately fled the scene. His instinct told him that the guy in front of him who was no more than 3 years older than himself was very strong, and he was not an opponent at all. In the Naruto office, the 3 generations who met with the daimyo have returned, and have been reappointed by Naruto. 3 generations of adults. Among the assassins this time, there is a ninja who uses Mudun. Although he is not powerful, he is indeed Mudun undoubtedly, Kakashi said. Oh, 3 generations were also taken aback. Unexpectedly there were still people in this world who could use Mudun. Kakashi, I know about this, you go down. 3 generations thought about it, and finally said, yes, 3 generations of adults. Kakashi, I see your changes in my eyes, and I am very pleased that you can get out of the darkness so quickly and continue to work hard. 3 generations said suddenly. Kakashi was taken aback. Apparently he did not expect that the 3rd generation would suddenly talk about this matter. Kakashi lowered his head and said, thank you 3 generations of adults for your concern. I'm fine now. 3 generations smiled and said, that's good. Go. Konoha still needs younger generations like you, and in the future, this huge Konoha will still need your support. 3 generations of these words actually regarded Kakashi so seriously, Kakashi couldn't help feeling a little flattered. 3 generations of adults are serious. Chapter 15 Jiraiya Kakashi left the Hokage office, not knowing what he was thinking about. Kakashi was not surprised by the importance of the 3rd generation of Hokage, but Kakashi was a little surprised when the 3rd generation said so. But Kakashi didn't want to think too much. At present, improving his own strength is the first place. Today Jiraiya and Orochimaru both returned to Konoha. At this time, Orochimaru had not defected, But Kakashi remembered that the day when Orochimaru defected was not far away. Jiraiya is also a character that Kakashi admired very much in his previous life. At the same time, it is also a very important role in the hearts of thousands of Naruto fans. When Jiraiya also died, the entire circle of Naruto fans seemed a little low, showing the horror of his popularity. Therefore, whether it is because of the relationship between the original Kakashi and Jiraiya, or the appreciation of Jiraiya in the previous life, Kakashi intends to meet this ninja who will carry out ninja to the end. With his body rising and falling, Kakashi disappeared in place, trotting all the way, and when he stopped, Kakashi had already arrived at the door of Jiraiya's residence. Although Jiraiya has not been in Konoha for a long time since the end of the three wars, no one dared to move his house. Nonsense. Who dares to move the house of one of the three ninjas? Jiraiya came back this time because of the death of Prajanam. He came back to express condolences to Prajanam. Jiraiya's mood at this time is definitely not happy. After all, his most diligent and most satisfying apprentice died. This kind of blow can be imagined. It's just that since he became an adult, he no longer exposed this kind of sadness, and instead faced the world with a cynical face. When Kakashi came, Jiraiya was also sitting by the window, flipping through some bad magazines. Master Jiraiya, Kakashi called out from the tree by the window. Jiraiya also looked up, then lowered his head again, and said, "Oh, it's Kakashi. Why come to me today? I remember you are still in the dark part. There should be a lot of tasks. I just completed a task. I have a few days to rest. Oh, is there anything to come to me? Is there something to ask this immortal?" Jiraiya said with a laugh. "Master Jiraiya, I would like to ask you some questions about Teacher Watergate." Ignoring Jiraiya's tricks, Kakashi directly asked his own question. Hearing the name of Watergate, Jiraiya was obviously more serious, put down the bad magazine in his hand, looked at Kakashi, and said, "Watergate, what do you want to say?" Master Jiraiya. Master Watergate tried desperately to protect Konoha, but his children's experience turned out to be like this. "Do you think Master Watergate is worth it?" Jiraiya let out a scrutiny gaze, and looked straight at Kakashi. Kakashi felt cold, and the hairs all over his body stood up. At this moment, Kakashi almost wanted to draw a knife to resist. But for a moment, this feeling disappeared, and Jiraiya also withdrew the horrible gaze, and said, "Kakashi, Watergate sacrificed himself for the village. He is a hero. The village treats his son like this. It is indeed a bit too much. But there is no way. Naruto has a 9-tailed body and his mission is like this. Watergate should have thought of this when he used Naruto as Renzulai. But do you know why he still chose Naruto as Renzulai? Isn't it because of the blood of the Whirlpool clan? This is only part of the reason. Mizuman trusts his children and feels that in the future Naruto will definitely accomplish what he hasn't done. Kyuubi is a guarantee for Naruto by Mizuman, and everything now is nothing but Naruto given by Mizuman. Human test. Kakashi was puzzled. Yes. Only a ninja who has experienced the darkness of the world can know how to face the sun, and only a person who knows the darkness of the world can save the darkness of this world. But this is too much for Naruto. Besides, is Mr. Watergate not afraid that Naruto will fall into the dark? Kakashi, you don't understand. Watergate believes in Naruto, just because he is his child, that's all. Just because you believe. Do you do this to your children? I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Although Kakashi knew the fate of Naruto afterwards, he still couldn't bear what happened to Naruto now. Ha, don't worry, there are 3 generations, and Naruto won't let Naruto go into the darkness. Jiraiya laughed and changed back to his cynical appearance. I hope so. Kakashi would ask this question. But it was just not worth it for what happened to Naruto now. Although Naruto is just born now, Kakashi knows that even the nanny who raised Naruto is not good at him, and some villagers hate him even more. If it weren't for the protection of the Amb sent by the 3 generations, I am afraid that Naruto had already been killed by someone. Kakashi, You are a little different. Jiraiya said suddenly. Kakashi's heart was stunned. He didn't understand why Jiraiya also mentioned this suddenly. Is it just that his own changes have been so obvious, whether it is 3 generations, Kai, or Zilai? They all say that they have changed. In the past, you wouldn't ask such questions. The most likely thing is to let your freedom go. Now you actually care about others, and you have already begun to walk out of the darkness. Jiraiya also laughed. Kakashi is silent. After all, he is not the real Kakashi. Although he inherits everything from Kakashi, he is not Kakashi after all. Therefore, the so-called darkness of Kakashi is in the fusion of Kakashi's soul. In a moment, it was gone. Perhaps because of this, even if he inherited everything from Kakashi, these people still saw the changes. You may be more like Shuamo's son now. And the knife behind you. It seems that you have picked up Shuamo's sword skills. Zilai also saw the 1,000 behind Kakashi. Ting, as if looking at the man with 1,000 soldiers, could not help but miss a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, my father's sword skills will let him bloom in the ninja world again. Kakashi nodded. Okay, very good. I'll wait for that day. I believe Shumao will be very pleased to see you like this. Okay, I will teach you a ninjutsu today. Jiraiya's topic jumped sex made Kakashi a little confused for a while. Ninjutsu? Kakashi was stunned. Yes, I think your ninjutsu is mostly attacking and lacks defense. The ninjutsu I taught you this time is called needle jizo. You can use your hair to defend yourself. It is very practical. I believe you will use it. Thank you, Mr. Jiraiya. Kakashi is not hypocritical. This kind of ninjutsu Kakashi is really lacking. Don't do it for nothing. No, you are a disciple of Watergate. That is, my disciple and grandson. It's okay to teach you something. Jiraiya also smiled. Chapter 16. Orochimaru defected. After coming out of Jiraiya's room, Kakashi returned to his home. I didn't expect that just a visit. I got a ninjutsu, and it was still a very practical defensive ninjutsu. Kakashi was a little caught off guard by Jiraiya's generosity, but for Kakashi, this is a good sign. At least Jiraiya does not exclude teaching his own ninjutsu. In this case, if he learns immortality from Zilai in the future, he might also agree to it. In this case, it can save a lot of trouble. But for the time being, Kakashi is only temporarily putting aside Xianju. For nothing else, the amount of chakra is a problem. Even if the limitations of writing round eyes were freed, Kakashi's chakra volume did not reach the standard of spiritual practice. According to Kakashi's judgment, the requirement for learning fairy magic is probably at least a chakra amount above the shadow level, and Kakashi's current goal is still a bit short. Putting Xianzu aside, Kakashi took out the scroll again and watched. Regarding the sealing technique, Kakashi didn't fully grasp it. The rest of the content needs Kakashi to understand bit by bit, so I can't rush it. Kakashi's purpose is to completely master the sealing technique, and then to exercise absolute control over the Shiluyan. It is to open it whenever you want, and to seal it whenever you want, so that it can be like a normal Uchiha tribe use the same. However, this requires a very strong ability to control chakra, as well as an absolute mastery of the seal technique. No matter which point it is not a problem that can be completed in a short time. But the other thing that made Kakashi's heart was the defection of Orochimaru. Now Yamato has been exposed, which means that the day of Orochimaru's defection is not far away. At this time, I am afraid that the 3 generations have already been eyeing the Orochimaru. After Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya will also leave, Konoha will enter a trough, and when the Uchiha clan perishes, Konoha will be the lowest in history. Having said that, Konoha is really strong and terrifying, even at the lowest point, still equal to the strength of other shinobu villages. If it weren't for this strength, I'm afraid it would have been flattened by other shinobu villages. For Dashwan, Kakashi has no ill feelings, and no superfluous feelings, and his assessment is just a scientist. It's just that this scientist is a little crazy. Orochimaru has no bottom line for scientific experiments, which violates Konoha's moral values. so naturally the sunlight that cannot survive Konoha is very suitable for roots. It's a pity that Orochimaru is only a third-generation disciple in Danzo's eyes. No matter how much trouble the two make, the relationship between the two is also a master and disciple. Therefore, Orochimaru must leave Konoha. This is Danzo's cognition. Orochimaru didn't have the idea of staying in Konoha. With his current strength, the world was so big that he could go anywhere. There was no need to hang himself on Konoha. If there is something Konoha can't bear, it is probably Sandaime and Jiraiya Tsunade. But how could a person like Orochimaru be constrained by this kind of thing? Therefore, in Kakashi's view, the defect was only a matter of time. Ignoring the ups and downs outside, Kakashi watched the scroll silently in the room alone, and Kakashi hadn't thought about the matter of fighting Orochimaru. To say that the hardest person to kill in the Naruto world, I'm afraid it is the Orochimaru. Kakashi is not interested in playing against this kind of person. What's more, today's Kakashi is not Orochimaru's opponent. In the past, it was meaningless to be boring. But Kakashi's idea is clearly not what he wanted. The next night, Kakashi received a three-generation call. Outside the Naruto office, a lot of ninjas are waiting here, and Kakashi is no exception. At this time, Kakashi was wearing Anbu costumes and a strange mask, which looked very strange. 3 generations in Naruto robes came out and said, "Everyone, Orochimaru has defected to Konoha and is now officially listed as an S-rank rebel. Your task is to bring Orochimaru back." Orochimaru holds many important aspects of Konoha, confidential. If he does successfully defect, it will be a very serious loss for Konoha. Do you know? The ninjas in the Anbu were a little surprised when they heard that Orochimaru had defected. This was Konoha's pillar, and he did not expect to defect. But everyone did not think about it. The destiny of the ninja was to perform the mission, so probably all the Anbu responded, yes, 3 generations of adults. In an instant, all the dark parts disappeared in place, and they went to chase the Orochimaru. Kakashi kept jumping in the woods, but there was no motivation in his heart. 3 generations asked these Anbus to chase Orochimaru, which is simply to deliver food. 3 generations should be very clear about the level of Orochimaru. The whole Konoha is now qualified to fight Orochimaru, which is Danzo, 3 generations, Jiraiya and Tsunade. But Danzo and Sandaime did not take action, and Tsunade was not there, and only Jiraiya would go after Orochimaru. With Jiraiya's personality, he would definitely not use his full strength when dealing with Orochimaru, just like Naruto did to Sasuke. How could it be Orochimaru's opponent without having to use all his strength? At this time, the 3 generations seemed to send Anb to chase the Orochimaru, but in fact they were just a superficial work done after the Orochimaru was enlarged. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have been killed by 3 generations while in the laboratory. Kakashi walked all the way, not in a hurry at all. Senior Kakashi. At this moment, someone came from behind. Kakashi looked back. Purple hair, the same mask, no one else, but Yuzuki Uion, one of the members of Anbu. "Sen, what's the matter?" "Senior Kakashi, I heard that Orochimaru's armor defected, so I followed along and chased him." "You?" Kakashi glanced up and down at Uion, but didn't expect this little girl to have such enthusiasm. "Senior Kakashi, don't look down on me, I'm very powerful." Seeing Kakashi looking at herself like this, Yuzuki Uion thought Kakashi looked down on herself, and was a little unhappy at the moment. "Oh, I know, let's go together, so we'll have some help later," Kakashi said casually. "Okay, Senior Kakashi." Yuzuki Uion was overjoyed when he heard this. It was a rare experience for Yuzuki Uion to perform tasks with the famous writer Kakashi. A lot of experience. Kakashi didn't speak, and accelerated instantly. Since someone followed, the original idea of making soy sauce could not be put into practice, otherwise it would be really hard to explain to the 3rd generation. This is worthy of Senior Kakashi. Yuzuki sighed in her heart, speeding up and keeping up with Kakashi's footsteps. Orochimaru defected time, refer to the animation chapter 572, defected ninja Orochimaru, defected after the death of Watergate. Chapter 17 Thunder Dance Senior Kakashi, do you know where the Orochimaru is? Yuzuki Uian asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head and said, I don't know, I can only look in this direction, and with our strength, there is no way to deal with Orochimaru. If we meet, the two of us will do it ourselves. Please be blessed. Seeing Kakashi's lack of enthusiasm, Yuzuki Uian felt a little boring, but when she thought that the object was Orochimaru, even if she had great enthusiasm, it would disappear in smoke. But Orochimaru is also a genius. Although he was in awe of a character like Orochimaru, he did not feel that he was definitely inferior to him. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers, so Orochimaru dared to rush out at this time. Senior Kakashi, although Orochimaru is famous, you are not bad. Even if you can't compare with him, I believe the difference will not be very big. Kakashi glanced at Yuzuki in surprise, wondering where she had such a great confidence in herself. You really look up to me. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Today's Kakashi, I am afraid that he doesn't even have half the strength of Orochimaru, so how could it be possible to challenge Orochimaru? No, Senior Kakashi, I believe you can. Yuzuki Uian seemed to have a terrifying confidence in Kakashi, and looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes, making Kakashi a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Kakashi had a big warning sign in his heart, stopped, and said, stop. Orochimaru was puzzled, but still stopped. Senior Kakashi, what's the matter? Yuzuki asked curiously. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, I think we are ready to escape. Okay. Before Kakashi could answer Yuzuki Uian's question, a person walked out of the grass in front, not someone else, but the defected ninja Orochimaru. Oh, there are two little mice. Orochimaru showed a smile, like a python that had found its prey, and it was full of coldness. Orochimaru took a pose in an instant, holding a long knife in her hand, as if facing a big enemy. For nothing else, the person in front of him is one of the three ninjas, a genius ninja whom the three generations call once in decades. Only when she met him, Orochimaru knew how big the gap between herself and Sannin was. Orochimaru didn't seem to intend to kill the two ninjas in front of him directly, but looked at them with a playful look, and the golden pupils made people shudder. Kakashi and Yuzuki Uian are sweating coldly. This is murderous. Kakashi must have his teeth tight, and the chakra in his body exploded in an instant. The terrifying murderous aura was also eliminated by Kakashi, and the ability to exercise was restored. Oh, I broke free? It's really interesting. Orochimaru was obviously a little surprised. Probably because he didn't expect this kid to break through his murderous shock. Orochimaru, Kakashi gasped, staring at Orochimaru. Silver white hair, it seems that you are Kakashi, but I didn't expect that Shuimaru's son is already this old. Hee. It's really interesting. I don't know your father's skills. How many levels have you learned? As Orochimaru said, she seemed to be a little eager to try, and even the defecting matter seemed to be suppressed. All of a sudden, the momentum on -1 was great. Kakashi felt that what he was facing was not a person, but a fierce snake. He seemed to be the prey of this snake and would be swallowed by it at any time. Kakashi grabbed the thousand-ting sword behind him with his right hand and held it horizontally in front of him. As for Yuzuki Uian, who has been stunned by murderous intent and unable to move, Kakashi has no extra effort to take care of her. Besides, Orochimaru is obviously more interested in Kakashi now, and will not touch a small character like Yuzuki Uian. Yes, not bad. The momentum of this sword holding is like Shumao back then. Orochimaru seemed to be getting more and more excited, and the look at Kakashi was full of anticipation. Kakashi clenched Kianting in his hand, and the chakra in his body continued to spin sharply. Kakashi knew that if a single stroke failed to produce results, I was afraid that he would never have a second shot. Therefore, the only shot. It is the opportunity for Orochimaru to give Kakashi, and it is also the opportunity for Kakashi. After a single stroke, Kakashi's life and death were between the thoughts of Orochimaru. The whole body of chakra was condensed in the right palm, the sound of thunder condensed on Confronting, and the blue electric arc kept beating on the knife. Is this? Orochimaru was a little confused, but more of it seemed to be surprised, as if this incredible trick would actually appear in this world again. Thunder dance. Kakashi drank lightly, and Confronting in his hand was like a thunder dragon in an instant, entwined with thousands of lightning bolts, which seemed compelling. Seeing the scene that appeared in Kakashi's knife, Orochimaru's eyes showed incredible, more excited. And Yuzuki Uian was completely shocked by the scene before him. Is this the strength of senior Kakashi? Didn't it mean that Kakashi Senpai's most powerful move was Chidori? So what's the matter with this sword technique? The breath coming from above gave Uzuxin a fatal feeling. Too dangerous. This was the only feeling in Uiuxin's heart. She could clearly perceive that if she was hit by this trick, she would definitely end up in death, without any exception. Ignoring the complex emotions in the two people's hearts, Kakashi swung a knife, his body followed, and the human sword seemed to merge into one. With a powerful thunder force, Kakashi swung the long knife in his hand. Dance of Thunder. One of the profound meanings in the flagwood sword technique requires a powerful chakra and sword technique cultivation base. The thunder attribute chakra is injected into the long knife. Through the use of the sword technique, the thunder dragon flow is condensed and bursts of dragons are emitted. Yin. Faced with this mighty stab, Orochimaru did not choose to hide, but chose a hidden confrontation. If you look closely, you will find that in the cold golden pupils of Orochimaru, there seems to be a hint of excitement, and Orochimaru feels that her cooling blood seems to have a tingle of heat at this moment. That kind of feeling seems to be a feeling of enthusiasm. Why do you feel this way? By the way, when I was with Shuimao, wasn't it just Jian Shuimao who used this trick to kill countless powerful enemies? That knife, that figure, people can't help but feel a little blood and nostalgia. But nostalgia goes to nostalgia, and the horror instinct that has been trained on the battlefield allows Orochimaru to respond immediately. I saw Orochimaru bit his left hand and backed away quickly, both hands forming seals at an extremely fast speed. Psychic Art. Triple Rashomon. In an instant, 3 metal gates appeared in front of Kakashi, as if they had emerged from the forest. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he secretly said, I didn't expect Orochimaru to use this trick. Chapter 18. Fighting Orochimaru with the Triple Rashomon. The defense of each gate is stronger than the previous one, and Kakashi's Thunder Dance cannot completely destroy it. With a loud bang, the first Rashomon was like paper and disappeared instantly, but the second Rashomon was like a moat, horizontally in front of Kakashi. The blue chakra arc kept jumping, and the power of the second Rasho goalkeeper Thunder Dance was completely offset. Kakashi's knife-holding movement froze in place, panting heavily. Was actually blocked, that it was unexpected that Kakashi called in a low voice. Kakashi, the Dance of Thunder, has not been learning for a long time, and it is only a preliminary grasp, but its power is already stronger than that of Chidori in normal form, and it is also Kakashi's most powerful attack now. Kakashi didn't even think about it, so he directly used this trick, hoping to injure the Orochimaru, so that both of them would have a chance to escape. But she didn't expect that the action would be so fast that Orochimaru could still react. Come over and block it. The Triple Rashomon belongs to the first generation of ninjutsu. The highest level is the 5th Rashomon. It was only used by the first generation Naruto Senjutsu. and its defensive power is outstanding. The defensive ninjutsu of the top number is sent throughout Naruto, designed to resist a wide range of ninjutsu attacks. Kakashi guessed that Orochimaru should have once received the Book of Sealing, because whether it is reincarnation or Rashomon is the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing, Orochimaru obviously got it from above. And Orochimaru is a disciple of 3 generations of Hokage. And it is not surprising that Kakashi can get the Book of Seal. At this time Kakashi was also curious about the Book of Seals, a scroll containing thousands of forbidden techniques. So Kakashi was not curious. The ninjutsu in there is not a ninjutsu that Kakashi can replicate by writing round eyes, and its power cannot be underestimated. The thoughts in Kakashi's mind flashed by. And the most important thing right now was the Orochimaru in front of him. If you are not serious, I am afraid I will explain it here today. The journey of life has just begun, and Kakashi doesn't want to end so soon. Orochimaru's figure walked out from behind the Rashomon, looked at the second Rashomon that was almost broken by Kakashi, and said with a smile, "Not bad power, although it's not as good as Shuamo's one. But it's pretty good." Orochimaru commented plainly, as if he was pointing at Junior. But the murderous aura on his body has not diminished, but has become more intense. It's really interesting little thing. I'm starting to look forward to your future. I thought you would be ruined by this cumbersome writing wheel, but now it seems that you are on a different path. Yes. Very nice. Orochimaru looked at Kakashi excitedly, as if she had discovered a novel toy. Kakashi's heart was chilled, and Orochimaru looked like she was about to dissect herself. Kakashi squeezed Confronting in his hand. Although nervous, there was no fear, and even a little excitement. This is Orochimaru, a strong shadow rank, fighting against such an opponent. How can the harvest be experience? It's that simple. I didn't want to fight with Orochimaru before because of fear, but at this time, Kakashi didn't have any fear in his heart. With Confronting in hand, Kakashi had a feeling of dominating the world. What about Orochimaru? Given time, it is just a defeat for his own men. Seeing the intent to fight in Kakashi's eyes, Orochimaru was a little surprised. I didn't expect this kid to have this intent to fight at this time, which is really rare. Haha, nice eyes. I hope you can give me a bigger surprise. Ninja. Shark Shadow Snake Hand. As Orochimaru said, several long snakes were shot from his right hand, and the hideous fangs were clearly revealed. The snake-type ninjutsu unique to Orochimaru, although it looks very disgusting, but I have to admit that it is really powerful. Kakashi was not afraid. Thunder shot from the Thousand-Ting knife, and the oncoming snake was chopped into 2 sections. But this is only the beginning. Wind escape. Big breakthrough. A gust of wind spewed out from the mouth of the big snake pill, like a 10th level hurricane, with amazing destructive power. The surrounding trees were blown away by the wind. What a terrible power. Kakashi was almost unable to open his eyes because of the strong wind. No way. If this continues, even the opponent's actions will not be clear. It seems that we still have to use the writing wheel eyes. Right round eyes. Open. Pushing his forehead upwards, the scarlet writing wheel eyes appeared on Kakashi's face instantly, and the originally blurred vision became extremely clear at this moment. The black Sangha Jade keeps turning, looking strange and charming. Oh? Did you still use the writing wheel? But a foreigner, I'm afraid it's just a burden. Orochimaru said disdainfully, seemingly dismissive of the blood inheritance boundary. But there seems to be some kind of unwillingness. Kakashi was not in the mood to experience the rich emotions of Orochimaru. After the wind escape breakthrough, Kakashi closed his right eye and looked at Orochimaru with only the writing wheel of his left eye. Feeling that the chakra in the body is constantly being lost, Kakashi did not hesitate to do more. This kind of consumption speed, at most 10 minutes. The chakra in the body will be exhausted. Instant step. Shunbu, which had been practicing for a long time, was full of vitality at this moment, but he appeared next to Orochimaru in an instant, and the speed was so fast that Orochimaru did not react for a while. Thousand-Ting swept. bring a flower. Daishiwan's expression became low in an instant, her right hand was covering her left arm, and there was a deep wound there. Orochimaru is injured. But Kakashi didn't feel any happy feeling, because at this time the killing intent in Daishiwan's eyes was almost condensed into substance. Shunbu, I didn't expect you to learn this trick of Shuimao, hee. You really gave me a lot of surprises. Orochimaru seemed to be smiling, but it gave Kakashi a very cold feeling. If it hadn't been for the violent thunder attribute chakra in his body that was still working, Kakashi would doubt that he could move. Iuxin in the back looked at everything in front of her incredulously, and Senior Kakashi actually stabbed Orochimaru. After seeing -1, Uzukixin had only one thought, and that was to run. But Kakashi was able to slash -1 with a knife. Uzuki-Uian suddenly felt that Kakashi's unsturdy back was full of a sense of reliability. Looking at the blood on his left arm, Daishiwan's face was extremely regretful. How long has it been since he bleeds? Daishiwan has forgotten it, but I didn't expect it would be planted by a junior today. An emotion called anger occupied Dashimaru's mind, and there was no longer the mood of pointing to the younger generation just now. In the golden pupils, the real killing intent began to spread. Chapter 19 Support. The overwhelming pressure radiated from Dashimaru's body, cold sweat dripped from Kakashi's forehead, and Uzuki-Uian's body, which was already immobile, became more sluggish and slumped directly to the ground. Bang! With a sound of bang, Orochimaru's fist had appeared on Kakashi's face, and Kakashi's whole body was lifted by a huge force. What a fast speed! At this moment, Dashimaru showed the level that Sunin should have, and this physical technique alone was stronger than Kakashi by several levels. Kakashi was blown away 10 meters away, but all this did not end. Orochimaru's hands quickly sealed. The evil snake's wrist burst. A burst of smoke dissipated, and several giant snakes appeared around Kakashi. The inverted Kakashi couldn't take advantage of it. He could only watch these big snakes roar beside him with their mouths open. Orochimaru sneered and shouted, "Blast!" Kakashi's pupils shrank, and he saw the chakra in the giant snake burn sharply. This is about to explode. Boom! Kakashi's figure was completely submerged by a loud explosion. Senior Kakashi. Uzuki-Uian's desperate voice sounded instantly. Orochimaru ignored Uzukixin. His golden pupils looked at the exploding smoke and dust, and he felt that there was still Kakashi's breath there. The smoke dissipated, and the silver hair wrapped Kakashi's body, leaving no gaps. Seeing the scene in front of her, Orochimaru couldn't help calling out a name. Jiraiya. As a teammate of Jiraiya for so many years, Orochimaru is naturally very familiar with this trick. Just at the very moment, Kakashi resorted to the needle Jizo, which hadn't been learned for a long time, but the effect was surprisingly good. The horrible power of the explosion did not affect Kakashi at all. The silver hair faded, revealing the embarrassed Kakashi. Unexpectedly, that idiot Jiraiya taught you this trick. Kakashi looked up and looked at Orochimaru, who was standing in front of him. It's really a good eye. It's a pity, after all, it's a fake. Daishiwan's tone was full of regret, and there was a hint of mockery. A samurai sword was cut from the back of Orochimaru, but Orochimaru didn't even look at it. A snake directly entangled the owner of the samurai sword. This person is no one else but Uzukixin, who was motionless just now, who didn't even know when he was able to move freely. It's a pity that this sudden knife didn't make any contribution, and Moyuxin's sneak attack also failed. Da Snake held the struggling Uzukixin tightly, and handed it to Daishiwan, who looked at Uzuki-Uian coldly, and said impatiently, "I am not interested in you now, don't show up again." A handful of Kyuwu directly pierced Moyuxin's neck, and in the next second this little beauty, who was like a flower, was about to die in the hands of Dashimaru. At this moment, Kakashi moved. Kakashi's right hand slammed Kianting away forcefully, and the goal was Orochimaru. Too naive. Want to defeat me just by relying on this kind of attack? Orochimaru easily blocked Kianting Dao, but in the next second, something unexpected happened to Orochimaru. The thunder of the thousand-ding knife turned into Kakashi, A group of blue thunder appeared in Kakashi's hands, and the Chidori screamed. Squeak! The scarlet writing wheel stared stubbornly at Orochimaru, and the Chidori with his right hand pressed it on Orochimaru's chest. No, this feels wrong. Kakashi retracted his right hand, waved a long knife, and cut off the big snake entwined with Uzukiksen, holding Uzukiksen back to the side. The big snake pill that was hit by Chidori turned into a mass of yellow mud. Earth escape. Soil stand in. At the last moment, Orochimaru used a substitute to wipe out Kakashi's offensive. Just now Kakashi used the shadow clone and transformation technique when using the needle Jizo to protect his body, turning his body into 1,000 Tingdao, and let the shadow clone hold it. The purpose is to have the opportunity to get close to the body of the Orochimaru for a close blow. Unfortunately, the tactic was successful, but the unspot culping ability of Orochimaru was really terrifying, and it was possible to avoid Kakashi's self-righteous blow in such a fast time. Above a big tree, the figure of Orochimaru reappeared, and Kakashi instantly turned to look at the location of Orochimaru. I still underestimate you. I have to say that he is indeed Shumo's son, and his keenness to fight is really terrifying. Facing the emotion of Orochimaru, Kakashi didn't feel happy. He had already used all his methods, but Orochimaru had no damage except a small wound on his left arm. This kind of powerlessness, it feels that Kakashi feels very annoying. Touching his left eye, Kakashi knew that there was a ninjutsu trick that could change the situation of the battle hidden in this eye, but Kakashi is still unable to use it today. Although the soul has almost merged, the spiritual power has not been fully integrated, and the spiritual power is still not enough to drive the kaleidoscope to right the wheel. Even if it can drive, it will probably take a lot of time. Here, there is no time at all. Daishiwan will not give you so much time to prepare. If it is normal, it is possible, but now Dashimaru is defecting. Obviously, he won't waste time doing this kind of thing. Okay, time is almost here. I have a good time playing. Obviously I will send you to see Shumao. Daishimaru smiled coldly, and said something chilling. Kakashi held the fainted Yuzuki iron in one hand and Kianting in the other. He felt that the chakra in his body was about to run out. Kakashi smiled bitterly in his heart. He really encountered a pervert that couldn't win. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. Orochimaru's offense struck again, but Kakashi had no spare capacity to resist. Damn it! Is it really going to die this time? Fire escape. Flame bullet. A scorching flame spewed out from behind Kakashi, and directly burned Orochimaru's latent shadow Doraemon. The remaining power remained undiminished, and the huge flame went towards Orochimaru. The golden pupils shrank, and his hands became imprinted. Earth escape. Earth ray. The rapidly rising clods blocked the flames, and both quickly melted and disappeared invisible. Kakashi looked back, and a majestic figure appeared directly. Kakashi looked happy, knowing that he was saved today. Master Jiraiya, Kakashi exclaimed respectfully. Yeah? Jiraiya just responded, with unprecedented seriousness on his face. His eyes didn't fall on Kakashi's body, but instead looked at Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you idiot, still came. It seemed that there was no surprise at Jiraiya's arrival, and Daishiwan's tone also seemed very relaxed. Yeah, I'm here, my teammate has defected. How can I not come? Dashimaru, why on earth? Why do you want to defect? Even if you have a misunderstanding with the old man, this is too much. Jiraiya was obviously very angry, with an incredible expression on his face. Chapter 20 The End. Jiraiya, how can you idiot understand my ideal? How can I be bound by this little Konoha if I want to master the truth of this world? Orochimaru, have you forgotten Tsunade, the old man, and the bond between us? Jiraiya was also heartbroken, facing the fact that his best friend is now an enemy. Jiraiya couldn't accept it. Jiraiya even faintly flashed tears in his eyes. This hero, who would not shed tears no matter how badly he was injured, couldn't control his emotions at this moment. Daishiwan snorted coldly when she saw it, and her eyes changed slightly, but she disappeared again for a moment. Jiraiya, you fool, You don't know anything about me. Dashimaru's words were like a steel knife, and it was fiercely inserted into Jiraiya's heart. Decades of friendship, but in exchange for such a sentence, Jiraiya's heart was full of bitterness. No matter what you say, this time, no matter what method is used, I will take you back. Jiraiya also shouted. Just by you? Orochimaru's tone was extremely disdainful, but his tight hands indicated that he was not as relaxed as on the surface. As a teammate of Jiraiya for many years, Dashimaru naturally understands Jiraiya's strength. Even if it is a genius like a big snake pill, you have to admit that Jiraiya's strength is indeed very important. The strength of the two is now between the two. Whoever wins or loses depends on who can hit hard. Kakashi, you take Uzukixin and leave first. I will fight Orochimaru and I won't care about you. Jiraiya did not look back, and directly ordered. But, Lord Jiraiya, Kakashi hadn't finished speaking, but was directly interrupted by Jiraiya. Don't talk nonsense. Go quickly. Jiraiya also roared. Okay, so Jiraiya, be careful. As Kakashi spoke, Uzukixin, who was unconscious, began to evacuate. Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi, but didn't stop him, just watched Kakashi leave. Orochimaru originally didn't want to kill Kakashi. Whether it was in consideration of Konoha or friendship with Shamo, it became a reason not to kill Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi leave, Jiraiya also breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru chuckled slightly and said, Jiraiya, Kakashi really looks like Shamo. Whether it's appearance or character, it's really nostalgic. I don't understand why Dashimaru suddenly said this, but Jiraiya still habitually answered, ah, yes, Kakashi is very similar to Shamo. Well, the person who got in the way has already left. The next thing is between us. It's just Jiraiya. Can you really do something to me? Daishiwan took out a handful of kunai, stretched out her long tongue and licked it, revealing a smirk. I can. Jiraiya also raised his tone, but no one could hear the uncertainty in his words. Hee, you really are a fool. A hand of Kumo was thrown out at the same time, and there was a collision in midair with a ding, and then the collision between the two Shadow Masters began. Kakashi left the battlefield between the two with Uzukixin on his back, but Kakashi's heart was always at ease. Pulling down the forehead, covering the scarlet writing wheel eyes, Kakashi found a place to put Uzukixin down and rested for a while. There was a huge roar on the battlefield between the two people in the distance, and the battle between the Shadow Masters would naturally not be small. Kakashi sighed. With Jiraiya's strength, he wanted to defeat Orochimaru unless he used the fairy mode, otherwise the two would be half-hearted, and Jiraiya would not be able to fight cruelty. It was almost impossible to defeat Orochimaru. So Kakashi knew that Jiraiya had lost this battle. When the power gap between the two sides is not big, naturally the side that hits the cruelty can win. Obviously, Jiraiya will not be the side that hits the cruelty. Ticking. Kakashi touched the water stains on his face and looked up. It's raining? Is God crying for the break between the two? Kakashi couldn't help but smiled bitterly. This kind of breakup drama is really common in the world of Naruto. Carrying Uzukixin into a cave, leaving a shadow clone to take care of it. Kakashi decided to go to the battlefield to take a look. Although knowing that Dashimaru would definitely not kill Jiraiya, Kakashi still wanted to check it out. After the battle with Jiraiya, Orochimaru must be weak. Kakashi recovered a little, and escape was still possible. Besides, after the war with Jiraiya, Orochimaru may not have the mind to fight anymore. People always have feelings. Even if Orochimaru is determined to cut off the fetters with Jiraiya, there is still a little bit left in his heart. Reluctant, Kakashi knew that the battle between the two would only have one result, and Jiraiya was injured, and Orochimaru escaped. The surrounding trees continued to move back. Kakashi moved quickly in the forest, and soon came to the battlefield. It was just that the battle was over at this time, leaving only a lonely figure lying on the ground, his whole body messy, but there was no trace of blood. It's not someone else, it's Jiraiya. A head of white hair looked a little black at this time, it was stained with a lot of dust, and the forehead on his head was also missing a horn. which was obviously missing in the battle just now. Kakashi stopped, stood in front of Jiraiya, and whispered, "Master Jiraiya." Jiraiya also raised his head when he heard the words, bloodshot through a pair of tiger eyes, which looked a little distressed. "Ah, it's Kakashi." Jiraiya also smiled reluctantly, and tried his best to show the cynicism from before. "Master Jiraiya, let's go back." Kakashi did not inquire about the result, nor did he say anything else, but said this sentence softly. Jiraiya also showed a bitter smile and said, "Kakashi, do you think I really failed? I have failed to pursue Tsunade for so many years, and my friends with Orochimaru for so many years have been abandoned. You say I am, isn't it really the kind of idiot?" Orochimaru said. "Master Jiraiya, you are you, why care about what others think of you?" "In my eyes, Master Jiraiya is a great ninja. There is no doubt about this." Jiraiya was also taken aback. Apparently he did not expect to be so good in Kakashi's mind. "Haha, I didn't expect my toad mortal to have such an admirer of you. It's not a failure." "Ha ha ha." Jiraiya also laughed, and it seemed that the haze in his heart had disappeared a lot. Kakashi smiled, did not say anything, lifted Jiraiya up from the ground, and said, "Master Jiraiya, I believe that your forbearance is worthy of recognition. You don't need to doubt yourself." "Ah, you are right, how can a ninja doubt himself?" Jiraiya also said, showing a familiar smile again, which made Kakashi relieved. Such a Jiraiya is the real hero, and it is the toad mortal Jiraiya of Miyomu Mountain. Chapter 21 Cave Talk. The little rain murmured, on the edge of the country of fire. A tired-faced Orochimaru leaned on a tree, and his pale face became paler, without a trace of blood. With a chuckle, a drop of water flicked across the corner of Daishiwan's eyes, not knowing whether it was rain or tears. "Ah, but you have to shed your tears now, otherwise it will be very troublesome in the future," Orochimaru muttered to himself. The expression on his face was even more intriguing, but he quickly turned and left with a very clear goal. 10 years ago, Kakashi helped Jiraiya and quickly came to the cave where Ozuksen was placed. Putting Jiraiya down, Kakashi found some branches, fled the fire and lit them, and the cold in the cave was instantly driven away. A lot. The clothes of Kakashi and Jiraiya had just been drenched by the rain, and at this time they also needed the fire to dry them. However, considering that there is still Ozuksen on the side, neither of them took off their clothes, but leaned against the fire, allowing the fire to gradually dry their clothes. Fortunately, both of them are ninjas, and their physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people, so there is no need to worry about catching a cold like this. Jiraiya also recovered from the previous sad atmosphere, and now looked at Kakashi, who was sitting right next to the fire. Kakashi was seen a little inexplicably. "I don't know why Jiraiya would look at herself like this." "Kakashi, I am very pleased to see you like this, but it is a pity that Watergate did not have time to see," Jiraiya suddenly said with a smile, but his tone was full of nostalgia and regret. "Before I went into a misunderstanding, which made Teacher Watergate worry. Now I have looked away and will not be like before." Kakashi knows what Jiraiya also said, and the emotions of the original body are also here. It emerged for a moment. The previous Watergate was worried about the excess of darkness in Kakashi's heart, so he was very worried about Kakashi, until the death of Watergate. He did not see Kakashi eliminate his own darkness, which I have to say is a pity. As a teacher of Watergate, Jiraiya also sees this very clearly. Now that I see such a Kakashi, Jiraiya is very happy for Watergate and regrets that Watergate did not see this scene. Kakashi at this moment, in Jiraiya's eyes, really looked like the arrogant figure once, with the same silver-white long hair, and the same for the sake of his companions. "It's good if you can get out of that shadow now. When I go back this time, I may also leave Konoha for a long trip. At that time, the affairs of Konoha village will depend on you young people." Jiraiya laughed as well, and said what he was about to leave. Kakashi was not surprised by this. Jiraiya came back this time because of Mizuman's death. Now that she has passed through Mizuman, Orochimaru has defected again, and Jiraiya naturally has no intention of staying in Konoha. With Jiraiya's character, he never stayed quietly in one place. He is a prodigal son, and his temperament is full of belief in freedom. This is why Jiraiya is unwilling to be Hokage. Now that Orochimaru is far away, Jiraiya wants to see what Orochimaru really wants to do on the one hand, and also wants to go to the world to see if he can find his own answer about peace. There is also the matter of the Son of Destiny. Watergate is dead, so who is the true Son of Destiny? These things, Jiraiya also needs to find answers in the outside world. Jiraiya is also determined to leave. But Konoha is another place he can't worry about. Although 3 generations are still there, it is undeniable that this powerful ninja has been slowly corroded by the years. Maybe more than 10 years later, he will be a dying old man. Konoha needs a new pillar to rise, and Kakashi is the one who is also optimistic about Jiraiya. The previous Kakashi may not be good for character reasons, but today's Kakashi seems to be enough in Jiraiya. As long as Kakashi is given a few years, he can catch up with himself and others. After all, Kakashi's talent is so high that even Jiraiya was shocked. The reason why Watergate values Kakashi so much is not only because Kakashi is his own disciple, but also because Kakashi's talent makes Watergate determined to train him as a right-hand man. I will try my best. Kakashi nodded. His words were extremely firm. Fire Konoha. Didn't he love this place incomparably in his previous life, and now he is reborn here? What's wrong with it? Ha ha, well, I hope you don't let me down. When we meet again next time, if your strength can be recognized by me, I will teach you something interesting. Jiraiya said, smiling mysteriously laugh. Kakashi is a little curious. What is interesting? Is it the intimacy heaven in the original book? It shouldn't. Jiraiya shouldn't have written that book yet. It seems that Jiraiya gave him a birthday gift when Kakashi was 18 years old. In other words, the book should be written more than 3 years later. What is it? Kakashi wanted to ask, but Jiraiya's expression obviously didn't intend to say it, and Kakashi didn't bother to say it. At this time, Uzukiksen finally woke up from the coma. Looking at Jiraiya and Kakashi in front of him, Uzukiksen immediately became sober and started doing it, shouting, Master Jiraiya, Senior Kakashi. Oh, the little girl woke up? Jiraiya also smiled. Kakashi nodded without speaking. Why is Master Jiraiya here? Where's Dashwin? Uzukiksen looked around, but she couldn't find the shadow of Dashwin, so she couldn't help asking curiously. Jiraiya's eyes darkened when he mentioned Orochimaru. Kakashi quickly answered, Orochimaru ran away, thanks to Master Jiraiya who arrived in time, otherwise the 2 of us will be dead. Moyuksen was taken aback, and she quickly thanked Jiraiya. Thank you, Master Jiraiya. Ha, no, when the rain stops, let's report the mission experience to the 3 generations of adults. Jiraiya also said casually, obviously not planning to talk about this topic anymore. Although Uzukiksen found it strange, she was still able to observe her words and behaviors. Knowing that it was better not to talk too much at this time, she closed her mouth obediently, sat cross-legged on the ground, and recovered the chakra that was not much left in her body. Seeing this, Kakashi stopped talking nonsense, and resumed his chakra by sitting. Kakashi just experienced a deep sense of powerlessness in the first battle. Compared with the vigorous fight with Spike Avalanche, Kakashi was completely suppressed in the battle with Orochimaru. If it hadn't been for the mercy of Dashimaru's men, Kakashi would have been in a different place for a long time. Even if Kakashi's strategy is outstanding, it is still not enough in the face of absolute strength. The key is not enough strength. Kakashi felt that his path of practice had to speed up, and after a month of rebirth, his strength was still not obvious enough. Chapter 22 Fusion completed. So that's it. Dashimaru still ran away? In the Hokage office, the 3rd generation of Hokage whispered while listening to the report of Kakashi and others. At this time, the 3 generations had mixed feelings in their hearts, a little fortunate, but also a little lost. After all, the 3 generations still couldn't bear the death of Dashwan. Well, I know about this, You all have gone down, and Jiraiya will stay. The ninjas in the Anbu flashed away after hearing this. Old man, what do you keep me for? Jiraiya said grinningly. 3 generations couldn't help being a little surprised at the appearance of Jiraiya. He didn't expect that Jiraiya was relieved so quickly. You must know that Jiraiya rushed out like crazy after hearing the news of Daishiwan's defection. You haven't been affected in any way. You recover so quickly? 3 generations couldn't help but ask curiously. Orochimaru has his own way to go. Since I can't stop him, naturally there is nothing to say. Zilai also said casually, but 3 generations can tell that Zilai did not like what he said. So easy. Well, you can just see it. What do you plan to do next? Do you continue to travel the world? Naturally, I have to go everywhere to get materials. Zilai also laughed, full of boldness. You guy, don't you plan to stay and help me? Konoha is weak and tight now. 3 generations looked at Jiraiya with a glimmer of expectation. The 3 apprentices of 3 generations. Tsunade's mind has been broken, and he suffers from panicemia. If he can't heal the scars in his heart, his life will be unbearable. The most optimistic apprentice, Orochimaru, now has a twisted mind and has directly defected. As a result, the only thing that can help the 3 generations is the one in front of him who looks unreliable, but is more reliable than anyone else. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is also destined to disappoint the 3 generations. Sorry, old man, you know my character and can't do these things. Jiraiya said apologetically. A trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the 3 generations, and he sighed. Although this answer has been thought of for a long time, when the 3 generations really knew the answer, the 3 generations were still disappointed. Well, it seems that I still have to rely on my old bones. 3 generations sat in the seat, looking extremely lonely in vicissitudes of life. Old man, you don't need to be like that. Shinosuke and Izuma have grown up, and they will become your excellent successors. Konohamaru's father didn't find the information, so he followed the online saying and named it Sarutobi Shinosuke. Hehe, Shinosuke is okay, but Asuna kid hurts my brain. 3 generations touched his head, apparently hurting his head with Asuma's rebellion. Ha ha, kid, I'm in a period of rebellion, it's normal. Seeing the troubled appearance of the 3 generations, Jiraiya didn't know why he felt refreshed. You guy. Looking at Zillai's appearance, the 3 generations were a little dumbfounded. The guy Kakashi is also very good, and he will become Konoha's towering tree in the future. Jiraiya turned around and suddenly talked about Kakashi. Kakashi. The 3rd generation touched his pipe, took a sip, spit out the smoke ring, and slowly said, "This kid feels like a different person since Brajinam died." Yes, seeing him again this time, I am also very surprised, but when I want to come, he also looks away, and his mind is puzzled. There is no limit to his future. Old man, you have to train it, just to make up for the new situation. Mao, you should train him well. The 3 generations condensed their eyes, took a deep look at Zillai and sighed, and said, "The Shuamao thing." Forget it, old man. Shuamao is not a fool. He has chosen this path and he hasn't regretted it. Otherwise, with his strength, how can he succumb? Is Konoha sorry for him? Kakashi can't be let down by Konoha anymore. After a long silence, the 3 generations slowly said, "I know, Konoha's heroic son should be treated well. Don't worry, I will not treat Kakashi badly." That's good. I believe Kakashi will become Konoha's new Jade. Old man, I will rely on you before that. If you have anything to do, let me know and I will come back. The 3 generations laughed and said, "Hee, okay, don't come back late." "No, don't worry." The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Sure enough, this feeling of being cared about everywhere is really good. In Kakashi's home, Kakashi sat on his bed with an ugly face, sweat dripping from his face, soaking Kakashi's clothes. Kakashi closed his eyes tightly and looked very painful, clutching his head as if he had a splitting headache. In Kakashi's sea of consciousness, 2 soul powers are constantly colliding. One is the original Kakashi's soul, appearing white, but now Kakashi's soul is black. The fusion between the two has reached the final step. After this step, Kakashi's mental power will greatly increase, and then the kaleidoscope writing wheel can be used. But if you can't get through it, I am afraid that both the original Kakashi and the current Kakashi will perish. If you succeed, your strength will increase. If you fail, you will die. At this time, Kakashi was gritting his teeth and insisting. The chakra inside his body was walking away uncontrollably, and the three black goo jade in the writing wheel's eyes were turning frantically, looking quite terrifying. Kakashi couldn't help but let out a low roar. Fortunately, there were no people around Kakashi's house. Otherwise, such a roar would be heard by others, and then Kakashi's abnormality would be too. Can't explain it. The white soul and the black soul blended with each other and gradually merged into one, like Tai Chi, rotating each other, and finally slowly formed a Tai Chi diagram. But soon, this Tai Chi picture disappeared into the invisible, and the fusion of the two was perfectly completed at this moment. The new soul is neither white nor black, but a silvery white. It's like the color of Kakashi's hair. An unspeakable strange feeling filled Kakashi's mind, and an unprecedented sense of clarity made Kakashi feel that his mind was extremely clear. It seems that intelligence has risen a lot. The original understanding of ninjutsu seemed to have improved. Kakashi's body has already lost its strength, and the painful struggle just now made the whole bedsheet look a little messy, and the sweat stains on his body are even more contaminated on it. Slowly struggling to get up, Kakashi's body looked a little swaying. However, the difference is that Kakashi at this time has a very relaxed feeling. Touching the scar on his left eye, Kakashi slowly opened the scarlet writing wheel. The three-ga jade is the same as before, but at this moment, the three-ga jade starts to spin frantically, gradually turning into a dart-like black pattern. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. Chapter 23 Physique. After opening his eyes for a short while, Kakashi closed the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but in this short moment, Kakashi could clearly feel that the chakra in his body was consumed violently, and his mental power was also consumed a lot. It's no wonder that Kakashi in the original book died excessively because of using the kaleidoscope. I am afraid that not only chakra was exhausted, but even the mental power was also overused, and the two superimposed, resulting in death. Kakashi muttered to himself. Kakashi closed his forehead again and touched the silver hair, his expression a little helpless. According to the current situation, using Shenwai once is probably the limit of Kakashi's use of the kaleidoscope. But fortunately, it is just the beginning. After you become proficient, it is not a problem to use it several times, and as the age grows, the mental power and the chakra continue to increase. The number of times will increase. A big problem with the kaleidoscope is that it cannot be used for practice, because if you use it too many times, you will lose your eyesight. This also means that every use is precious, and it is simply violent to use it for practice. Unless it reaches the height of the eternal kaleidoscope or has intercolumn cells, it can be used unlimitedly. Now that the kaleidoscope is opened, there is a whole card to save your life. As long as you speed up the use of it, unexpectedly, even if it is a strong shadow, Kakashi has the confidence to screw off his head with divine might. The seal of the four elephants appeared again, completely sealing the writing wheel, and the abundant chakra haunted Kakashi's body again. The multiple uses of the seal of the four elephants made Kakashi very proficient now. It is not difficult to seal and unseal the seal in an instant. Under the moonlit night, Kakashi took out Thousand Ting, jumped into the courtyard, and waved Thousand Ting again, but did not use a trace of chakra, but just wielded it constantly. The exquisite swordsmanship was in Kakashi's bloom in the hands. If someone takes a closer look, they will find that Kakashi's knife skills are a little different from the original flagwood knife skills at this time, a bit less fierce, and a bit more flexible. A knife was faster than a knife. And the after-images continued, with gusts of wind, and the bright moonlight, which looked particularly desolate. The next day, Kakashi arrived at Kai's door early, and it happened that Kai was also planning to leave from home. Seeing Kakashi, Kei was a little delighted and shouted, "Kakashi, your mission is over, let's have a youth showdown." Kakashi smiled and nodded. "Naturally, I came to Kai today to practice physique, but before that, it would be a good choice to have a duel with Kai." "Yozai, come on, Kakashi, what is better this time?" Kai said excitedly. In Kai's view, since the Nine Tails Rebellion, Kakashi no longer shied away from his own competition, but seriously dueled with himself, which made Kai very satisfied. Although I don't know what caused Kakashi to make such a change, Kai doesn't care. Furthermore, Kai's mind probably couldn't figure out the answer even if he thought about it. Let's go to the exercise field for a fight today, please beg you, after I have something to do." "Yozai, let's go," Kai yelled excitedly, and ran to the 7th exercise field. As for Kakashi's matter, Kai was automatically ignored for the time being. Kakashi felt helpless, and immediately followed Kai's pace. So early in the morning, Konoha's village name saw two figures, one black and one green, running wildly in the village of Konoha. Among them, the green figure laughed while running, and thought it was a neurosis if he didn't know it. Kakashi couldn't help but distanced himself from Chi, which was really shameful. "Really worthy of being my eternal opponent, Kakashi, I want to speed up," Kei yelled, and his feet moved faster. The corners of Kakashi's mouth moved slightly, revealing a slight curve. It's fast, I won't be behind." The two raced side by side, and soon came to the number 7 exercise site. This is youth. I didn't expect it to be a draw this time. Come on, let's have a battle to decide this time." After Kei finished speaking, he punched Kakashi. As soon as Kakashi stopped, he looked at Kai and punched him. It was a heavy blow. Kakashi was sure that if it hit, he would have bruised his face. The next one turned sideways and escaped the brutal blow. "Hey, Kei, just say something before you do it." "Yeah, Kakashi, where will the enemy tell you before he does it? And I have already said it clearly." "Well, what you said is very reasonable. You can't refute it yourself." Kei did not leave time for Kakashi to refute. Seeing Kakashi flashed past, Kei lifted his right foot and it was a flying kick. "Kakashi is too lazy to talk nonsense. Let's finish the battle first." Konoha whirlwind. Seeing the steel-like legs swept over, Kakashi did not evade, but directly grabbed a foot, then turned around, and threw Kai directly with his strength. "Awesome. Really worthy of being my eternal opponent, who can dissolve my Konoha whirlwind so easily." Then look at the next move. Konoha rigid whirlwind. A powerful air current flashed from Kakashi's ears. Kakashi's right eye condensed, and it was a strong whirling kick. Instant step. Kakashi disappeared in place in an eerie way under his feet. Kei kicked it empty and looked around suspiciously. "Hey, where did the guy Kakashi go? Why did he disappear all at once?" Just as Kai was puzzled, Kakashi's teasing voice sounded behind Kai. "Noah body art profound truth. 1,000-year kill." Kai was shocked and immediately shouted, "What kind of physical skill is this? Why don't I know?" But before Kai finished speaking, Kakashi showed tiger marks on both hands and fingers behind Kai's back. Both hands were forced at the same time, and the goal was directed towards Kai's backyard. "What?" Kai only had time to make a scream, and then he flew out. Kakashi showed a tricky smile, stood there, looked at his fingers, and secretly said, "This trick is really useful." On the other hand, Kai was holding his ass, looking at Kakashi in a painful look, and said, "Kakashi, what is the secret of your physical skills? How come I have never heard of it, and so strong power?" Millennium Kill. What a domineering name. As expected, it is Konoha body art profound meaning. Was it Kakashi your own creation? You can say so. Really worthy of being the opponent of my life. This is youth. I didn't expect you to have created your own physical skills. Damn it. I'm still on the same spot. No, I want to increase my training. As Kei spoke, a raging fire of youth shot into his eyes. "That Kei, you don't have to be so excited." Kakashi touched his hair and said helplessly. But obviously, K had already shielded all information interference at this time and was immersed in his youthful world. Chapter 24 Baemon Dungia. Seeing Kai eyes full of spirit, Kakashi couldn't bear to interrupt Kai, but if he didn't interrupt, I'm afraid Kai wouldn't pay attention to Kakashi, and started practicing directly. Maybe he would run away. The purpose of Kakashi's coming today is completely defeated. Kakashi doesn't know when it will be next time. Anbu has a lot of missions, and he may be called to perform missions at any time. Therefore, Kakashi ruthlessly interrupted Kai's erupting youth. K, wait a minute. Kakashi's loud shout finally brought Kai back to his senses. Ah, Kakashi, you call me? What's the matter? Kakashi was helpless looking at Kai's dumbfounded look. This brain was really a muscle. I won this matchup, so I would like to ask you to teach me 8 Dungia. Baemon Dungia? Kai was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to ask himself to teach him this physical art. Kakashi, the 8-door Dungia is not that easy to learn. I have practiced for so many years, and now I can only open to the 6th door. Kai's face is rare and serious, which shows how serious Kai is at this time. Ah, I know, but I still beg you. Kakashi was also solemn. This decision was not made hastily, but after a certain amount of consideration. Baemon Dungia is not only the pinnacle of physical skills in Hokage, but also the only way to enhance physical fitness. If it is not for a strong physique, Baemon Dungia cannot be opened at all. One of the things Kakashi valued is the way to strengthen his physique. Only the combination of strong physique and strong mental power can have a strong chakra. In terms of spiritual power, the fusion of the 2 souls of Kakashi today is much stronger than ordinary people. If the physique is also strengthened, chakra will definitely skyrocket. And Baemon Dungia has cultivated to a certain level. As long as the 8th door is not opened, it can also be used as a big killer. In the future, many enemies will be able to absorb the existence of chakra, and then physical skills will become a great way to fight against them. For example, the 6 Panins, such as dried persimmon ghost shark, such as spot and belt soil. The physique is powerful enough, and it is also very helpful for Kakashi to use the flagwood and sword technique. Combining all the above, learning Baemon Dungia has become an extremely good choice. And now among Konoha, the only person Kakashi known to master 8-door Dungia is Kai. With the relationship between Kakashi and Kai, Kai won't be stingy with this trick. Therefore, Kakashi will find Kai and ask for Kai's help. Seeing Kakashi's solemn face, Kai knew that Kakashi was not joking, so he revealed his white teeth and made a youthful posture. It really deserves to be my eternal opponent, and sure enough, I have the same perseverance as me. Well, from today onwards, we will begin to practice Baemon Dungia together. Thanks a lot, K. No need, since that's the case, Kakashi, you can teach me the secrets of your Konoha body art. The power of the 1000-year kill just now is really amazing. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, but never thought that Kai was actually interested in the 1000-year kill. For a while, Kakashi's gaze turned a little weird when looking at Kai. Sure, no problem. Yozai, it's amazing. I didn't expect to learn such a powerful physical skill. Kakashi was speechless. As if a crow flew by, calling "Ah-oh, Kakashi, now I will tell you the mystery of 8-door Dungia." Okay. Kakashi nodded, and began to listen carefully. How Naruto's strongest physical technique, Baemon Dungia, practiced. The 8 doors Dungia has a total of 8 doors, which can unlock the 8 doors of the human body restriction chakra and gain powerful power in an instant. If you unlock the 8 doors at the same time, you will gain very terrifying power, but you will definitely die. My father just opened it. After the death gate, the 7 ninja swordsmen killed the 4 directly, but they died in the end. Kai said that there was some sadness here. After all, this was something that happened not long ago. For Kai, it was a huge blow, but Kai, who was cheerful, quickly walked out of the shadows. Kakashi saw that Kai's face was wrong, and he understood what was going on. but he didn't say much. It was useless to say any comforting words at this time. It was enough to accompany him silently. Kai is worthy of being a creature with a tendon. He quickly regained his vitality, and then said, "The 8 doors are opening: rest, life, injury, jing, shock, and death." Heavier by 1 point, but in the same way, the strength will increase several times. In fact, the first 3 doors of Beiman do not cause much damage to the body. The true meaning of Beiman starts from the 4th door. Open the door and lift the brain limits to achieve the goal of exerting 100% of the physical ability. Overload consumes body energy to improve attack and speed. Close the door, lift the physical fatigue limit, overload and squeeze the body energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption rate of opening the door. Shengman, further increase the attack and speed. The body began to congestion and turn red. The last safe area of the 8-door Danjia, the body began to emit green energy. Injury the door, further increase the attack and speed. The body begins to be injured, and it enters the danger zone of the 8-door Danjia. And it enters the 8-door Danjia state in the true sense. These 4 doors are less dangerous, and when you reach the 5th door, they will cause a lot of damage to the body. If you don't practice enough, you may be seriously injured and die, so you need to be cautious. Kakashi listened carefully and quickly understood the benefits of 8-door Danjia. At least after a period of practice, there is no need to worry about excessive load on the body when using the first 3 gates. That kind of load may not be as high as using a writing wheel. In other words, after learning the first 3, Kakashi's strength will usher in a short burst. Sure enough, Beiman is really a good thing. Kakashi, do you understand? Well, I understand it roughly. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. He'll say it again. What? You said you understand? Kei looked at Kakashi in disbelief, obviously unable to accept the fact that Kakashi understood it all at once. You know, when Kai's father died, Kai, he explained it many times before he fully understood it. Well, I understand. Kakashi nodded, looking harmless to humans and animals. Kai heard this in tears. Ah, it's really Kakashi, it really is the opponent of my life. Kakashi smiled, eyes bent into crescents. Okay, let's start practicing Beiman now. Okay. Kakashi knew that the next thing was the highlight, the veritable Hokage first body art. How did it practice? At this moment Kakashi finally saw its mysterious veil and its terrifying power under that veil. Exclamation mark. Chapter 25 Fetters on the 7th exercise field. Kakashi and Kei are doing the same training. Yo, Kakashi, there are only the last 100 left. We're going to work hard. Kei was still so energetic and roared loudly. Kakashi and Kei kept doing push-ups, so fast that people only saw an after-image. Big drops of sweat slipped from the 2's foreheads and soaked their clothes. Under the 2 of them, there was a large area of soil soaked with sweat. The sunshine in November seemed a little mild, but such strenuous exercise still made both of them feel a little hot, and the sweat couldn't stop flowing down. Last one. Yozai. It's done. 10,000 push-ups. Kai yelled and jumped up instantly, panting heavily. Kakashi stood up at the same time. His figure was straight, but his hands trembled slightly, and his body felt exhausted. Kakashi, now using the mobile method of 8-door Danjia, you can quickly eliminate fatigue and strengthen your physical fitness. Kei said, revealing his white teeth again, giving out a gleam of light. Kakashi panted heavily and nodded. At this moment Kakashi was not as energetic as Kai. 10,000 push-ups are really deadly. Kakashi could feel the exhaustion emanating from the body, and the cells in the whole body seemed to be eager for nourishment. Kakashi closed his eyes. The chakra in his body kept turning in the same way as the 8-door Danjia, and chakra nourished the cells in his body in a special way. An unspeakable sense of comfort made Kakashi almost groan. The chakra in the body is constantly consumed, and the cell's craving seems to be weakened. Chakra was extracted from the cell, and now it is fed back. but it feels completely different from before. The feeling is like water turning into ice. It's amazing. After a while, Kakashi opened his right eye, with a hint of shock in his eyes, more of joy. Looking at his hands, Kakashi could clearly feel that the previous fatigue had disappeared, and it seemed that his strength was a little bit stronger than before. The first time the effect was so obvious. Kakashi, how do you feel? It feels good. The effect seems to be great. The effect of Baemon Dunjia's first practice is the best, and it will become slow after that. This is a trick of water milling, and I can't rush it. Yeah? Kakashi nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. If Baemon Dunjia is so good at practicing, it won't be used by a few people from beginning to end. Think that Tantan and Ningse, who are in the same group as Xiaoli, didn't learn Baemon Dunjia and knew that Baemon Dunjia was not good for practice, not only because of its side effects, but also because practicing Baemon Dunjia is not only slow, but also requires a lot of hard work. Ningse has white eyes and uses soft fist, but Baemon Dunjia is strong fist, so Ningse didn't learn it. And a girl every day, obviously can't endure this kind of suffering. In the original book, Xiaoli opened 5 doors after studying for 1 or 2 years, which shows his talent in physical skills, and after 3 years, Xiaoli can only open 6 doors, which shows that the 8-door Dunjia gets more and more at the end. It is difficult to practice. It took Daiksu for 20 years to fully master the 8-gate Dunjia array, and Kai also took almost the same time. However, Kakashi still has time. I believe that by the beginning of the plot, Kakashi can at least master the 6th door. This is still the most conservative estimate. For nearly 12 years, Kakashi does not believe that he cannot master the 6th door. 6 doors. If you devote yourself to the practice of 8-door Dunjia, Kakashi believes that you don't want to talk about the 6th door. Even the 8th door is okay. But Kakashi's learning of 8-door Dunjia is only an aid, and does not want to become a body-type ninja. Kakashi has a terrifying talent for ninjutsu, and the way of taking physical skills is too wasteful. What's more, the terrifying power of Baemon Dunjia has to pay the price of life, and Kakashi doesn't want to make fun of his life. Ninjutsu and swordsmanship are the focus of Kakashi today. Of course, the 8 doors Dunjia will not relax. Only by working together can you create the strongest self. There is no need to worry too much about the 3 ninja skills and ninjutsu physical skills. The remaining illusion Kakashi did not intend to deliberately practice. The strong mental power allows Kakashi to be immune to illusions below grade A, and illusions above grade A also have strong resistance. Coupled with the writing round eyes, I am afraid that it can affect Kakashi. That is, there are monthly readings. Level of illusion. And Kakashi, whose kaleidoscope is already open, has no fear in the face of monthly reading. As for the strongest illusion, Kakashi has no such confidence. Fortunately, both Shisui and Itachi are just students in a ninja school now, and Kakashi still has time. There should be 8 years left for the two to open the kaleidoscope, so Kakashi doesn't have to worry about matching these 2 illusions for the time being. Thanks a lot, K. Kakashi said his most sincere thanks to K. Thinking about the time when I came to this world, whoever helped Kakashi the most, there is no doubt that K, whether it's the training at the beginning, or the current Professor Baemon Dunjia, Kai is selflessly dedicated to his own practice. Kakashi was very moved by this. If it is someone else, Kai may not be so generous. Because it is Kakashi, Kai is so generous. It can be seen that Kai really regards Kakashi as a friend, a best friend for life. Kakashi apologized for this, because he had used Kai more before. After all, he had just arrived in this world, and many of them were unfamiliar. Even with Kakashi's original memory, he couldn't help but panic. Because of K, Kakashi has mastered the abilities of the original body, and can calmly face those battles that were previously unimaginable. Therefore, Kakashi was full of gratitude to K, and at the same time developed friendship with K. Is there any reason not to cherish such a friend? Is there any reason not to protect him? Don't worry, K. I will never let you end with a lifelong disability because of the final battle. Kakashi silently swore a vow in his heart. The bond with K was the first friendship Kakashi established after coming to this world. This warm feeling made Kakashi very useful. Hey, Kakashi, you are so polite. If you really thank me, let me have a duel with me. I actually lost the physical match duel just now. It's really unforgivable. I want to win this time. Kakashi smiled and said, okay, let's fight it out. Ah, that's great. This is youth. Gay laughed. Under the sunset, the two figures were slowly stretched, and then the two figures quickly intertwined. Take it. Konoha Fierce Whirlwind. Chapter 26 Ryugasaki Yamaki Kakashi. How are you resting? In the Naruto office, the three generations asked with a smile, obviously in a good mood. Not bad. Do you have another task today? Yes, you also know that the current village is very short of manpower, so you need to complete a lot of tasks. Understand. Three generations nodded and threw a scroll to Kakashi, saying, this task is a protection task. The object of protection is a businessman who wants to send a batch of goods from the country of fire to the country of wind. The kingdom of wind? Kakashi was taken aback, but he didn't expect it to be this place. Yes, it is the country of the wind. Although we have a friendly relationship with the country of the wind, today's the country of the wind is also very unsafe. The third generation of Hokage whispered. What happened? Kakashi asked curiously. The Initialed monk Renzilai Fenfu is about to pass away. It is estimated that Sunin village is also having a headache about the next Renzilai. So the guards have been strengthened. That's it. Kakashi knows it. So it's almost December. I remember Gaara should have been born in January. That is to say, if there are still 2 months left, Shu will be sealed just after birth. Gaara's body. So, when you go to the Kingdom of Wind this time, keep a low profile. Try not to touch the cordon of the Kingdom of Wind, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Understand? Well, the specific content of the task is in the scroll. Be careful and come back as soon as possible. The village still needs your strength. Three generations said gently, their words full of concern. Thank you Hokage-sama. After Kakashi finished speaking, a momentary body disappeared in place. Seeing this, the three generations bowed their heads and continued to review the pile of documents. I have to say that the leader of a village is really not good enough. If Kakashi in the original book is not really no candidate, according to his original lazy temperament, he would never do this drudgery. Kakashi returned to his home and read the contents of the scroll carefully. Although he processed the scroll, Kakashi touched his chin, as if thinking about something. The content of this task is to protect a businessman named Ryuki and his caravan and cargo, starting from Songqing in the Kingdom of Fire to Sand City in the Kingdom of Wind. This distance is about half the distance based on the speed of the caravan. Months. The difficulty of the mission is A, that is to say, there are already ninjas eyeing this cargo. According to the description of the cargo, it is some expensive metals, which are very heavy. It seems to be some rare metals. During this journey, the closest one should be a small country called the Kingdom of Jin. And there is a small ninja village in it, called Jin Ninja Village. So, are the ninjas of the Shinobu village who are looking at this shipment? Jin Shinobu is very poor, and it is not impossible to look at the goods. But how does this merchant know? You need to know the general guarding caravan. At best, his mission is only Bleeville, and this businessman actually paid Daily-Evil remuneration, obviously not in line with the character of a businessman. How can a businessman spend extra money unless he knows that it is necessary to spend it? Then, this businessman named Ryuki does not seem simple. Kakashi made a brief analysis, and then stood up, feeling that the task this time was not easy. However, I have just practiced the 8-door dungeon, and my strength has been slightly improved. In addition, the kaleidoscope has been opened, and the power of God can be used. Under the shadow level, Kakashi felt that he should have the capital to deal with. Even at the shadow level, with the power in his hands, there is still no big problem to escape, unless it is a perverted opponent. However, During this period, there should be no abnormal ninja so good for him to meet. In that case, what else is there to be afraid of? Think of yourself as a trial, and at the same time you can take a good look at the landscape of this world. The idea was made. Kakashi went out to buy some supplies for the mission. When passing by Jiraiya's house, Kakashi was taken aback, and found that there was no one inside, and there was a sign that the owner was going out at the door. It seemed that Lai also set out to travel around the world. Kakashi was a bit regretful for not giving one away to the white-haired uncle, but there was nothing. Ninjas always did this. The reunion time was far less than the separation time. Kakashi secretly made up his mind that the next time he meets, Jiraiya will be impressed, and he will be able to make some demands when the time comes. After all, Jiraiya's teaching level can be said to be the best in Hokage. None of Jiraiya's apprentices are fuel-efficient lamps. Even the 3 generations are not as good as the teaching level of Jiraiya on this point. Early the next morning, Kakashi packed his things, sealed it in the scroll, and put Confronting on his back, and left Konoha with the pass given by the 3rd generation. Songqing was not far from Konoha village. Kakashi hurried with all his strength, and arrived at Songqing before the sunset. Through the method recorded in the quest scroll, Kakashi quickly found this merchant named Ryugasaki. Ryuki is about 1.7 meters tall, about the same as Kakashi now. He is dressed in a white robe and is an uncle in his 30s. With a gentle smile, Uncle Ryugasaki was sitting in a pub for a drink. On the table was a plate of sashimi and a small pot of sake. A piece of sashimi and a sip of sake seemed very pleasant. Kakashi confirmed that this person was the client of the trip, so he walked across to him and sat down. Ryugasaki was not surprised at all, took a sip of sake, and said, "Konoha's ninja-sama?" "Yes, you are the client of this mission. Is Ryugasaki Yamaki?" "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect Master Ninja to be sent to perform this type of illegal mission at a young age. He is really a genius." As soon as Ryugasaki Yama showed a smile and said words of surprise, there was no expression of surprise on his face. Kakashi's heart was tight, and sure enough, this guy is not an ordinary person. Where ordinary people would have such enlightenment, most of them think that young ninjas are not capable. "Mr. Ryugasaki has been awarded." Hee. Lord Ninja laughed. "Is Lord Ninja interested in having a drink or two?" Ryugasaki Yama raised his glass and asked. "Thank you, but I don't drink alcohol during the mission, forgive me." Kakashi declined gently. "Well, that's a shame. The taste of the sake in this tavern is very good." As soon as Ryugasaki Yama showed a look of regret, he drank all the sake in his glass. Kakashi frowned, a little confused about what this guy wanted to do. But Kakashi had already foreseen it, and the mission this time might not be that simple. But Kakashi didn't have a trace of fear, but was more excited. "Confronting, whose blood are you going to get this time?" Chapter 27 Purpose. "Okay, Lord Ninja, you must be tired after a day's journey. Come back to where I live with me first. We will leave early tomorrow morning." Ryugasaki Yama drank the last sip of sake, stood up, and at the same time greeted Kakashi to leave with him. Kakashi naturally has no opinion. Although he is a little hungry now, it is more important to do business first. Following behind Ryugasaki Yamaki, Kakashi quickly discovered something wrong. This Ryugasaki Yamaki is not an ordinary person, he is a ninja. Although he tried to hide his chakra fluctuations, through the steps of Ryugasaki Yamaki, Kakashi could still see that this was a ninja, and his level was not low. "I'm afraid it is a shinobu." However, Kakashi did not immediately expose it, because no one stipulated that ninjas could not hire ninjas to perform tasks. Even saying that Ryugasaki Yamaki is a ninja doesn't make any sense. Simply pretend not to know, and see what this Ryugasaki Yamaki wants to do. Followed Mount Ryugasaki for a while in Songqing. The two of them did not speak, and soon saw a small hotel. It appeared to be taken down by Mount Ryugasaki. There were 2 people from Mount Ryugasaki at the door. "Guard, Master Ryugasaki, you are back. The guard at the door was obviously from Ryugasaki Shinichi, and when he saw Ryugasaki Shinichi, he immediately came over to say hello. "Ah, thanks for your hard work. This is Lord Ninja who will be on the road with us tomorrow." Ryuzaki pointed to Kakashi and introduced by the way. The two guards glanced at Kakashi, obviously curious. "Master Ryugasaki, this ninja is so young, is it okay?" "Don't worry, the ninjas Konoha sent to perform the task are naturally capable of completing the task." Ryugasaki explained it with a smile, seeming to have confidence in Kakashi. This self-confidence is really inexplicable. Even Kakashi couldn't understand it. Does this guy know himself? Otherwise, why do you have so much confidence in yourself? Seeing Ryuzaki said this, the two guards immediately stopped talking and respectfully saluted Kakashi. Kakashi had to sigh. The retainer of Ryugasaki is really capable. "Master Ninja, please inside." "Okay." Seeing that Ryugasaki was so enthusiastic, Kakashi didn't have a good face. Entering the hotel, the two sat down again. "Mr. Ryugasaki, although I saw the mission scroll before, I still have to ask you some things." "Master Ninja, please say." "This time the task is to protect the caravan from reaching the Sand City in the Kingdom of Wind, right?" "Not bad. This kind of task is enough to apply for level." "I don't know why Mr. Ryugasaki wants to apply for a level. Did you know that there will be ninjas on the way to your goods this time?" As Kakashi said, there was a cold light in the remaining right eye, looking directly at Ryugasaki. But Ryugasaki didn't seem to see the deep meaning in Kakashi's eyes, and smiled and said, "Ninja-sama, what do you think?" "Mr. Ryugasaki, if you post such a task, you should make it clear. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Konoha." Kakashi looked at Ryugasaki seriously, with a faint aura pressing on Ryugasaki's body. Ryugasaki sighed when he saw this, and said, as expected of Kakashi, "The observation and analysis ability is really powerful." Kakashi's pupils shrank, his body tightened, and he said, "Do you know me?" "Naturally no, silver white hair, single eyes covered, and this age is the best forbearance, and Konoha is just one person with Kakashi Hagai." Ryugasaki said calmly, as if to explain a plain fact. "It looks like you are really a ninja." "Oh, you found it." Ryugasaki was a little surprised. After all, he was quite confident in his hiding methods, and he didn't expect to be seen through by Kakashi in such a short time. "Can you tell me your purpose now?" "Mr. Kakashi, in fact, my purpose is really just to send this batch of goods to Sand City in the Kingdom of Wind. I was a ninja before, but now I am not a ninja anymore. My goods this time are some rare metals. The 5 major countries can't look down on it, but some small ninja villages are eyeing this batch of goods." "Golden Shinobu Village?" Ryugasaki was taken aback, but he didn't expect Kakashi to talk about this Shinobu Village. "Yes. This is Jinin Village. I took in a seriously injured Jinin Village ninja." Not only did he not be grateful, but he passed the news that I was going to transport rare metals to Jinin Village and let Jinin Village people from came to rob the goods. However, I found out on the spot. In my anger, I shot him directly, but the news was still spread. Kakashi was a little silent when he heard the words, as if he was judging how much Ryugasaki words were true or false. "Mr. Kakashi, I know that if Jinin Village comes over, it will be a good force. Just in case, I asked Konoha for help." After listening to Ryugasaki explanation, Kakashi had a little bit of faith in his heart. After all, Ryugasaki itself has the level of Shinin. If it is not for applying for level tasks and adding Shinin's help, then this assistance is of little significance. "Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Longchi. I probably understand. I will try my best to complete the task this time." "Thank you Mr. Kakashi for that." When Ryugasaki saw Kakashi let go, he also smiled with satisfaction. "Then it's okay, I'll go down first. and Mr. Ryugasaki will call me when he leaves tomorrow. No problem. Let me take you through your room. Thank you. Kakashi followed the people called by Ryugasaki to take a look in the arranged room, and then left the hotel to eat some food outside. After a day's journey, although there was some food supplemented in the middle, Kaka was at this time. Zai is indeed a little hungry. Ryuzaki sat in the room, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that the person who came this time was Shonen Kakashi. Although he is a boy, he should not be underestimated. After all, he is the son of White Fang. I think the strength should be enough. I don't know if this mission will go smoothly. Long Kishan stood up, opened the window, and looked at the night sky in the distance. Jinin Village, it's been a long time since I saw you. The grievances between you and me have come to an end. As soon as Ryuki-chan showed a smile, with a bit of nostalgia, and a bit of hatred. It can be seen how complicated Ryugasaki Yamake's mood is at this time. After dinner, Kakashi returned to his room. Kakashi did not practice today. After all, he will set off to perform the task tomorrow. Kakashi must ensure that he is in the best condition at all times. The fatigue caused by spiritual practice is likely to affect the mission, and may even kill his own life. This is a mistake Kakashi absolutely does not allow himself to make. The purpose of the task is to make money and to accumulate experience. Applying the experience accumulated in actual combat to practice will make practice more effective. There will also be a big breakthrough in the great horror between life and death. This is walking a tightrope, and a little carelessness is a situation that will never be restored. Chapter 28 Set off Ryugasaki Yamake, Jinin Village. What is the relationship between the two? Kakashi frowned, thinking about the relationship between the two, but there were few clues, and Kakashi couldn't figure it out. What conclusion? But Kakashi can be sure that the relationship between Ryugasaki Yamake and Jinin Village is absolutely extraordinary. When Jinin Village was mentioned today, Ryugasaki Yamake's face changed a little. Although Ryugasaki Yamake quickly converged, Kakashi still saw it. After all, Kakashi was watching Ryugasaki Yamake with all his attention, and Kakashi would not miss any expression on his face. Although I don't know what's going on, Kakashi knows that it's probably a big battle these days. It is really suspicious that an upper ninja is not sure to deal with the ninja from Jinren Village and still needs to ask for help. As far as Kakashi knows, there are not many ninjas in Jinin Village, at most 100. Among them, there are probably only 3 upper ninjas and less than 10 middle ninjas. The rest are some lower ninjas. It is obviously not worthwhile to rob a caravan protected by shinobu with this kind of power in shinobu, because they have to dispatch at least 2 shangren to have a certain degree of success. Otherwise, in a near-known duel, the outcome is still difficult to say. Of course, if the strength is against the sky, of course it is another matter. However, a low-level ninja village like Jinren-kun, even if it is an upper-level ninja, I am afraid it is the bottom of the upper-level ninja, and there is no possibility of going against the sky. I'm afraid there are some intriguing things in this. Kakashi didn't think of it for the time being. Pulling out Kienting and wiping gently with a white cloth, this has almost become a habit of Kakashi. This knife has been following Kakashi for nearly a month, and it has only been stained with the blood of Orochimaru. It is the blood of such a big man when he is out of the sheath. I have to say, the starting point is very high. Kakashi is also thinking these days, what exactly is the meaning of the sword that Mifune is talking about, and what is the belief of the sword? Unfortunately, Kakashi still hasn't figured it out, but it's not without a clue. I waved Kienting twice at random. Why? Protect your companions? Or is it to protect yourself? Or both? Kakashi didn't know that his goal now was just to gain the power to protect himself. If I couldn't figure it out, I didn't want to. After studying the sealing technique for a while as usual, Kakashi lay down and rested, and will start running around tomorrow, but there may not be such a good rest condition. Early the next morning, Kakashi got up, and Ryugasaki Yamake's caravan had already assembled and was loading goods. Ryugasaki Yamake was directing, and when he saw Kakashi, He said, "Hello, Mr. Kakashi, are you awake? I don't know how you rested last night." "Not bad, thank you Mr. Longchi for your concern." "Haha, that's good, Mr. Kakashi, let's go for breakfast. We will set off after eating." Ryuga Sakayama smiled. It is good. After breakfast, Ryuga Sakayama make his caravan and Kakashi, a total of 21 people, embarked on the road to Sand City, the Kingdom of Wind. Kakashi remained vigilant along the way, guarding against accidents. After all, strictly speaking, Kakashi encountered this task for the first time, so all aspects must be considered. Only in this way can he grow up slowly. Kakashi will not let go of any opportunity for growth. For example, Kakashi seems to be sitting motionless on the cargo box with his eyes closed, but in fact Kakashi is constantly exercising his perception. Every 5 minutes, Kakashi would release his chakra to sense the things around him. But because there is no specific method, Kakashi's perception range is very small, only about 10 meters in radius. This distance can be seen with the naked eye, and it is not surprising. Therefore, Kakashi is constantly trying to expand this range. Every time you release a small amount of chakra, it will not affect your own state. At the same time, you can also exercise the controllability of chakra, which has the best of both worlds. Kakashi has already mastered the training of treading water and tree climbing, so these two methods are no longer useful for Kakashi. Kakashi can only consider other methods. Excellent chakra controllability can be used too much. Whether it is the launch of ninjutsu, the use of medical ninjutsu, or other subtle forbidden arts and sealing techniques, they all have the control of chakra required. Therefore, it is necessary to fully control your chakra. Of course, Kakashi is also trying to sense the natural chakra from the outside world, that is, the fairy chakra. It's just that Kakashi didn't sense anything now. Without the help of Miyama Mountain's toad oil, this threshold is really difficult to cross. But even if it was sensed, Kakashi didn't dare to absorb it casually. Who knew what it would become? Time spent slowly in this kind of leisurely practice, and after a few days, we arrived at the border of the country of fire. Everyone hastened their pace. After passing the woods in front, they will soon enter the boundaries of the Kingdom of Wind. Ryuga Saki shouted loudly, notifying the entire caravan. "Mr. Kakashi, the terrain in front is very suitable for ambushes. I'm afraid the ninja from Jinin village is coming. We need to be more vigilant." As soon as Ryuga Sakayama walked in front of Kakashi, he whispered. Kakashi raised his eyebrows and looked at Ryuga Sakayama. In the past few days, Kakashi had a good impression of this gentle middle-aged uncle. He is gentle and polite. It is indeed not a pretend, but a self-cultivation. Kakashi saw something inexplicable. Ryuga Sakayama said, "Mr. Kakashi, what's the matter?" "Mr. Ryuga Saki, I know that this mission is not easy, and I know that your purpose will definitely not be that simple. If I guess right, this time your target is actually those Jinin village ninjas who are going to rob the goods?" Long Kishan was shocked. How did you know?" "It wasn't that there was no place suitable for ambush a few days ago, but you were all very relaxed. But now you are so nervous, and you know that the ninja from Jinin village is coming. Obviously you know this ninja from Jinin village very well. Presumably, is your undercover among those people?" As soon as Ryuga Sakayama was silent, Kakashi saw it and said, "But these are not things I want to take care of, so I don't bother to care about it. Just don't do this kind of thing again. Konoha's ninja is not where you came from, a tool for revenge. I hope you understand." "Mr. Kakashi, you are really good, but you guessed so many things with such a little clue." Long Kishan breathed a long sigh, and obviously he relaxed a lot. "Yes, I did seek revenge from these people, but I know Konoha will not take on this kind of task against other village ninjas. Even if I take it, the commission is not something I can afford, so I chose this way." Kakashi nodded. Konoha would not accept this kind of task. Fighting against other ninja village ninjas, no matter the ninja village is big or small, It is already a kind of war. Konoha is extremely weak today and will not take the initiative to provoke a war, even if the war is small. But if you encounter a ninja's obstruction during the mission and kill him, it makes sense everywhere. Chapter 29. Guess sure enough, it was an employer like Danzo. Kakashi thought that the level of employment was high before, but now it seems that it is obviously low. How about your undercover intelligence? How many people are coming this time? Kakashi asked. 2 from the top and 5 from the middle. Kakashi was shocked in his heart, but his expression remained calm. Ryugasaki Mountain saw that Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Kakashi would have such a city at a young age. I don't know if it's the feeling of anger, or the confidence to deal with these people. There were 2 upper ninjas and 5 middle ninjas. Obviously, Jinren-kun had deployed most of his combat power. It seems that this Jinin village is not only for the rare ores, but obviously also knows the existence of Ryugasaki Shanichi, Shangnin. Your undercover agent is a Zongrin. Yes, it's one of the 5 Zongrin. He is a trusted confidant that I cultivated secretly, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Are you from Jinin village? Kakashi asked again, with more confidence in his eyes. Long Kishan was taken aback, and said, how do you know? If Shinobu receives ninjas from the outside world, it will have to go through a very strict assessment. Even if it passes the assessment, many important tasks will not be dispatched. Now this task that dispatched to Shinobu is naturally extremely important. Therefore, it is impossible for this Zongren to come in from the outside, and it can only grow from the inside. It will take 10 years to grow from the inside to the level of Zongren. Of course, geniuses say otherwise, and being able to be cultivated by you to become a cronies is naturally only possible within Jinren village. So, they must be from Jinren village. Looking at your current situation, there is an enmity with Jinren-kun. It must be Jinren-kun's rebelliousness now. From this point of view, you are internal grievances, and I have observed your strength, and you should be able to endure. Level. So it was the power center of Jinren-kun before. The people in the power center will leave Jinren village. It seems that you either have a disagreement in your ideas, or the rest of the upper ninth colludes and oppresses you. If your ideas are disagreeable, your temperament should not produce hatred. In this way, it is something else. The 3 Shangren united to persecute you, and even chase you down, and you will take such pains to attract them. Obviously it's not just that they chase you down. Sure enough. Did you have any important people killed by them? Kakashi's series of analyses are intertwined, which makes Mount Ryugasaki a cold sweat. At this time, Ryugasaki Shani looked at Kakashi with disbelief in his heart. With just 1 sentence and a little clue, Kakashi guessed it. It was terrifying. Looking at your expression, I should have guessed it correctly. Hey, this kind of hatred is indispensable in the world of ninjas. Kakashi sighed and gained a deeper understanding of the world. Ryuzaki took a deep breath and said, Mr. Kakashi, you really deserve to be the son of White Fang. Yes, I was one of the 3 upper ninjas of Jinren village. Not long ago, the other 2 had shinobi. The water power united to kill me because of one thing. Fortunately, I found out in time and escaped my life. But my wife and children were killed by these 2 people. This kind of hatred is not shared. I have to avenge this hatred. But the strength of the 2 people is similar to mine, and I can't fight them at the same time. That's why I made the best plan and invited Mr. Kakashi. I understand. This is your grievance and the grudge of your Jinren village. I will not intervene. As soon as Ryuki-shan heard this, his face changed slightly. If Kakashi didn't help, his trick to lure a snake out of the cave would become a sheep's mouth. Mr. Kakashi, please, if I succeed in revenge, I will definitely serve you as long as you say a word from Mr. Kakashi. Ryugasaki Shanichi throws the final bargaining chip. After all, Ryugasaki Shanichi has nothing else but this. Kakashi glanced at Mount Ryugasaki and said faintly, my task is to protect everyone in the caravan and the goods. If a ninja comes to kill people and grab the goods, I will stop it. After Kakashi finished speaking, he moved and jumped onto another truck. Ryuga was overjoyed when he heard the words. Kakashi seemed to have agreed. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ryuga stepped back silently, making the final preparations. Oh, if it weren't for the writer to see that his chakra hadn't changed abnormally, and if he was sure that he did not lie, he really didn't want to help. But the allegiance of Shinobu was a good condition. And if ninja is dead, there are still many ninjas in Jin Ninja Village. If they are trained, they will have a lot of outstanding combat power after a few years. Kakashi muttered to himself. The voice was extremely small, no one could hear him except Kakashi himself, and Kakashi's arrangement was settled. This is a cannibalistic world. In addition to having a higher strength, it is also necessary to have a strong influence. Konoha can only cultivate friendship, and the practice of forming cliques is not appropriate. At least for now, Kakashi does not have the strength to do this. Therefore, Kakashi can only do this kind of thing outside the village. Originally, Kakashi didn't want to cultivate his power so early, but now that someone sends it to the door, Kakashi is naturally not polite. After all, this time Kakashi was on a whim. Otherwise, Kakashi could choose to leave when he knew the truth. After all, the client lied about the content of the task, and this task can be avoided. Kakashi will not be blamed. But on the one hand, Kakashi did not want to give up this opportunity to exercise. On the other hand, Kakashi had a good impression of Ryuga and was willing to help him. Then is the time to prepare for battle. Kakashi sat in the truck silently, extracting chakra from his body, restoring his state to its peak. The caravan slowly entered the small woods, and the surroundings seemed very quiet at this moment, and there were no birds and insects. Kakashi opened his right eye suddenly and shouted, "Stop all, everyone, be careful, there is an ambush." The people in the caravan stopped immediately after hearing the words, each with a heavy face, obviously knowing that the next thing was very dangerous, and if they were not careful, their lives would be lost. Such an obvious murderous aura, even if it is a serious one, can detect it, let alone Kakashi. However, the opponent didn't seem to intend to hide his figure, and walked out directly from behind the big tree. 2 upper ninjas and 5 middle ninjas formed an encirclement circle, enclosing the caravan in the middle. "Where's the kid? He's very sensitive." "Ryuki, where did you get your helper from?" Chapter 30. The whole story at this time. In order not to reveal his identity, Kakashi did not wear Konoha's forehead, so that these ambusher ninjas did not recognize Kakashi's identity. Hydraulic. You dare to show up. When the enemy met, he was extremely jealous. Ryuki looked at the person who had just spoken, and it was anger that was burning in his eyes. "Oh, Ryuga, are you angry?" "What's so angry about this? When I killed your wife and children, they weren't so angry. They didn't know how much they welcomed me. It's a pity they went to hell." After Shuili laughed, he seemed to be talking about an extremely funny thing. Ryuki clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. It was obvious that he was angry at a certain point. And Kakashi's eyes were also cold at this time. This kind of frenzied person has no value in survival. In Kakashi's heart, he had issued a killing order to this Shangren named Shili. "Okay, Shuili, don't talk nonsense with him, get to him as soon as possible." A person standing next to the water power also spoke at this time. "Shunkwan, what anxious? Now Ryuga is just a turtle in the urn. What is there to be afraid of? If you and I join forces, can't you solve him?" Shunkwan shrugged upon hearing this, and said, "You are right." "That's right, Long Chi is about to die. I won't say a few words now, and there will be no chance in the future." Shuili said and looked at the angry Ryuga. "Ryuki, can't you think of it? Do you think you got into this caravan? We don't know where you are." "Ha ha ha, it's so naive." Shuili laughed and said, he seemed to be in a very good mood, and he was even more excited when he saw Ryuki's angry look. "Water power, mountains and rivers. We grew up together in Jinren village at the beginning, even as a team, Why do we want to kill me now? Ryuki roared fiercely, which is why Ryuki has been unable to figure it out. The relationship between the three can be said to be very good. The talents are almost the same, and the time to upgrade to Sharingan is not much different. The three of them have been supporting each other, and their friendship is quite deep. But what they didn't expect is that a month ago, the two of them suddenly attacked Ryuki in a frenzied manner. In shock, Long Chi could only flee in a hurry. When he returned home, he discovered that his wife and children had been brutally murdered. For a while, even Long Chi, who had always been good-tempered, was dazzled by anger. It's just that Long Chi, who has always been calm, remained sober. Instead of seeking revenge from the two immediately, he left Jinren village and planned this action. On the other hand, Shunkwen and Shilly thought that Ryugasaki was afraid to escape, and did not realize that this was a game. The Zongren brought today are also the confidants of Shunkwen and Shilly. Of course, the two would not have thought that one of them was actually Ryuki's confidant. After all, Ryugasaki's previous relationship with this name Zongren was not very friendly. At best it was just a nodding acquaintance. It's just that Ryugasaki once saved this Zongren, so this Zongren chose to be loyal to Ryugasaki. It's just that Long Chi didn't think about snatching his friend's subordinates, so he didn't agree. However, this name Zongren is still very loyal to Ryugasaki. When Ryugasaki contacted him this time, he agreed without saying a word. The most important thing is that this name Zongren is unbearable to many behaviors of water power, so he gave up water power and chose Ryuki, the gentle lord, instead. This also made Ryuki very moved. Sure enough, people are different from person to person. Some people just feed unfamiliar whitey-eyed wolves, but some people understand the things of gratitude. Seeing Ryuki's unintelligible expression, the two laughed instantly. Ha ha ha, Ryugasaki, you are really stupid and cute. From beginning to end, we didn't treat you as a friend. You and us are not the same kind of people at all. Didn't you realize that every time there was a dangerous task, are you going to take the lead? Ryuki was awakened in an instant, and all the previous bits and pieces were penetrated at this moment. No wonder, every time I come back from a mission, my injuries are always more serious than the two of them. No wonder, the reward for each mission is always the least. No wonder, every time they gather, they both come together. All the previous doubts have been explained at this moment. Why don't you continue to lie to me? Ryugasaki asked angrily. Yes, as long as you continue to lie to yourself, maybe your wife and children will not die. Why? It's very simple. Because you got a volume of secret techniques but refused to teach us, then we had to kill you and grab it. Secret technique? Long Chi showed a puzzled expression. Don't pretend to be stupid with us. That is, when we went to that ancient ruin last time, you got a scroll of slate from it. That scroll slab is blank. You guys have seen it too, haven't you? Ryuki said puzzledly. We have seen it, but how could the scroll slabs in the ancient ruins be blank? You must have memorized it yourself, and then erased the content on it, so that we don't let us know, right? Dragon Saki, you are so scheming. Shui Li said angrily, apparently very dissatisfied with Long Chi's approach. Where do I have this ability? Are you killing my whole family for this kind of boring speculation? Ryuki said in disbelief. I couldn't believe that these two best friends would actually kill themselves because of this kind of thing. Ha ha, don't pretend anymore. Hand over the scroll slate, and then hand over the secret technique. In the past, we will leave you a whole body, otherwise, I am afraid you will die. There is no burial place. The water power seemed to lose the interest in communication and directly put down the cruel words. Ryuki heard that there was no anger, no sorrow, but a laugh, making everyone present a little unclear. Ha ha ha, well, I understand today that it was my stupid Mount Long Kai that was deceived by you for so many years. In that case, there is nothing to say. Today, either you die or I die. Bring it on. After Ryugasaki finished speaking, Kyuzen had already taken it up. Kakashi jumped to Ryugasaki's side and said in a low voice, "Ryugasaki, you are responsible for dealing with those middle ninjas. I will deal with those two upper ninjas. After you solve those middle ninjas, come and help me." "Mr. Kakashi, are you okay? Those two guys are not weak," Ryugasaki asked with some worry. As a teammate of Yamato and Shui Power, Ryugasaki still knows their strength very well, but he is not clear about Kakashi's strength, so he doesn't know if Kakashi can stop them. Offense. "Don't worry, no problem, get ready to fight." Seeing Kakashi's self-confidence, Ryugasaki didn't say anything. He made up his mind to solve those Zongnin as soon as possible, so he could help Kakashi. Several people turned their eyes, and the battle was on the verge. Chapter 31. 1 minute. Kakashi wanted to deal with these two Shangren. On the one hand, he wanted to see what level he was at. On the other hand, Kakashi didn't know who the undercover Zongrin was, for fear of accidental injury. Kakashi looked at the mountains and rivers, and his only right eye revealed dignity. To upper forbearance, this feeling of chakra is not weak. Touching his left eye, the 6-yang seal perfectly sealed the Shellunion. Kakashi did not intend to use Shellunion this time. The previous opponents were too tough. Kakashi had no choice but to unlock the seal and used the writing wheel. But this time is different. Although the opponent feels that Kakashi is not weak, it is far from the level of Orochimaru. In that case, why not give up using Shellunion and see how far you are now? The fascinating flagwood sword technique, the unpredictable application of ninjutsu, and the fast instant step. Adding the three together, Kakashi didn't believe that he couldn't beat the two Shangnin in front of him. The right hand was gently held on the handle of Qianting's knife, ready to make a move at any time. Shui Li and Shanquan saw that Ryugasaki actually went to deal with those Zongnin, and let this 14-year-old little devil head stop them too. For a while felt a little weird. "Long Chi, you coward, you dare not fight with us. Instead, letting such a kid deal with us is really a waste." Shui Li ridiculed unscrupulously, obviously disdainful of Long Chi's approach. And the mountains and rivers on the other side also had the same idea. However, Ryugasaki completely ignored him at this time. After all, he was facing 5 Zongnin, although one of them was his undercover. In the battle between the ninjas, it is not impossible that the ship will capsize in the gutter if you are a little careless. Shui Li and Shanquan saw that Ryugasaki didn't respond, and felt bored, so they looked at Kakashi. "Boy, even if you are unlucky, if you meet us, you don't have to expect Long Chi to solve the people over there to help you, because in an instant, you will die here." Kakashi chuckled softly when he heard the words, pulled out Qianting from his waist, and said softly, "I really didn't expect Mr. Ryugasaki to come and help me, because before then, I will solve you." The hydraulic mountains and rivers were furious upon hearing this. "Boy, what a big tone," Shui Li said angrily, obviously irritated by Kakashi's words. "The mountains and rivers on the other side are not much better, and his face is very ugly." "Court death. I was underestimated." Kakashi sneered. "There are always people in this world who have no abilities but always love to scream." Instant step. Kakashi tapped his toes, and the instant step he learned from Mifune was activated instantly. Kakashi likes this move more and more. Not to mention chakra, the speed is still very fast. It is called a slippery attack. Shui Li and Shanquan were shocked when they saw Kakashi disappeared instantly, but before they could react, Kakashi had appeared in front of Shui Li and slashed. Water power is the best forbearance. Although Kakashi's speed is fast, the water power still reacted, but the reaction was slower. With a tear, Qianting's blade brushed across the chest of the water force, and there was a sound of the blade entering the body. For a time, blood was splashing, and Qianting's chest was cut by a big opening, but it was not deep. He escaped the fatal blow at the last moment and drew to the side. Kakashi shook the blood on Thousand Ting, with a pity on his expression. If he was faster, the hydraulic power would already be a corpse at this time. "Damn kid. The water power covered the big wound on his chest and roared. Obviously, this blow did not cause him much damage, but it made him feel very aggrieved. It is really shameful to say that he was so dignified that he was successfully attacked by such a kid. Kakashi ignored the anger of the water power, a ninja. When he lost his calm, he was not far from the time of death. Shunquen jumped to the side of Shui Li and asked, "Shui Li, are you okay?" "It's okay, it's just a small wound, it doesn't get in the way. This nasty kid is not slow, but we just need to pay attention to it and it's okay." Shui Li stood up. The wound on his chest was not deep, so he temporarily stopped the bleeding with chakra, which did not hinder the combat effectiveness. Kakashi didn't speak, holding Kianting in his hands and wondering what he was thinking. This time it seemed that he had no intention of taking the initiative to attack. "Boy, I accidentally let you succeed for a while, but you won't have this kind of luck in the future." The water power was still so angry, but Kakashi didn't pay any attention. Shui Li felt as if he had hit the cotton with a punch, which was very uncomfortable. "Shunquen, you are waiting here, and I will end this kid immediately." "Hydraulic, can you do it?" Yumakawa is skeptical, because Kakashi's actions just now gave Yamakawa a new understanding of this young boy. This boy is not weak, but he has a calmness that is incompatible with his age. It is definitely not ordinary kid. At least Shunquen admits that he has absolutely no such composure at Kakashi's age. Seeing Shunquen doubting himself, Shui Li became even more angry. "Fart, I can't do it. Just give me 1 minute." Shui Li finished speaking, did not wait for the mountains and rivers to speak again, and left where he left with a scream, punching Kakashi. Shunquen didn't have time to stop it, so he didn't move. Although he felt that Kakashi was not easy, Shunquen did not think that Kakashi could really win the water power. After all, Kakashi's age seems to be really small, so he shouldn't have the strength of Shinobu. It's just that the mountains and water power have been forgotten. There is a kind of person in this world that cannot be inferred by common sense, and this kind of person is a genius. Seeing the hydraulic attack, Kakashi didn't panic at all. Compared with physical skills, Kakashi really lacked a companion at this time. Bang bang bang, the two sides crossed their fists, and there were bursts of melee. The water-powered physique is still very good. Every move is stern, but it's a ninja from a small village, that's it. Only moments after the two played against each other, Kakashi seized the floor and kicked it on the water-powered chest. Boom! The hydraulic force flew out. Shunquen was taken aback when he saw it, and immediately rushed to catch the water, and stopped on a big tree. A minute has passed. Kakashi's faint voice sounded, and it was particularly harsh when it fell in the ears of the water and the mountains. "Damn boy." Shui Li's hands burst into blue veins, and he was obviously very unhappy with Kakashi's words, but this time the Shui Li did not rush up again. The fight just now made Shui Li understand that the young man in front of him was extraordinary. "Damn it, where did Long Chi find such a helper?" Shui Li muttered in his heart. Chapter 32 1-2 Hydraulic, don't be impulsive. This kid doesn't look like an ordinary person. Let's get on together. Don't capsize in the gutter. Cut. Shui Li snorted disdainfully, but didn't refute it. Although Shui Li felt that he would not be able to defeat this kid, he still had to solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Ryugasaki's side is really solved, things will become troublesome. Moreover, those Zongren are the power in the hands of the two, and they are not willing to lose too much like this. After all, the village must be guarded by someone, and relying on the two of them alone is a bit too much. Seeing that the two finally got serious, Kakashi also decided to show some real skills. After all, Kakashi's strongest is not physique, nor is it the swordsmanship that has just been picked up, but ninjutsu. Copying the name of the ninja is not for nothing. Although there are not thousands of ninjutsu copied yet, there are still 100. It's just that no idiot can practice so many kinds of ninjutsu. Knowing how to use it is two different things. Even the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi, who is known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, dare not say that he is proficient in all ninjutsu, but only said that he could. These ninjutsu can be used as magic tricks, but they cannot be used as daily moves against the enemy. After all, people's energy is limited. Even if it is a genius like the Watergate, Uchiha Itachi, the commonly used ninjutsu is just that. There are not many tricks, but how to use them. There are no invincible moves, only invincible people. Kakashi has the same idea, and the ninjutsu most valued by Kakashi is his original ninjutsu, Chidori. Chidori has many derivative ninjutsu. In the original work, Sasuke developed a series of ninjutsu based on Chidori, and even the unicorn known as the Strongest Thunder Dunge. As his inventor, Kakashi has developed Rek, one of the advanced Chidori, but this is not enough. Although Rachel isn't rank ninjutsu, in Kakashi's eyes, his power is still not enough. Moreover, both rank ninjutsu, Rek obviously can't compare with a spiral shuriken. After all, Ulche killed all the horns with 1 life, and a spiral shuriken killed all the horns with 3 lives. Thinking about the terrifying ninjutsu in the later stage, a small Rek is really not enough to see. Shinwai Rek is still about the same, but this trick Kakashi is temporarily unavailable. The thoughts in his mind flashed by. Kakashi knew that he still had a long way to go. Compared with the 2 open students in the future, he still had to put in a lot of effort. Throwing Qianting in his hand, the current overflowed. When Shui Li and Shanquan looked a little dignified when they saw it, they suddenly formed seals at the same time. Earth done. Earth Dragon Spear. Art Fire Escape Fireball. The 2 grew up together, and the cooperation was even more tacit. At this time, ninjutsu was launched at the same time, although there was no attribute addition function. But it was quite lethal. Friction? Kakashi muttered to himself. In the next second, a stone gun made of countless rocks emerged from the ground, directly poking Kakashi's body through several holes, and the flames filled Kakashi's body. Kakashi couldn't even make a scream before he was burned to ashes by the flames. Ha ha ha, I thought it was a terrific character. I didn't expect it to be solved so easily. Now I am afraid that even the ashes are gone, right? The hydraulic power laughed wildly, completely releasing the distress just now. Hydraulic, something is wrong. The mountains and rivers did not have the care of water, but keenly discovered that it was wrong. Huh? What? Look. The water power looked in the direction of the mountains and rivers, and saw that where Kakashi was, it was clearly a wooden stake. Substitute technique. How could it happen? Water power said in surprise. I just didn't see Kakashi's seal at all. How did he use the substitute technique? You can't recognize the surrogacy technique. It's a miracle that you can become Shinobu. Kakashi's emotional voice sounded behind the 2 of them. Both of them were shocked and quickly moved away. Unfortunately, what they greeted was Kakashi's ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is used like this. Hands not printing. Art Fire Escape Fireball. The same powerful fireball technique, but in Kakashi's hands is obviously more powerful than just in the hands of water power. The hot temperature made the surrounding air a little dry. The power of ninjutsu has a lot to do with the purity of chakra. The same ninjutsu has different powers in the hands of different people. This is the main reason. And Kakashi's chakra purity is obviously much higher than these 2 men. After all, Kakashi is a figure called a genius. Facing the powerful fireball, Shui Li cursed secretly. Damn it, how can there be such a terrifying power? Diulubai. Seeing that Yamakawa couldn't dodge, he quickly used defensive ninjutsu. A rock wall quickly rose from the ground, directly blocking Kakashi's fireball. Good job, Shanquan. Seeing that the stone wall blocked the terrifying fireball, the water could not help being overjoyed. But the mountains and rivers don't have the good mood of water power, this kind of terrifying power, and the little demon in front of me may at least have the strength of Shinobi. It's troublesome. Kakashi obviously didn't expect this blow to make a contribution, it was more of a temptation. Now it seems that the water power should be a fire escape type ninja, while Shanquan is a soil escape type ninja. Of course, it does not rule out that the other party has mastered 2 attribute changes. After all, it is Shangnin, and it is not impossible to master the two attribute changes. If the fire escapes, there is no water here, so it is not easy to restrain. But what if you don't restrain? In the case of Tadun, Kakashi's Thunder Dun is very slippery. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, which seemed a bit interesting. Hydraulic, come up with your real ability. This kid is very strong, maybe better than us. Shunkwen said solemnly. Oh, I see. Water power is not an idiot. After 2 brief encounters, Kakashi will no longer have any contempt for Kakashi. Hydraulic, use that trick. What? Do you want this? Hydraulic was obviously a little surprised. Don't hesitate to solve it as soon as possible. Ryuki doesn't know how the situation is. We can't waste time anymore. Water power thought for a while, and felt that what Shunkwen said was reasonable, so he said, okay. Seeing that the two seemed to be discussing something, Kakashi didn't bother. Kakashi is still very interested in the trick the two said. Kakashi has probably figured out the strength of the two, but he is not worried about something wrong, so he has a little curiosity about this so-called ninjutsu. Suddenly, the two moved together. 4 fists, at the same time greeted Kakashi. Whether it is Shinobu, and physique still have a hand. But after a while, the water power took a step back from the battle. Kakashi seemed to feel it, but he couldn't get out of being entangled in the mountains and rivers. Shunkwen, am ready, Shui Lee shouted. Shunkwen heard the words. 3 shurikens emerged in his hands, shot out towards Kakashi. His figure retreated violently. Kakashi hurriedly swung his knife to fend off the shuriken. Boy, go to hell. The water power roared. Fire escape. Fire dragon flame bomb. After the mountains and rivers flashed, the same hands were sealed. Wind escape. Great breakthrough. When Kakashi saw this, his pupils shrank, and the wind helped the firepower. It was a combined ninjutsu. Fire escape. The breakthrough technique of the Great Fire Dragon. Chapter 33 Win. The terrifying Fire Dragon quickly approached less than 5 meters in front of Kakashi, and the hot temperature made Kakashi feel that his hair was about to be scorched. The two ninjutsu with the added attributes merge with each other, and the superimposed power is close to the sleevel ninjutsu. Kakashi didn't expect that the two would actually use this kind of combined ninjutsu, knowing that this kind of ninjutsu requires a full understanding. Of course, if one of them has a good understanding of ninjutsu, it can also be used with the other. Ninjutsu is fused with each other, and its power has increased several times. It is a big killer for the Jedi counterattack. At this time, the hot flame is right in front of you, and you can't hide it. If that's the case, then don't hide it. Kakashi didn't panic. Only an indomitable terrorist warfare. Isn't its rank ninjutsu? Who didn't? His hands quickly became imprinted, and the blue thunder reappeared in Kakashi's right hand. But this time there was no sound of chidri chirping, only the sound of a slight electric current. Rachel's class ninjutsu Upanishad, an upgraded version of chidori, but it is more powerful than chidori, and it can also be enhanced without stabs. Therefore, even if the writing wheel is not used, Rachel can still exert great power. And when using chidori, it is not necessary to use the writing wheel. After all, the target is in front of you. If you use chidori to blast it over, there is always no situation where you can't see the movement clearly, right? What kind of trick is this? You can actually see the actual chakra. Shui Lee cried out silently. What a terrible move. Shunkwen also looked shocked. Kakashi didn't have the time to pay attention to the shock of these two people. The flame was right in front of him, and the thunder in his right hand shot out instantly. Rachel. The blue thunder has a dazzling light, like a peerless blade, extremely sharp. The red fire dragon under this sharp blade, like a piece of tofu, was instantly cut to pieces. Ah! Kakashi roared and moved forward instantly. I saw a silver-white figure holding thunder in his hand, piercing the terrifying fire dragon from head to tail. The flames separated the two sides, seeming to make a way for Kakashi. In the end, the fire dragon disappeared invisible, as if it had never appeared before, and the blue thunder in Kakashi's hand was also exhausted at this time. Kakashi stood still and shook his tired right hand. After all, the power of the fire dragon was not small. Even if it was forcibly smashed by Reichi, Kakashi's right hand was a little weak. Seeing that Kakashi was intact, the water power and the mountains were a little unbelievable. This move, which was regarded as a killer by the two, was so easily cracked by Kakashi, and it was broken abruptly with the strongest posture. What a terrifying figure this is. Shunkun and Shili looked at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes, and couldn't help swallowing. Who are you? Water power cried out in fear. Kakashi chuckled, did not speak, but walked slowly towards the two of them. It seems that these two people are already poor, and if that's the case, the game will end here. Silver white hair, blindfolded single eyes, blue thunder ninjutsu. Yes, yes, you are Konoha's writing wheel Kakashi. Yamato finally thought of Kakashi's identity and shouted loudly. Kakashi stopped and looked at the mountains in surprise. I didn't expect you to know my name, but it seems to recognize it too late. It's really too late. If the mountains and the water power knew it was Kakashi from the beginning, they might just run away without wanting to fight. How would they be reduced to where they are now? You are a Konoha ninja, you can kill us. Shuili quickly shouted as if he had caught a life-saving straw. Hee, why not? I have the right to kill anyone who interferes with my mission. The world of ninjas is like this. You should know. Kakashi sneered, wanting to laugh at the naive statement of water power. The two of them were silent. These words were right. They had become ninjas. Their lives had already been ignored. It turned out to be so. Then goodbye. Kakashi whispered. The two of them secretly said that it was not good. They wanted to bugger, but it was too late. Chidori blade. Thousand ting in Kakashi's hand was instantly filled with blue electric current, and the blade instantly extended more than 5 meters. Two screams sounded, and the blue blade actually pierced the mountains and the water in a bear. There was a trace of unwillingness in the eyes of the two of them, and they did not expect to be solved by Kakashi without paying attention. Feelings of regret spread in the hearts of the two people. There was the sound of electric current from the wound on the chest, and there was a feeling of paralysis. The light in the eyes gradually disappeared, and the two of them stopped breathing forever before they could say a word. When Kakashi saw this, he withdrew chakra, and the blue electric light disappeared. Looking at the two corpses in front of him, Kakashi was a little sick for a while. In a sense, this was Kakashi's first murder, and it was inevitable that he was a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the hands of the original body were already covered with blood, so Kakashi quickly adapted to it. Originally, I wanted to set the two corpses directly on fire, but I had to think about it. It was the people of Jinren-kun. Let Ryuki solve it by himself. Kakashi looked up. When fighting, the battlefields of both sides opened up, so Kakashi didn't know what happened to Ryugasaki at this time. Perceiving the surrounding environment and making sure that no one was peeping nearby, Kakashi moved to the battlefield of Ryugasaki. At this time, Ryugasaki's battlefield was very simple, and there were only 3 of the original 5 Zongnin. Ryugasaki is standing with one of them, Nakanin, and it looks like it should be the undercover in Ryugasaki's mouth. Not long after the two sides fought, the undercover agent took the opportunity to kill a Zongnin, and Long Chi also took advantage of the opponent's loss of mind to kill one. Thus formed the current situation. Asshole, leap, you traitor. You dare to betray Lord Shunquin. A Zongren shouted, obviously very angry. And Yu is naturally the undercover Zongren. Following the water power and the mountains and rivers, Jinren village will perish sooner or later. Those two idiots. Shameless traitor. It's so high sounding. Take it to death. Their Zongren was furious, obviously wanting to kill a leap and then quickly. Calm down. The current situation is not good for us. We should retreat to Master Hydraulic, otherwise, it will be dangerous. Another Zongren said calmly. Damn it, it can only be so. Although the Zongren was angry, He was not stupid, and soon reached a consensus. You want to go there? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Long Chi blocked the two people's path, whispering, you don't need to go there anymore, the two are already dead, and it's useless for you to go there. Kakashi's faint voice sounded, so that everyone present was taken aback. Chapter 34 Long's allegiance. Seeing Kakashi appeared, everyone present was not surprised. From just now, only 5 minutes have passed. Could it be that this silver-haired boy escaped from the pinch of the two? Impossible. If it is to escape, how could it be here, and still with such a gesture? In that case, what the boy said is true. The water power and mountains were really killed by this boy. Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? What about Master Shunkwen and Master Hydraulic? Kakashi sneered, and said, I didn't believe it after I said it. Why ask again? Their bodies are there. If you don't believe it, go and see. After Kakashi finished speaking, he walked to the side of Ryugasaki and said, Mr. Ryugasaki, I have solved the two for you. I want you to solve the rest. Mr. Kakashi, are you true? Ryugasaki was a little excited. After all, he was his enemy. If Kakashi really killed him, it would be considered revenge for Ryugasaki. Although he didn't kill it himself, Ryugasaki felt extremely happy. Naturally, it is true. Those two are dead, and the rest of the battle is meaningless. Go and deal with the bodies of the two. Okay, I'll take a look. After Ryuzaki said, he greeted him and set off together. Naturally, Kakashi would not stay where he was. The three came to the mountains and rivers and the place where Shui Li died. And the two Zongnin looked at each other, and also followed along. After all, if the water power and the mountains are really dead, then they will have no meaning to continue fighting. Furthermore, if the two of them are really dead, then the remaining person in Jinren-kun to rely on is Long Chi, and the two of them are not stupid, knowing what to do and what not to do. After all, Jinren-kun's position in their minds is more important than their leader. The villages where their fetters are. There are their families and friends there. The distance is not far. With the feet of a ninja, it takes less than a minute. The people from the previous caravans, who had been fighting against each other long ago, fled. They were the people Ryuki had found, and Ryuki had already told them to just run away in the event of a battle. They fulfilled Long Chi's words very seriously and ran very fast without any hesitation, so there was no one else here at this time. When Ryuki saw the corpse of the mountains and water, he first laughed up to the sky, and then sobbed silently. They were the partners who grew up together since they were young. Although they have been using Ryugasaki to kill Ryugasaki's wife and children, Ryugasaki still has a certain affection for them. At this time, the two died. Although Ryugasaki felt happy, but I can't bear to be sad. I was surprised to see the bodies of the two people at the first glance. I carefully looked at the fatal injuries of the two people. They were all slightly charred in their chests, and they were killed by the extremely powerful Thunder Dunk. Seeing this, he leapt towards Kakashi's gaze and couldn't help but admire him a little. What a powerful boy. I jumped to the realization that when I was at Kakashi's age, I was still a low-strength subjugator. It was really incomparable between people. Otherwise, the huge gap in this would really make people feel aggrieved. As for the other two Zongren, seeing the two corpses, there was no word for a while. The slaughter of people in the same village caused such a tragedy. It is really not good to say it. Both of them sighed, knowing that Ryugasaki was the rest. And the masked silver-haired boy on the opposite side does not seem to exist so simply. They hadn't put this young man in their eyes before, but now it seems that this young man is the key to this battle. Unfortunately, no one has seen it before. Otherwise, things may develop in another direction. But where does this world know so much? Kakashi looked at Ryugasaki silently, watched him laugh, watched him wailing and crying, but Kakashi's heart was unexpectedly calm. How should I put it? Kakashi seemed to see another self. In the memory of the original body, Kakashi cried so loudly when Lin died, and when he mistakenly thought that he died with soil. Kakashi's mood was so heavy. Kakashi was equally sad when Miss Watergate died. Ryugasaki's mood Kakashi can understand, but it is only an experience. Sometimes, having experienced the pain does not mean that you can understand the pain of others. A good doctor does not heal himself. The scene was a little silent for a while, except for Ryuki's crying. There was no other sound. The others didn't move, they just watched in silence. Ryugasaki is a ninja after all. He was used to life and death, and soon recovered. Ryugasaki glanced at Kakashi, did not hesitate, knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. Subordinate Ryuzaki pays respects to the leader. Ryugasaki Yamake's move made everyone outside of Kakashi surprised. They didn't know that Ryugasaki and Kakashi had such an agreement. Master Long Chi, how can you be loyal to him? You are the leader of our Jinren village. Yu eagerly said. Although this boy is very strong, what about Jinren-kun if Ryugasaki is loyal to him? A shinobu village without shinobu, I'm afraid it will be wiped out casually. This is Yu's reluctance to see it, and that is also his home. The other two Zongren were equally unwilling. After all, Ryugasaki is a member of Jinin village, and at this time, there is only Ryuki in Jinin village. Ryugasaki ignored Yu's words, and just said indifferently, the leader avenges me, and my life is the leader. Ryugasaki in Jinin village has long since died. Today Ryugasaki is just a homeless person. Master Ryugasaki, have you forgotten Jinin village? Jinin village still needs you. Yep, I'm sorry, this is my promise, I must fulfill him. Ryuki's attitude is firm, and a promise is very important for Ryuki. Ryugasaki is such a person. Once he made his oath, he would not violate it, even if it was wrong. And Ryugasaki didn't think it was wrong. Therefore, even if Ryugasaki wanted to return to Jinren village, he had to fulfill his promise first. I jumped a little helplessly, could only look at Kakashi. After all, this young man was the key to all this. Kakashi ignored the leaping gaze, but just helped mount Ryugasaki up. I accept your allegiance, but I don't need you for the time being, so you should first Jin Shinobu, and when I need you, I will come to you. Kakashi's words made Yu and the other two Zongren both sigh of relief, so at least Ryugasaki still belongs to Jinren-kun. Long Chi was taken aback, and then moved a little. Kakashi knew that although Ryugasaki had been loyal, he still couldn't let go of Jinin village. So Kakashi is not willing to make things difficult. Furthermore, even if Ryugasaki was taken away, Kakashi had no place to arrange for him, so he simply stayed in Jinren village. Maybe he could help him cultivate a power. Thank you, Chief. Chapter 35 Chidori. Ryugasaki completed his revenge, and the so-called task of delivering goods to the Kingdom of Wind was naturally cancelled. After all, this was originally a trick to invite the king into the urn. So Kakashi doesn't have to spend extra time going to the Kingdom of Wind. Anyway, Ryugasaki has handed over the letter of completion of the mission to Kakashi. There was a 10-day gap in the deadline of the mission, and Kakashi did not plan to return to the village directly because it was difficult to explain. If you explain everything that happened, there will inevitably be some knots in the third generation. After all, collecting power outside the village is not something a person who loves Konoha should do. Kakashi naturally did not have any malice towards Konoha. This time it was an accident. However, some things were unclear. Rather than arouse suspicion, it is better to assume that nothing happened. So Kakashi decided to conceal this matter. After all, this matter is not big or small. Kakashi was not afraid that this incident would leak out. Jinren village was just a small village, and no one would pay attention to it. Even if I paid attention, I wouldn't think that today's matter has something to do with Kakashi. After all, Kakashi's task is only to protect the caravan, and these two are just hapless robbers. There was no plan to return to Konoha immediately, and Kakashi did not plan to go to Jinin village. After all, there will inevitably be traces left behind. Kakashi is unwilling to have more troubles. With this idle time, it is better to practice for a few more days. So, after bidding farewell to Long Kai, who returned to the village, Kakashi found a place in the forest and prepared to practice for a few days. Somewhere in the forest, Kakashi was training frantically. Although it was already a cold season, Kakashi's face was full of sweat. Kakashi was breathing heavily, obviously not relaxed. It's just that the body doesn't seem to be tired, and it keeps doing the same movement. Fatigue was accumulating. Kakashi felt that his body had reached extreme fatigue. At this time, Kakashi also stopped, and the chakra inside his body quickly turned along the direction of the flow of the eight-door dungeon. Kakashi closed his eyes, seeming to feel the strength increasing. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his right eye, and said softly, "Open the door, open." It seems that a certain switch in the body is turned on, the mind is clear, and the whole physical fitness seems to have been greatly improved. After a while, Kakashi felt weak and exhausted, half kneeling on the ground. After learning the eight-door dungeon from Chi, Kakashi finally completed the first one of the eight-door dungeon today. It can be regarded as a certain achievement. I don't know, Kai knows that Kakashi has practiced it in just a few days. What kind of mood will the first door be? It is not difficult to know the first one, but it took Kai at the beginning 2 months to master it. Sure enough, the scary thing in this world is not the genius, but the genius who works harder. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regain his strength. After a quarter of an hour, the consumed strength gradually recovered, and chakra also reunited. Although it has not fully recovered, Kakashi also has the ability to act. Standing up, Kakashi patted the dust on his body, and the purpose of this practice was achieved. 8 doors opened the first door, which is the purpose of Kakashi's practice. There is still time left, so I can do something else. Kakashi touched the silver white hair, feeling a little bit in his heart. He seemed to be more and more seeking power after coming to this world. But is it okay not to pursue it? No, without power in this world, not only involuntary, but also easy to curl up. Kakashi is a man afraid of death, at least for now. Picking up Kianting at the back of the waist, Kakashi danced with the wind, slashing and slashing, all with sword wind. Compared to the self who had just passed through, he was obviously more mature. At the last cut, Kakashi plunged 1,000 ting into the dirt. The meridians in his body trembled faintly, and Kakashi felt as if the acupuncture points on his body had changed a little. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and a bright light flashed in his mind. With this feeling, it seemed that he could try that trick. Just do it when you think of it. Your hands are printed, and the blue thunder screams in Kakashi's hands, like 1,000 birds singing together. Chidori, Kakashi's most familiar ninjutsu, is also Kakashi's original ninjutsu. On the understanding of Chidori, no one in this world knows better than Kakashi. Kakashi knew that Chidori was just a rudiment, just like a spiral pill. with unlimited possibilities. Rachel is a proof that Chidori can be stronger. But Kakashi knew that in addition to attacking, Chidori can also be used as a defense to achieve an integrated attack and defense. Chidori. Kakashi has also tried this ninjutsu once when he travels through it, but it has failed. This ninjutsu is actually not complicated. It just covers the whole body on the basis of Chidori, weakening the attack power, but it has a defensive effect. It is also a lethal ninjutsu, but unexpectedly, it is a very useful ninjutsu. But this ninjutsu requires the cooperation of some acupuncture points on the body. Although it is not possible to release chakras from acupuncture points on the whole body like Hyugas, it also requires the cooperation of certain acupuncture points. After all, it is to release the Chidori from the whole body, it is not enough to have it on hand. The previous Kakashi could not be used because the acupuncture points on the body could not release the chakra. But the opening of the door seems to have caused some peculiar changes. Although most of the acupuncture points still cannot release chakras, a small part of the acupuncture points can. And these acupuncture points are enough to use Chidori flow. The Chidori in Kakashi's hands were wanton, and he quietly felt the chakra of Chidori flowing in his body. This feeling, yes, that's right, that's how it feels. Kakashi gave a soft drink. Chidori. For a moment, the Chidori in Kakashi's hand shrank rapidly until it disappeared. In the next second, Kakashi's body was covered with blue thunder. Under the blue light, Kakashi looked like Thor. There was a hint of excitement in Kakashi's eyes. This is the first time Kakashi has created an ninjutsu by virtue of his own ability since the journey. The song of birds resounded through this uninhabited forest, and the flocks of birds passed by, seeming to witness the birth of a Thunder King. Kakashi squeezed his right hand, and the Chidori flow immediately dissipated. Although Chidori is only an A-level ninjutsu, it is of great significance to Kakashi, and it gives Kakashi more confidence. It's time to go back, Kakashi muttered to himself, ready to return to Konoha. It's just that Kakashi at this time has more confidence than before. Chapter 36 Goodbye Yamato. Kakashi packed up his things and was about to return to Konoha, but after thinking about it, Kakashi decided to go to the Kingdom of Wind for a little stroll. Not to meet the world, but to inquire about intelligence. When returning to Konoha, if the 3 generations of Hokage asked about the situation in the Kingdom of Wind, it would be a bit embarrassing to ask 3 questions by themselves. Although not necessarily asking, Kakashi has to be prepared just in case. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Moreover, this is the junction of the country of fire and the country of wind. 1 day is enough to go back and forth, but it is not afraid of delaying any effort. Just do it if he thinks it. Kakashi is not the one to moji, so he went to the Kingdom of Wind to inquire about information. Although Sand Ninja Village is a village in the desert, the Kingdom of Wind is not all sandstorms. After all, it is difficult for ordinary people to survive under such conditions, and only ninjas can barely survive such harsh conditions. Life. Kakashi didn't go to Sand Ninja Village, so naturally he wouldn't experience that kind of badness. Kakashi was wearing a black suit at this time, and Qian Ting Dao also used a simple sealing technique to seal her wrists. After all, it was a bit conspicuous to put it behind her back. What Kakashi will do this time is to act cloak. The forehead guard is naturally the first thing to hide. The left eye is wrapped with a cloth strip, but it is not afraid of being discovered by accidents. This is a chaotic world, so there are not a few people who lose an eye. Sand Ninja Village did strengthen the police force against the Kingdom of Wind, but that was it. For the elite, this kind of police is meaningless. After all, the people sent out to be on guard rarely have the forbearance, and naturally it doesn't have much effect. Shangrun is the village's precious combat power, and it is impossible to use it to do this kind of thing. The guards are mostly people with strong perception abilities. For example, Konoha often uses the Inuzuka, Yun, and Hyuga as guards. Kakashi passed the alert very easily, wandering around the Sand City in the Kingdom of Wind for a day, and inquired about everything that should be inquired. In fact, there is nothing to pay attention to in the current Sand Ninja Village. Although the monk Fenfu is dying, He is not dead yet and should have a lifespan of about 2 months. The wind shadow of Sha Ninja Village is Liuosha, and the 3 generations of Feng Ying have long been made puppets by the scorpion of the red sand. In other words, this 3 generations of Feng Ying, known as the strongest Feng Ying, is really embarrassing enough to be killed by a 15-year-old puppet master. Although the red sand scorpion is a genius, it should be a genius who can be a Feng Ying. I have to say that this 3-generation Feng Ying is really useless. The mess of thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind, and they all disappeared quickly. There is nothing to care about these things. The place where I live is Konoha, and I have at least 12 years to be safe, so I don't need to care about these things. After the information was inquired, Kakashi had no desire to stay any longer. This was the territory of another country. Although it was a confederate country, people were nervous now. It's better not to get into trouble. So Kakashi left the Kingdom of the Wind again unconsciously. Kakashi continued to shuttle through the woods. Suddenly, Kakashi stopped. He saw a person wearing Konoha's Zanb costume. Kakashi felt that this person's back was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Soon, Kakashi remembered who this person was. Yamato. Why is this guy here? Or alone? Kakashi was a little confused, but since I met, Kakashi didn't mind going over to say hello. Hey! Kakashi's cry awakened Yamato. Yamato turned around and said, "It's him." Kakashi jumped in front of Yamato and said, "Are you the Mudan ninja? Why are you here?" Task. Yamato said lightly. Yamato has a certain impression of Kakashi. The last time Hokage was assassinated was because of the appearance of this guy. They failed without even seeing Hokage's face. Kakashi didn't ask more when he saw it. Since it was a mission, Yamato obviously didn't plan to tell Kakashi. After all, the ninjas' missions are kept secret, and even the comrades in the same village can't tell them. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing for a while. When Kakashi was about to leave, suddenly a little girl ran over. "Danzo, it's not good. Lord Orochimaru wants to kill our people." Yamato's pupils shrank, obviously a little surprised, but when he looked at Kakashi next to him, he also felt that something was wrong. If Kakashi knew about it, it would be difficult to explain it. For a while, Yamato's head kept turning, trying to find a reasonable explanation. Kakashi was also a little surprised to see this little girl. Is this girl Ivory Snow? Isn't this the plot that happened when Orochimaru defected? But Orochimaru has defected for half a month. How could it not be over yet? Could it be the butterfly effect that appeared on its own? Kakashi felt a little messy for a while, and there was a feeling that things were out of control. At this time, Xian also saw Kakashi, looked at Yamato in confusion, and said, "Tenzao, who is this person?" "He is my friend," Yamato said suddenly without knowing why. Kakashi also gave Yamato a surprised look. After all, the two of them are at most people in the same village. If they are friends, this level is far from enough. Great. Your friend must be very good too? Then let's go save the tribe together. Seeing one more person, Xian felt that the chances of success would be higher. Yamato glanced at Kakashi, and said, "What do you mean?" "Go and see." Kakashi didn't care, even though it was Orochimaru, but now Kakashi is not helpless against Orochimaru. It's definitely impossible to fight, but if you want to run away, the current Orochimaru can't stop him anymore. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is not a joke. Now Kakashi wants to know where the plot has been deviated, hoping that it won't cause too much influence. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Yamato was a little surprised, but it was Orochimaru, and Kakashi didn't show any fear. Yamato had a different sense to this silver-haired boy. Is a newborn calf not afraid of tigers? Or do you really have this kind of confidence? Yamato didn't know that Kakashi had a fight with Orochimaru. If I knew it, I would be even more surprised. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Yamato was a little surprised, but did not hesitate too much. After living with the Ivory family for half a month, Yamato also has a certain affection for them. If it can save them, Yamato will not hesitate. So Kakashi and the three set off together. On the way, Kakashi couldn't bear his curiosity and asked Yamato what was going on. Chapter 37 Big Violent Shark. Hey, what is going on? Kakashi asked. My name is Jiraiya. Don't ask me to feed again. Yamato did not immediately answer Kakashi's question, but reported his name first. Kakashi was taken aback, and then said, "Hi guy Kakashi, I know you. You are also very famous at the root." Da said calmly. This was something Kakashi hadn't thought of, but it was obviously not the time to care about such things at this time. Why are you here? What's the matter with Orochimaru? And what is that clan? In order to understand the truth of the matter as quickly as possible, Kakashi asked 3 questions. Because the plot was deviated at this time, Kakashi did not dare to guarantee that what he saw in his previous life was the truth of the matter, so he still wanted to ask. Clear. The 2 voices were very small, and Xian was further separated by the 2x5 meters. So although Xian knew that they were communicating, she didn't know what they were talking about. He just thought they were discussing saving people. Plan. Yamato glanced at Xian, and said, after Lord Danzo had defected from Orochimaru, he sent me here, saying that this is Orochimaru's secret stronghold. Let me come and investigate. If you find Orochimaru's traces, please Master Danzang reported. It's been over half a month since Orochimaru defected. Why are you still here? The investigation is not over yet. There is a strange group of people here, named the Ivory Clan. They have the ability to turn their bodies into smoke and control others, but they can't control them well. If they suddenly turn into a place with wind, the smoke will die because it is blown away. One helps them control this ability, so their lifespan has been increased. They are very grateful to Orochimaru, so I think Orochimaru will come back to look for them again. So I stayed and continued to investigate, and never went back. Why would they trust you? The girl behind us is called Xian. She mistook me for her missing brother Tenzo, so I can get along with this group of people friendly. What Yamato didn't say was that during the more than half a month of getting along, he became fettered with Xian. Today, because Xian said that he had never seen the scenery outside, and Yamato felt a little soft-hearted for a while, he took her out. Go and see the outside world. But before, Xian seemed to have sensed something suddenly and started to run wildly. Yamato didn't pay attention and didn't keep up for a while, and didn't want to meet Kakashi at this time. What I didn't expect was that when Xian reappeared, it would bring news that Orochimaru would slaughter the Ivory Clan, which made Yamato unable to understand. Isn't the Ivory Clan's subordinates? Why would One come to slaughter the Ivory family? Just now Xian disappeared because he sensed the breath of the tribe and rushed over. As a result, he saw the dying leader of Ivory, Ota, and learned about Orochimaru. My wife asked Xian to run quickly, but Xian wanted to go back and save his people. After listening to Yamato's explanation, Kakashi was thoughtful. Except for the part that he had originally participated in, everything else was basically the same as the plot, except that Kakashi didn't know that Orochimaru, who had successfully escaped from the Land of Fire, came back. Do what? The Ivory Clan should not be so important to Orochimaru. No matter what Kakashi thinks, the place of the Ivory family will soon arrive. The gloomy cave looked a bit hideous, like a huge mouth of a fierce beast, waiting for people to come into the trap. Kakashi and Yamato stood at the entrance of the cave, waiting for Xian, who had not yet come. After all, it would be too dangerous to let Xian go alone. After a while, Xian, out of breath, came to the entrance of the cave. Danzo, let's go in quickly. Okay. Not long after Kakashi and the 3 entered the cave, they smelled a strong blood. It's so strong and bloody, I'm afraid that many people have already died. Kakashi frowned, and it seemed that as expected, the Ivory Clan was about to be slaughtered by the big snake pill. Looking at Xian behind her, she wondered if this girl could still be so lucky. The few people didn't walk long before they saw the Ivory who fell on the ground. Xian was shocked, and ran to the corpses, shouting, "Everyone, what's wrong with everyone? Wake up!" Unfortunately, no matter how Xian called, these Ivory people who had become corpses would never respond to her. Oh, Where did this little mouse come from? In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. Kakashi was startled. Thousand Tingdao appeared in his hand instantly. Yamato also instantly increased his vigilance. I saw a middle-aged ninja wearing a white robe appeared in front of the three of them, with blue hair, obviously not Orochimaru. Kakashi frowned and said, "Where's the Orochimaru? Who are you?" "Me? You don't need to know who I am. You seem to be Konoha's ninja, not from the Ivory family." "Then this little girl is from the Ivory family." Kakashi and Yamato heard the words and blocked Xian behind them. "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming here?" Yamato shouted sharply. Xian was already an important bond of Yamato, and seeing that this man's goal turned out to be Xian, which obviously touched Yamato's nerves. "Although I don't want to tell you, but in order to let you die, I will tell you. I am the subordinate of Orochimaru's armor, the big violent shark. The purpose of coming here this time is to collect the blood of the Ivory family for the big snake master Maru is doing research." "Damn it, actually treat human life as a trifle." Yamato was obviously very angry. After all, in the past half-month, Yamato has established a strong relationship with the Ivory family. Kakashi is very calm. The world of ninjas is like this. The weak eat the strong, the weak have no say. But now it seems that Orochimaru has not come back, only Orochimaru's men have come. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was no longer afraid of Orochimaru, it didn't mean he was willing to face this perversion. Kakashi said he was not interested in a monster that couldn't be killed no matter how he killed it. Haha, what a naive guy. Are you really a ninja? The big violent shark's tone was full of sarcasm, and he was very amused by Yamato's words. Naturally, Yamato would not fail to understand the principle of the weak and the strong. After all, the place where he grew up was the root, a place full of blood and darkness. It's just that the inherent kindness in his heart keeps Yamato from completely degenerating, and he has his own conscience. Well, the chat ends here. Hand over that little girl. I can let you have a way out. Impossible. Yamato's firm words sounded, and he decided that he would use his life to protect this girl. So the hands are printed. Wouldn't escape. The art of the big forest. Yamato's arm instantly turned into a flying giant wood, and hit the big violent shark. Chapter 38 Knockdown Mudun. The big violent shark was shocked. Hasn't this type of ninjutsu been extinct since the death of the original Naruto? How could it happen again? Is this guy from the Senju clan? At this time, the big violent shark already had the idea of wanting to run away. The shadow of the tree, the name of the person, the unique Mudun, the of ninja, still has a great reputation in the world of ninja, even if he has been dead for decades. However, the big violent shark reacted in surprise. Water escape. Iron cannonballs. Under the fast seal of both hands, the big violent shark spit out a water bomb, directly smashing the huge wood of Yamato. The big violent shark was taken aback, and the body that had originally wanted to escape stopped instantly. Actually crushed it. The big violent shark thought it would be good to be able to withstand this offensive, but didn't expect that this ninjutsu would be resolved. Is this still the Mudun who suppresses the ninja world? Looking at the big and young body, the big violent shark is suddenly a little devil. It seems that he is only about 10 years old. At this age, even if it is Mudun, how much power can it exert? The big violent shark instantly became full of confidence and sneered disdainfully. This is Mudun. It's really vulnerable. The ridiculous words of the violent shark did not arouse the anger of Kakashi and Yamato. Both of them are calm people, and naturally they will not be angry with such words. All the people of the Ivory clan were killed by you? Kakashi, who had been silent, suddenly asked. After all, they have to draw blood. If they move around, it would be too much trouble. Instead of doing this, it's better to kill them all to make it easier for me to take blood. It doesn't seem that their blood looks very good if you don't look at it. It's because you are too old. I think the little girl behind you should be a very qualified experiment material. Kakashi tightened the Kianting in his hands, and felt a little angry. Although he knew that this was a world where people's lives were so desperate, Kakashi was still a little unacceptable when he saw people who disrespect other people's lives. Done. The technique of killing thorns. Yamato shot again. He just wanted to quickly kill the big violent shark and protect Xian. Yamato's arm turned into a rattan and entangled the big violent shark at a very fast speed. Yamato's hands were combined to increase the output of chakra, and he wanted to strangle the big violent shark alive. Cut! The big violent shark snorted disdainfully, the muscles of its body swelled, and the blue chakra burst out in an instant, breaking away all the canes. Done at your level can't help me at all, just die obediently. Hateful. Yamato punched the ground with his right fist, blood oozing out, and looked very angry. Yamato had never hated his weakness so much. Seeing this, Zz quickly squatted down and said, Tanzang, don't be like this. Sorry, see I'm useless. Jin shook his head slightly. Danzo, you are not useless, you have to believe in yourself. Yamato was taken aback and nodded, well, I won't give up. It's a touching scene, but you still have to die. The big violent shark stroked his palm and laughed, looking extremely arrogant. Kakashi was no longer talking nonsense at this time. He knew everything he should know, and all that was left was to defeat the person in front of him. Is the water escape ninja? Humphrey, my favorite is the water escape ninja. Thousand tingers in hand, swinging a knife and slashing. Upon seeing this, the big violent shark took out kunai and blocked Kakashi's blow. What a great wrist strength! The big violent shark exclaimed, but he didn't expect this young man to look so thin and powerful. Kakashi did not pay attention to this kind of praise, the praise of the unknown person. What should I take in mind? Kick with your right foot. Konoha whirlwind. Big violent shark eyes furious. What a fast speed. The big violent shark couldn't react, and was kicked directly into the air, hitting the wall of the cave, and cracking a big gap. Yamato Snow was surprised to see it so strong. Yamato murmured, the silver-haired boy in front of him seemed to be stronger than before. Kakashi retracted his right foot, and the practice of Baemon showed its effect at this moment. Although the door was not opened just now, the physical fitness brought by the success of the first practice is still very strong. The effect of this increase has a lot to do with his original physical fitness. Kakashi was not weak in physical skills, but now his strength has been enhanced to a certain extent. Under the full shot, the effect is unexpectedly good. Kakashi stood with his sword and looked at the big violent shark quietly. Although the force of this blow was good, it was not enough to knock this person down. After all, it was Orochimaru's subordinates, so it would not be such a waste. Sure enough, the big violent shark quickly stood up. Silver-haired longsword with one eye, you are the Haggai Kakashi that Master Orochimaru said. I didn't notice you just now. What a huge mistake. The big violent shark coughed a few times, and it was obvious that the first blow was not entirely without incident. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Orochimaru would even talk about himself with his subordinates. Is this a kind of recognition? The big violent shark felt a little bad. One Done. One Kakashi, it seemed that it couldn't be beaten, and this is not my home court. There is no water at all. The problem is very serious. In this case, sure enough, you should still run away. Kakashi didn't know that this guy was thinking about how to run. He stepped forward quickly and took another shot. The big violent shark has realized the power of Kakashi's body art, and naturally will not fight Kakashi in close combat. Water escape. Lots of water and bombs. The big violent shark spit out dozens of water bombs from its mouth, instantly raising countless dust on the ground. Kakashi was caught off guard and all choked. Good chance. The big violent shark narrowed his eyes, and the needle in his hand appeared instantly, quickly getting close, trying to get the blood of Xian. Kakashi immediately noticed, rushing to Xian's side at a faster speed, and kicked again. Big violent shark didn't expect Kakashi's reaction speed to be so fast, but he still reacted, blocking Kakashi's kick with both hands. Kakashi put up a smile and approached me, letting you new technique, Chidori. The blue arc enveloped Kakashi's surroundings, looking extraordinary. What? The big violent shark screamed, and was directly knocked to the ground by this sudden arc. The blue arc also shook all the surrounding dust away, and the field of vision instantly became clear. Yamato Yukimi saw the two close at hand. The big violent shark lay on the ground convulsively. Apparently the current just caused a lot of paralysis. Victory? Xjin looked at all this in front of him in disbelief, and the big violent shark just fell under Kakashi's feet in just 2 minutes. This huge gap made Xjin see no reaction for a while. Yamato looked at Kakashi solemnly. This guy was really terrifying. Chapter 39 Respective Roads. The big brother. You are so amazing. Xjian looked at Kakashi with admiration. Yamato was a little embarrassed. After all, he was so miserably abused by the tyrannical shark just now. As a result, Kakashi solved the opponent within 2 minutes and used ninjutsu. The gap between them is really big. However, Yamato was not discouraged. After all, Kakashi was more than 4 years older than himself. It is normal for a gap to exist. After all, he is a genius. Kakashi smiled, and said, "This person is at your disposal." Yamato nodded, just in case. He restrained the violent shark with a wooden escape. However, looking at the appearance of the big violent shark, it is estimated that it will not get up for a while. Although the power of Chidori is not as powerful as Chidori, it is not far from it. What's more, the big violent shark is still a water escape ninja, and its resistance to thunder escape is very low. So it is not impossible to faint in an instant. What Kakashi and others did not notice was that when the big violent shark was stunned, a small snake sneaked into the soil from the big violent shark's sleeve and disappeared. "Hey, are you going back to Konoha?" Kakashi asked suddenly. Yamato was taken aback. The Ivory clan had already disappeared, and Orochimaru did not appear. Just a subordinate. The mission here was obviously over, and Yamato had no reason to stay anymore. After seeing the snow, Yamato was a little bit unwilling to give up. This was the first bond he found, the first person who wanted to protect from the bottom of his heart, but in the end he got to this point, and finally it was time to separate. After all, Xjin would definitely not be able to return to Konoha with himself, because Xjin was from Orochimaru, even if Orochimaru had abandoned them, but this would not change. Konoha would not allow such a person to live in the village. Therefore, Xjian cannot follow Yamato back to Konoha. Yamato finally replied. Kakashi was not surprised by this, and said, "Then I will wait for you outside. Hurry up." Okay. Seeing Yamato's agreement, Kakashi went outside to wait first. He knew that Yamato had something to say to Xjin, so he didn't bother. Kakashi walked out of the cave, stood at the entrance of the cave, and sighed softly. The plot has undergone a subtle change, but it seems to have returned to the original track. Is this the restorative power of the world? Kakashi didn't know. If there really is a change, Kakashi will be helpless. After all, he cannot be exactly the same as the original Kakashi. If it really changes, Kakashi can only face it. Sure enough, only when you have absolute strength, can you calmly face any unknown fear. When Kakashi was in a trance, Yamato's cry came from the cave. "See you in the snow. See you in the snow. What's wrong with you?" There was panic and helplessness in the voice. Kakashi was taken aback, and quickly turned back. The distance is not far. So soon Kakashi came to the place just now. I saw Xjin screaming in pain, but Yamato looked at Xjin at a loss, not knowing what was going on. The big violent shark that was restrained on the side has lost its breath of life. Seeing Kakashi coming, Yamato seemed to have found a savior, so he quickly asked, "Senior Kakashi, look at what's going on with Xjin." Kakashi did not answer, but stepped forward to control Xjin, and then looked at the back of Xjin's neck. Really? It's a curse. Seeing Kakashi's movements, Yamato was a little puzzled. "Senior Kakashi, Xjin has the curse of Daishiwan on his body, and it's happening now." "What? What is the curse mark?" Yamato asked puzzledly. "The curse imprint is a kind of secret technique of Daishiwan. The person in it will be very painful. If you hold it through, you will have a certain chance to get a terrifying power, but 9 out of 10 can't hold it. What? Isn't Xu dead after seeing this? Yamato said anxiously. Kakashi was silent. Yamato was shocked. Did he want to watch someone die in front of him again? Is it like watching your companion die when you were experimenting? Do not. No way. Yamato roared in his heart. This situation must never happen again. Kakashi looked at Yamato quietly, without speaking. Whether Xian was dead or not depends on Yamato's efforts, and Kakashi didn't want to say anything at this time, so as to avoid unnecessary changes. If the original is not dead, and it is killed by a few words of his own, then the oolong will be big. Xian was still wailing, but soon stopped and lay quietly on the ground. See you in the snow. Yamato cried out in horror, and ran to Xian's side. Heaven. Xian wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength to say it anymore. Xian's body gradually became blurred, and then turned into wisps of white smoke, slowly drifting upwards. Do not. Yamato couldn't accept everything in front of him. Chakra trembled rapidly in his body. By the way, Mudun. Mudun is said to be a life-giving ninjutsu, and it can definitely save Xian. Yamato thought of this in his heart, so the movement in his hand did not stop. Mudun. The giant tree reappears only this time not to attack, but to protect it. The wood quickly rose from the ground, constantly chasing the dying white smoke, but it could not catch up. Hateful. Yamato didn't give up. The chakra in his body was output more sharply, and sweat dripped on Yamato's face. At this moment, white smoke rose from the dead members of the Ivory clan and flew into the wooden escape of Yamato. Upon seeing this, Kakashi couldn't help but open the writing wheel to observe. This is? Kakashi was puzzled. There was a peculiar energy in these white smoke, but Kakashi didn't know what it was, but he felt a little familiar. Correct. It is the power of the soul. The energy in this is very similar to the power of the soul that Kakashi saw in the Sea of Original Consciousness at the beginning of the journey. Thinking of this, Kakashi closed the writing wheel. No wonder Xian can be resurrected. It turned out that the Yibri family injected all their dead soul power into Xian's body, allowing him to reshape his body and become the last help of the Yibri family to survive. Baiyan wrapped all the wooden escape of Yamato, and also wrapped the white smoke that Xian transformed into it, and finally turned into a big tree exuding golden light. And Xian was reborn in the big tree. Yamato exclaimed excitedly, "See you in the snow." Xian opened his eyes and smiled. Kakashi also smiled, but fortunately, it came to a happy ending. In the woods, the three of them stood at the three forks, and Kakashi said, "See you. I'm going back to the village first. I will assume that nothing has happened here. You can solve the rest by yourself." "Thank you, Senior Kakashi." "Thank you, Brother Kakashi. I will go out of my own way." "I believe you can." "By the way, Xian, come over and tell you something." Xian felt a little strange, but he still passed by. Yamato was very curious about what the two said, but Kakashi obviously didn't intend to let Yamato hear it, so Yamato couldn't hear it at all. "I see, Brother Kakashi." "Yeah, I'm leaving." Kakashi left after speaking, disappearing at the end of the road before long. In fact, what Kakashi told Xian was that if there is no place to go, it is better to go to Jinren village and find their leader Ayugasaki. As long as you say you are your friend, you will have her place. Of course, Kakashi did not say that it was his own subordinate, only that it was his friend. Unnecessary trouble. Kakashi didn't want to provoke it. For Xian, Kakashi just held sympathy, hoping to help her a little bit. The scene in front of him quickly passed by, and Kakashi once again set foot on the way back to the village. Chapter 40 Ambu Squad. After a few days of trekking, Kakashi returned to Konoha again. In the Hokage office, the expected question did not appear. The third generation of Hokage just gave Kakashi a good rest after a compliment. Kakashi was not surprised either. Originally, he went to the land of the wind just in case, but now it is better not to ask. lest there are any loopholes that he did not notice, and it would be miserable. After the task was delivered, Kakashi decided to go to Yaramen for a good meal. Kakashi seems to fall in love with this kind of warm food. Moreover, the portion of Yaramen is very large, with meat and vegetables, and the nutrition is also good. It is a very good choice. The original Kakashi had good cooking skills, but his skills in the previous life were equally good. But after rebirth, Kakashi seldom took the initiative to cook by himself. The reason is just to save a little time to practice. I have to say that after being reborn, Kakashi pushed himself too tightly. Kakashi sat on the table and chair of Yaramen, not knowing what he was thinking. Kakashi, your ramen is ready. Uncle Handbeater put a bowl of ramen in front of Kakashi and looked at Kakashi with a smile on his face. Thank you very much, hand-hitting uncle. Kakashi put his hands together, expressing his gratitude. Haha, Kakashi, you are still so polite. The uncle beater laughed, obviously in a good mood. Yes, I started, Kakashi said, pulling the mask away and enjoying the ramen in front of him. Seeing Kakashi's face under the mask, although it was not the first time I saw it, the uncle beater couldn't help being surprised. This young man was really exquisite. Kakashi, why do you always wear a mask? Well, Kakashi touched the mask on his neck and said, get used to it. The original Kakashi was wearing a face mask because he was teased by the white teeth that he had a beauty mole when he was a child. At that time, Kakashi was very angry. The child's mind was always a little willful, so he put on the face mask, except for eating. It has never been taken off. After the death of White Fang, this mask became a way for Kakashi to commemorate his father, so he didn't take it off. At this time, Kakashi inherited the memories and emotions of the original body, and continued this way. That's right. I haven't seen you coming recently. Did you go out to perform the task? Well, I went out, so I didn't come. Kakashi finished the ramen in the bowl as he spoke. Thank you for hospitality. The uncle was taken aback for a moment, and smiled. You guy, you still eat so fast. That's because Uncle Handmad's ramen is delicious. Ha ha ha. The kid is really good at talking. Okay. Today I'll spare you this one. Kakashi's recognition of his ramen obviously made the Uncle Handtak very happy, so he gave Kakashi a free order with a wave of his hand. Thank you very much, I have to leave beforehand. Kakashi did not refuse either. At this time, rejection seemed a bit trusty, and Kakashi still had a good impression of the ramen uncle, and he did not refuse this kindness at the moment. Okay. Come often when you have time. The uncle beater laughed. For sure. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and left and returned to his home. Uncle Handbeater watched Kakashi leave, smiled but said nothing, and returned to his shop. At this time, he has not arrived at the restaurant, so no one else exists in the noodle shop. In the following days, Kakashi still practiced the same way. Sometimes he practiced by himself, and sometimes he went to practice with Kai. It was a leisurely practice. In the gap of practice, I think about my future from time to time, or think about my new ninjutsu. In his mind, Kakashi knew a lot of powerful ninjutsu, but only knew its power, but didn't know how to use it. But if you want to use it, you can only rely on Kakashi's constant groping. Fortunately, Kakashi's comprehension is superb. I believe that these ninjutsu will not be a big problem in time. Of course, forbidden surgery is not so easy to say. Dun's practice has always been in Kakashi's training schedule, but the existing Thunder Dune is only those. In addition to the flag and wooden knife method, Kakashi's strongest attack method is Reichei, and Kakashi knew that the strongest Thunder Dune in the original work was a unicorn. But this ninjutsu was too restrictive and difficult to use. If it can be taken off and restricted to be used at will, it can become a killer. It's just that Kakashi hasn't figured out any way to achieve this, so it can only be stranded. But Helix Pill can be considered. The preparation is to consider the Helix Shuriken. The power of this ninjutsu is not small, but there is no fairy mode. The consequences of using it are too serious. And it is also temporarily impossible to consider. Thinking of this, Kakashi sighed. As expected, none of the powerful ninjutsu is easy to learn, so everything can only come slowly. At this stage, Kakashi's main task is to strengthen his physique, increase the amount of chakra, and practice the flagwood knife technique to master all the profound meanings, and at the same time, Udon cannot be pulled down. As for other aspects, I will put it aside for now. In fact, looking at it this way, the task of spiritual practice is still very heavy. A few days later, Kakashi was called into the office again by 3 generations. 3 generations of adults. What do you want me to do? The 3rd generation heard that he lifted his head from the pile of documents and said, "Oh, it's Kakashi, there is indeed something looking for you." 3 generations of adults, please order. Kakashi, this is the case. The tasks accumulated in the village have been almost completed, so you can now go back to Anbu to continue working. This time you will join the 6th class of Anbu. There are still 3 people in it. They used to be the 4th generation. You should know the team. Yes, 3 generations of adults. When Kakashi heard the words, the appearance of the 3 flashed in his mind. Okay, go to the Anbu hall and meet them. Okay, 3 generations of adults. After Kakashi finished speaking, he headed to the Anbu hall. The 4th generation team, if Kakashi remembers correctly, it should be the same. Shiranui Genma and Tatami Avasi. And these 3 seem to have taught them the technique of Flying Thunder God in the past, but they don't know how much they have learned now. Thinking of this, Kakashi's eyes lit up. Yes, there is also the art of Flying Thunder God. This space ninjutsu is also very powerful, and does not have the powerful side effects like Shinwai. And once you master this ninjutsu, you will be invincible. As long as you don't encounter something that restrains space ninjutsu, you won't die at all. For a while, Kakashi's heart was a little hot, and he touched the kunai in the ninja bag. It was the special kunai of the of Thunder that Watergate gave to Kakashi that year. Chapter 41 Flying Thunder Anb, the full name Assassination Tactics Special Unit, was established at the beginning of the 2nd generation of Hokage Master in Konoha. Its main function is to protect Hokage and defend against foreign enemies. When performing tasks, it will wear a white animal mask to hide its identity. The work of the members of the Anbu is boring and full of blood, and it is impossible to enter without a certain amount of equipment. Of course, you still need to get the trust of Hokage. Speaking of this, I have to mention 2 diversions in the Anbu. One is the Anbu that only belongs to Hokage, and the other is the route of Danzo. The 2 are very distinct, there is hardly any communication, and they don't buy each other. The contradiction between Danzo and Sandai is no longer a matter of 1 or 2 days, and it is not a secret among the senior management. The Anb Hall is a gathering place for the Anb that belongs only to Hokage. Kakashi is no stranger to this place. Although he has not been here since his rebirth, the previous Kakashi is a frequent visitor here. The Anb who had previously teamed up with Kakashi died in the 9 Tails, so the 3rd generation arranged teammates for Kakashi this time. And these 3 teammates Kakashi also knew each other. After all, these 3 were with the Watergate teacher at the beginning, and Kakashi was a close friend of Watergate, so naturally he would not be unfamiliar. When Kakashi came to the Anb Hall, they were exactly the same, but I don't know where the Fire Mystery and the Tatami Iwasi were already. At this time, the few people hadn't brought the molds, so Kakashi recognized them at a glance. When Kakashi arrived, all 3 of them saw Kakashi at the same time. "Oh, Kakashi, here we are, waiting for you for a long time." Shiranui Xuanjin held 1,000 books in his mouth and stretched out his hand to greet him. "Sorry, I also just got the news," Kakashi said embarrassedly when he heard the words. No matter what the reason, it is always a bad thing to make people wait for a long time. An apology is a necessary politeness. Well, if that's the case, let's just go ahead and perform the task. Okay, I don't know what the mission this time is, Kakashi asked curiously. It's nothing, just some daily tasks. We need to go to the border between the country of fire and the country of thunder to see the situation. and get the latest intelligence of the border defense from the guards there. Among the three, Shiranui Xuanjin spoke the most, was the oldest, and he was also a very calm person, so he was the only one to convey the task. So that's it. Do you want to go now? Kakashi asked. Don't be so rushed. There is 1 hour of finishing time. 1 hour later, we will gather at the gate of the village. You know? Got it. Okay, disband. Without an order from Xuanjian, everyone disbanded one after another. Kakashi returned home, packed the necessary things, and sealed it in the scroll. Taking out the ninja bag and taking out the traits Kumo placed on the inner side, Kakashi was a little lost for a while. Mr. Watergate, Kakashi whispered softly, stroking the above technique, the 4 clear characters, the Sword of Forbearance. Flying Thunder God technique. Every person who learns Flying Thunder God will form his own special technique, and this technique will become a sign of the enemy's death. Wherever the technique is, Flashen can reach it, and it will never disappear. This terrible space ninjutsu, to a certain extent, is even more terrifying than Shinwai. That simple technique contained extremely profound space theory. Even Kakashi's extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, it looked confused. Watergate is not a stingy person. Even his own guards have taught the art of Flying Thunder God, and naturally he will not fail to teach his proud disciple Kakashi. It's just that Kakashi was struggling in the darkness and hadn't completely escaped, so Watergate eased the matter down. But I didn't expect that after this delay, there would be no chance to teach Kakashi again. It's really embarrassing to say it. This space ninjutsu, which made the entire ninja world fearful, has thus become a must. Even if the 3 of the Shiranui Mysterium can be used together, it is not the authentic Flying Thunder God. Perhaps only the second generation Naruto reincarnated Hokage Senjuzuma and Mizumon teacher could reproduce the style of this ninjutsu. When Kakashi thought of this, he couldn't help feeling a little bit, and his fingers gently stroked the traits in his hand. What? Suddenly, Kakashi let out a soft cry, and he found something wrong. This Kyuwu should have been cold, so why was there a hint of temperature at this time? Kakashi took a closer look and found that the fever was not actually kunai, but the technique above kunai. The black technique is faintly hot, and there are chakras faintly flowing. This is Mr. Watergate's chakra? Kakashi was a little surprised. The Watergate teacher had passed away, and it was surprising that the chakra that was attached to the Supreme could still flow. It's no wonder that if God of Thunder does not have a trace of Master Watergate's chakra, how can he reach a specific location and transmit it? It's really a terrible ninjutsu. Even if Master Watergate has passed away, this technique still works. It's no wonder that the original Master Watergate can still use the techniques left over from his life after being reincarnated from the dirty soil. Looking at the faintly burning technique, Kakashi has a desire to find out, what kind of profound meaning does this terrifying space ninjutsu have? And since you want to understand, naturally you have to take a good look with your eyes. Then, right round eyes, seal open. Kakashi lifted his forehead, revealing the writing wheel eyes that had been sealed by him for a long time. In the scarlet pupils, the 3 black goo jade kept turning. At this time, Kakashi's observation power of the writing wheel was brought to the fullest by Kakashi, and this purpose was to take a look at the mystery of the Flying Thunder God. This feeling is not enough. Moreover, ordinary Shiranui can't see the profound meaning of this level, so we have to. The kaleidoscope is open. The 3 black goo jade instantly condensed into one body, forming a black dart shape. Kakashi felt that the insight of his left eye was greatly improved, but the chakra in his body was constantly being consumed. What a terrible ninjutsu! There are so many complex secrets hidden in the simple technique. Under the kaleidoscope, Kakashi finally saw the tip of the iceberg of Thunder God, but it was the tip of the iceberg that made Kakashi amazed. No wonder no one after Miss Watergate can master this space ninjutsu, which is simply outrageously complicated. Only a real genius like Teacher Watergate can perform this kind of technique in an instant. Just as Kakashi was feeling emotional, heat suddenly appeared in his left eye, and the black dart actually started to spin. A powerful suction hovered in the left eye, and the special kunai technique escaped from kunai at this time, and was directly sucked in by Kakashi's left eye. This Kakashi, who had witnessed all this, was inexplicably horrified. What is the situation? Chapter 42. Hurry. Closing his left eye, Kakashi felt something else in the original scarlet eye. And this thing is just the technique that has just been used in Flexion Straits and Suffering. Kaleidoscope writing wheel. I actually sucked in the technique. What's going on? Kakashi was a little hard to understand. After all, Thunder God had nothing to do with kaleidoscope. Wait, it doesn't seem to be irrelevant at all. This kind of kaleidoscope of Kakashi is soiled, and the writing wheel eyes with soil are space-based, and Flexion is also the space-based ninjutsu. Could it be the resonance between these two similar ninjutsu? Kakashi couldn't think of a reason, so he could only guess it for the time being. After all, apart from the ability of space at the same time, the two seem to have no other similarities. After resealing the writing wheel, Kakashi felt that some obscure techniques were constantly flowing in his mind. Kakashi was ecstatic. This is the absolute meaning of Flexion. Kakashi suppressed the excitement in his heart. He didn't expect that the trait of the of Thunder, Kyuwu, would actually get himself this kind of ninjutsu, which is simply lucky. But soon, Kakashi's excitement was extinguished. The reason is simple. Kakashi found that these techniques are so difficult. It would take 2 or 3 years for Kakashi to understand them thoroughly, but it would take at least 5 years to use them proficiently. The most important thing is that Flexion has extremely strict requirements on the body's response nerves. Although Kakashi said that the reaction nerves are not bad, it is still far from reaching the point of using Flexion. Sure enough, I still have to practice. At least it had to reach the response speed of Watergate to truly master Flying Thunder God. After coming and going, I am afraid that it will take 5 or 6 years before Kakashi can really use this space ninjutsu. 5 or 6 years. It's not unacceptable. Kakashi clenched his fists, feeling a little excited. He didn't expect to get this ninjutsu so soon. Touching the traits in his hand, Kakashi murmured, "Mr. Watergate, is this your secret arrangement?" Kakashi quickly withdrew his floating thoughts and put the trait kunai back into the ninja bag. This is the only thing that Watergate left for Kakashi, and Kakashi will naturally not discard it, even if it is just a handful of Kakashi now. After packing up his mood, Kakashi left the house. The door of 10,000 Konoha. Kakashi's mission this time is estimated to take a lot of time. After all, the border is not close to here, and even if it is going all out, it will take at least 5 days. Soon, Konoha's door appeared in front of Kakashi, and the 3 of them had already been waiting here. "Kakashi, you are so slow," Genma complained. But Kakashi was not late yet. At this time there was still 1 minute to an hour. It's just that Genma waited for half an hour to come and gather, so Kakashi seemed to be slow. And Kakashi was delayed until now because of the Thunder God incident. Otherwise it would have arrived long ago. "Sorry, you must pay attention next time." Xuanjian wanted to say it again, and Lutong interjected, "It's okay, the time hasn't arrived yet, we came early." When the same said so, Xuanjian was too embarrassed to say anything. After all, Kakashi was really not late. And Ivasi did not speak, and appeared very taciturn. Kakashi in the original book is usually late, and is also punctual when he goes out. After all, the task is a very important thing. If you are late, it is likely to cause the failure of the task. Kakashi will not be so headstrong. "Okay, everyone is here. Let's go." When Xuanjian spoke, everyone had no opinion, so he set off on the road. Xuanjian is the oldest of the 4, 16 years old. Similar to Kakashi's age, about 14. Ivasi is the youngest, only 10 years old. At that time, in order to cultivate his own power, the ANB directly selected by Mr. Waterman was not very young, but they all had potential. Most importantly, many of them are not children of large families. For example, the 3 people in front of them are all civilians, so they have a particularly high degree of identification with Watergate. It's a pity that Watergate died before they were nurtured. But being able to enter the ANB also shows that the strength of these three people should not be underestimated. It's just that they are still young, so their strength is not high. If you really want to fight, Kakashi can beat all these people to the ground. After all, not everyone is Kakashi, and at a young age, he has the strength that it is difficult to have an opponent under the shadow level. Having said that, Kakashi at this time is not afraid of Kakashi, who just appeared in the original work. It's even possible to win it. Of course, this is counted as a kaleidoscope writing wheel. After all, as soon as the Killer of Shinwai came out, the strength was doubled. If you don't use the rounds of writing, you still won't win. At best, you won't lose or win. After all, it was 12 years away. This is all gossip. Just think about it. What Kakashi cares about now is not so superficial. The four of them wore the masks of Anbu and galloped between the trees. Kakashi looked at the giant trees around him, and was a little curious for a while. After all, these trees are said to be made with wood escaped from the first generation of Hokage pillars. What a terrible mighty force can create such a miracle. Thinking about it, it is really frightening. He deserves to be a man called the of ninjas. Creation is much harder than destruction. 5 days later, the four came to the border between the country of fire and the country of thunder. It's finally here. Exhausted, Xuanjian stood on a big tree and looked into the distance while not forgetting to complain. These people are still young after all, and they are all a little tired after 5 days of boring travel. Kakashi didn't feel anything. After all, he had already experienced such a rush before. And along the way, Kakashi has gained a lot. All three of them have been taught by Watergate. Although they don't know enough about Flying Thunder now, they still remember what Watergate said. So Kakashi used the excuse of communicating with the of Thunder, and discussed with the three of them, and learned from them how the Watergate teacher explained the technique of thunder. The three of them didn't doubt Kakashi. Kakashi is a disciple of 4 generations. It is not surprising that he has learned the Flying Thunder God. Watergate even taught them directly under the Anbu, and it is not surprising to teach it to his apprentices. Furthermore, from the exchanges, they could also see that Kakashi did have a deep understanding of Thunder God. But unfortunately they didn't know that Kakashi's Thunder God had only come soon. But Kakashi knew the reason why Watergate didn't cherish himself. Because Fulshin is not able to use it after knowing the technique. Otherwise, Konoha would have learned such a powerful ninjutsu long ago. Who will be an opponent in the ninja world by then? The skill of Flying Thunder God has very high requirements for practitioners. Watergate knew that the aptitudes of these three people might not learn to use Thunder God for a lifetime, but they could be used by the three of them together. This is also a way to cultivate the tacit understanding of these three people. Chapter 43 Watchtower. Kakashi ignored Xuanjian's complaint, but stood on the tree and looked at the observation tower in the distance. That is Konoha's border defense base, where dozens of ninjas have been stationed for a long time to detect intelligence. If an enemy invades, they will send this information out as soon as possible to let Konoha's senior officials know and prepare for battle. This job is boring and tasteless, so it is usually replaced after a year. Because a long, tight life can make people crazy, the unscheduling period is also very suitable. This time Kakashi and others did not come here to change defense, but to bring some things back, and at the same time send some things. It was precisely because of this that they needed the four of them to come over. Otherwise, for intelligence or something, just send the Ninja Eagle. So why let the four of them come over? It looks like the destination has arrived, Kakashi said. The remaining three nodded. Yes, but this is my first time here. This watchtower is said to have been built 10 years ago. Tong looked at the observation tower in the distance and touched the mask on his face. Let's go. You can go back when the task is completed. Okay. The four people reached an agreement and ran towards the watchtower. The observation tower is very high, 50 meters high, and only such a high height can allow the observing ninja to see clearly. It didn't take long for Kakashi's four to come under the watchtower. The The guarding ninja noticed it the moment Kakashi and others appeared, and the three ninjas opened their positions and stood in front of the four. Although Kakashi and others are wearing ANB's clothing, wearing ANB's clothing this year does not explain the problem. Xuanjian didn't speak much, and directly took out the Lingjian given by the third generation of Hokage. The three generations of Hokage-sama have an order to hand over recent information items to me and bring them back to Konoha. At the same time, this is your 3-month supplies. As Xuanjian said, he threw away the 10 seal scrolls, and what was sealed inside were the food and various daily necessities of these dozens of people in the next 3 months. The three ninjas were overjoyed when they heard this. Recently, the food in the watchtower has indeed run out. If there is no supply, it is likely that they will have to hunt around here. However, the three ninjas did not lose their guard. Instead, they took the Hokage command arrow in Xuanjian's hand, and after careful inspection, they finally confirmed that they were correct, and he was relieved. 4 brothers are in trouble. Please enter the tower. One of the middle-aged ninjas returned the Naruto commanding arrow to Genma, and at the same time greeted the 4 of them to enter the watchtower. Kakashi and others looked at Xuanjian. This time Xuanjian was the captain, so all actions must follow Xuanjian's arrangements. Of course, when there is no danger, if Genma's instructions are wrong, Kakashi and others will not hesitate to raise them. It is good. Xuanjian didn't let them wait too long, and directly gave his own reply. This is the border of the country of fire and Konoha's border defense. There is no doubt about these, the danger is not high, and entering the watchtower is a normal thing, because this kind of information transfer, how can it be casual? Just proceed outside. So the 4 of them didn't hesitate, and followed the 3 border ninjas into the watchtower. The interior of the watchtower is very large, and a hall alone is enough to hold 1,000 people. After all, this watchtower was used as a base camp during the war, so naturally it shouldn't be shabby. Kakashi came here for the first time, and was very curious about everything in front of him. But Kakashi's face was hidden under the mask, and other people couldn't see Kakashi's thoughts at all. After putting on the mask, maybe people will become more mysterious. The reason why Anbu wears a mask is to keep his identity secret on the one hand, and to hide his emotions on the other. A ninja class should be calm. But with so many ninjas in this world, there are always impulsive types. As for departments like Anbu, once impulsive, not only one person will be harmed, but the entire team or even the entire Anbu will be harmed. This is absolutely not allowed. Therefore, people who are impulsive and brainless cannot enter the dark part. The 3 frontier guard ninjas led the way and quickly brought them to the meeting room of the watchtower, where more than a dozen ninjas were already seated. Kakashi looked intently, and the leader's eyes were white and flawless, just like the eyes of the Hyuga clan. But it looks like Hyuga is separated. Kakashi is not surprised that there are members of the Hyuga clan in this kind of place. If the pupil technique of the Hyuga clan is not used as an investigator, it is really a violent thing. It's just that the members of the Hyuga clan who can appear here obviously cannot belong to the clan. The reason is simple. It is too dangerous here. If Thunder Country once launches an offensive, it will bear the brunt here, and to a large extent it will be wiped out. The Hyuga clan will not let the clan take this risk. This is Hyuga or Flying Fish, the captain here. The information is with him. The middle-aged ninja pointed to the member of the Hyuga clan and said. Xuanjian nodded and said, "Hello, Master Flying Fish. We are ordered by Master Hokage to bring supplies here. At the same time, we also need to bring back the latest information. I hope Master Flying Fish will make it easier." Hyuga looked at the 4 of Xuanjian and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the 3 generations of adults would send such a young team to deliver information. The age of the few people in front of me is probably not more than 17 years old. And the youngest may not be 10 years old. Is it really okay for this kind of team to transport it? This little brother, did the 3 generations of Naruto Master send a few of you? Yes. Although Xuanjian didn't understand why Hyuga asked so, he answered sincerely. Little brother, this time the information is very important. It's not that I don't believe in your strengths. I'm really afraid that something went wrong in the middle. Okay, can we send 2 more people back with you? Hyuga looked at the young team a little uneasy, so he decided to send 2 Shangren to follow. And this was also guaranteed. And there will not be much impact if there are 2 fewer Shangren. It's just that Hyuga Flying Fish's kindness is obviously unacceptable. At least Xuanjian and Xiaitong are unacceptable. Both of them are young and energetic, and at the same time they have been valued by the 4th generation of Hokage. Although young, they also have their own arrogance. Although Hyuga Flying Fish didn't explicitly say that they looked down on the 4 of them, the arrangement they made was obviously that they did not believe in the strength of the few. This irritated both Tong and Xuanjian. Master Flying Fish, please trust our strength. We can definitely send the intelligence back to Konoha safely. Xuanjian clasped his fists and spoke very earnestly, but no one could hear the dissatisfaction in the words. This. Hyuga hesitated. He was really afraid that there would be an accident halfway through and these people could not resist. Well, if you can beat the one next to me, I will let you deliver the information yourself. Genma and the others looked at the person pointed by Hyuga, and saw that the person was burly in figure, dressed in a dark red robe, and Konoha's green vest, and most importantly, the coat was embroidered with a family emblem. Autumn Road Clan. Chapter 44. Suppress Cut. I was underestimated. Xuanjian took out 1,000 copies, ready to fight at any time. The person that Hyuga refers to is Kudozi, a ninja, exquisite in physical skills, and has a strong strength. He is also a top character in the entire watchtower. Sending such a person shows that Hyuga is really not. Don't worry about Xuanjian and others. Kudao stood up when he heard the words, and said, this place is too small to use. Let's go outside. It is good. When everyone saw this, they shifted their positions and ran to the outside of the watchtower. Kakashi was dumbfounded about it. What was it like? A simple mission, why did it become like this? Shaking his head, Kakashi still followed. How can he say that he is also in a team with Xuanjian and others? So naturally he can't be separated from the crowd. Soon, everyone came to a clearing outside the watchtower. Of course, the vigilance that should be given has not diminished. The rules are very simple. As long as the 4 of you can defeat Kudozi, then I recognize that you have the ability to information. But if you can't, let Kudozi information back to the village with you. Understand? Cut. Got it. Xuanjian took the lead in answering. Kakashi looked at Xuanjian a little strangely. In theory, Xuanjian should be a calm person. Why is his performance today uncharacteristically? This level of provocation shouldn't make Xuanjian so angry. And Kakashi could see that Hyuga Flying Fish was not provoking. He was thinking about intelligence security. Kakashi believes that Genma must be able to see it. After all, he is a person valued by Miss Watergate, and he is worthy of recognition in his mind. So how should all this be explained? Don't interfere with the 3 of you. I can solve it alone. Xuanjian suddenly said that, making Kakashi's 3 people a little startled. And this guy is planning to do it alone? Xuanjian's strength was good, but it was only at the level of Zongren, and there was still a big gap from Shangren. Kakashi looked at the burning intent and excitement in Xuanjian's eyes, and suddenly realized that this guy was originally deliberate, and his purpose was to fight these Shangnin. Kakashi was a little speechless. This guy's self-esteem was really terrifying, but he was slightly underestimated by Hyuga, and he wanted to challenge Shinen to prove himself. The 3 of Kakashi glanced at each other and did not refuse Xuanjian's request. All 3 of them took a step back. Kudao was a little upset when he saw this, and said, boy, do you want to go alone? Isn't it too high for yourself? How can I know if I don't try? Xuanjian squeezed the kienban in his hand, obviously not as relaxed as he said. Xuanjian knew that there was still a big gap between his strength and Shinobu, but he wanted to see how big the gap was. Xuanjian's self-esteem is very strong, and his team is underestimated. so he naturally wants to go out. In fact, Genma also knew that Kakashi was the best choice, and his chances of winning were also high. After all, Kakashi is the only shinobu among the four. The reason why Xuanjin was made the captain this time, instead of Kakashi, was because Xuanjin had a better understanding of this mission. Xuanjin, who has sent information several times, is more aware of these processes. It's just that when Xuanjin came, he still followed Captain Shinobu, but now he led the team by himself. Since he was leading the team, Xuanjin would not allow his team to be underestimated. Well, since you insist on doing so, then I will fulfill you. If you get hurt, don't blame me. The people of the Kudao clan are very gentle, so although Kudozi is upset that Xuanjin is so underestimating himself, he is not ready to make heavy moves. A cold wind blew, and the flying dead leaves wandered around in the air. Ninfa, part of the doubling technique. Both hands. Kudao immediately took the first shot, and the two palms full of power suddenly became extremely huge, and then put his hands together, directly hitting it down. So fast, Xuanjin secretly said in his heart, but the movement in his hands did not stop, and he shot Kienbon directly, seeming to want to pierce Kudozi's hands. Ding! Senbon seemed to have touched steel and was quickly bounced away. When the Kudao clan used the technique of doubling, they would wrap their body with chakras, but how could they be pierced by a small Kienbon suo? Xuanjin obviously knew that Kienbon could not have much effect on these palms, so the moment he shot Kienbon, he immediately sealed his hands. Dun. Dulubai. The semicircular stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Kudozi's hands, but before it lasted a second, it was directly crushed by Kudozi's hands. Kudozi's power is actually terrifying to such an extent. Xuanjin never expected that his soil escape would be shattered without even being able to block Kudozi's blow. Fortunately, after using the earth to escape, Xuanjin immediately left the place. Otherwise, the Xuanjin at this time might have been seriously injured under these palms. Xuanjin wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead, feeling a little heavy. The gap is too big. This blow by Kudozi shattered Xuanjin's original confidence, but now the arrow is on the line. Unless he is injured, Xuanjin will never admit defeat, and his pride does not allow him to surrender. Kakashi shook his head when he saw this. He already knew that Xuanjin would definitely lose. The strength of this Kudozi was far beyond what Xuanjin could resist. But looking at Xuanjin's appearance, he didn't intend to give up. Kakashi sighed and was ready to rescue. He didn't want Genma to be injured here, as that would affect the time to return to the village. And time is very precious to Kakashi. Soil escape. Chasing the tooth and 1,000 needles. As soon as Xuanjin's words fell, a lot of clay made of thousands of books suddenly appeared on the ground, and chakra of Xuanjin immediately shot towards the autumn road as soon as he was urged. Kudao straightened his hands back, and chakra surged. Ninfa. Flesh bomb chariot. Kudo's huge body suddenly swelled, his hands and feet retracted into the swelled body, and finally his head also retracted into a big meatball. Afterwards, the meatball turned wildly, and all the 1,000 books that came from the lissing were bounced away. However, Kudozi did not intend to stop, and the rotation did not stop, but instead rolled towards the Xuanjin. So fast, Xuanjin just wanted to run. But unexpectedly, his feet were hit by a stone, and he shook a bit. Genma's pupils shrank. That's it. Can't hide. Straight. Stop. Hyuga flying fish saw this scene. The secret path is not good. If it hits it, it will be seriously injured. Less to say, seriously injured and sent by Naruto. Neither Kudozi nor Hyuga or Flying Fish can bear the charge. It's a pity that Kudozi couldn't see this scene at all. He could only roughly sense the location of the target with his perception while he was spinning fast. That's it. This is the thought in everyone's mind. Do not. One more person is not. Done. Dulubai. Chapter 45 Autumn Road Clan. The stone wall rises again, but the person performing this time is not Xuanjin. but Kakashi. After Kuda's meat bomb chariot left a pothole in the rock wall, it gradually stopped turning, and Kudazi finally realized that it had almost caused a catastrophe just now. Hyuga looked at the stone wall with the potholes but was shocked. It was actually blocked. The same ninjutsu, Genma couldn't stop Kudazi's blow, but Kakashi blocked the more powerful meatball chariot. Hyuga looked at Kakashi, who was wearing a mask at this time, but this thing was useless in front of Hyuga. If you can't even see through a mask, that's a strange thing. Kakashi's state was exposed in plain sight. And Hyuga Flying Fish was even more shocked. This boy was only 14 years old, but there were more chakras in his body than himself. And there was a seal in that left eye. Although I don't know what seal it was extremely profound. Feeling Hyuga peeping, Kakashi turned his head to look, and Hyuga immediately withdrew his activating eyes. After all, spying on others is not a commendable thing, not to mention that this person is still his own companion. No one likes the feeling of being peeped, unless he is a pervert. Kakashi took a cold look at Hyuga, who unexpectedly left a cold sweat unconsciously. What a terrible momentum. Hyuga Flying Fish was shocked. I didn't expect Kakashi to have such a terrifying aura at a young age. Hyuga Flying Fish finally understood why the third generation of Hokage would let these four people to information. Kakashi retracted his gaze looking at Hyuga Flying Fish, and turned to look at Kumizuo. Senior, let me learn your methods. Kakashi removed Tulubai and stood in front of Genma. Kakashi, you, Xuanjian, you have a broken leg. Leave the rest to me. Kakashi looked back and said with a smile, but there was no emotional fluctuation on his masked face. Well, trouble you. Although Xuanjian was a little unwilling, he knew that his combat effectiveness had been greatly affected. Before heyday, he was not an opponent of Kudazi. But now he is even more not an opponent. Looking at the Tuliu wall that had just descended, Xuanjian felt mixed in his heart. With the same ninjutsu, Genma did not expect that the gap between Kakashi and Kakashi would be so big. Although I knew that Kakashi was going to endure 2 years ago, Genma was older than Kakashi. He originally thought that he would be closer in 2 years, but now he is even bigger. With a wry smile, Xuanjian began to understand that this world really has geniuses. This little brother really thanked you just now, otherwise I would have made a big mistake. Kudao showed a straightforward smile, and the plump face made people very fond of him. No, he is my companion, this is what I should do, isn't it? Ha ha ha, that's right, it is necessary to protect your companions. I agree with the little brother's words. Kudazi laughed, apparently agreeing with Kakashi's words, and at the same time, he was very fond of Kakashi. Konoha's ninjas are mostly peace-loving people who cherish their companions. This is exactly the will of fire that has been passed down since the first generation. It is this kind of emotion that keeps Konoha prospering all the time. Unfortunately, Konoha has created a Danzo, which has led to more and more divisions within the factions. From the time when the 5 major countries were the strongest, they have fallen to where they are now. It is not difficult to find that basically all tragedies in Hokage are either Danzo's pot or Haiju's pot, and Danzo's pot is several times larger than Haiju's pot. I don't know what contribution such a character has made to Konoha. Regardless of the reason, people who can stand by when they know their village is in crisis are rubbish. And Danzo does not do this kind of thing once or twice. In the Nine Tails Rebellion, Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, pen sweeps Konoha. Almost every time Konoha is in trouble, Danzo is not seen, and sometimes Danzo helps the enemy to attack Konoha. Although there are always people who say that Danzo has done a lot of things to help Konoha in the dark, but from the bright side, Danzo is just a guy who talks about Konoha but actually just for his own ambitions. Full of righteousness, standing on the commanding heights of morality to condemn that. Condemning this, people who do not agree with their own views are heterogeneous and evil. Once such a person is in power, how can there be peace? Far away. In short, most Konoha ninjas still love peace and companionship very much. Then Senior, Let's start now. Kudazi did not immediately agree, but looked at Hyuga flying fish. Hyuga nodded, apparently agreeing. In fact, Hyuga had agreed to let Kakashi's four go back with information at this time, but he was still very curious about Kakashi's strength, so he wanted Kudao to give it a try. There is no conspiracy, just because of curiosity. Kudazi didn't think so much. The people of the Kudao clan were kind and simple, and couldn't turn so many turns, so he got Hinata flying fish's instructions, and Kudazi knew what to do. Okay, little brother, let's make a comparison. Kakashi nodded and looked at Hyuga Tobi. Kakashi knew what this guy was thinking. But if you want to test your own strength, a straight autumn is far from enough. Kakashi sneered, did not use Kianting, and did not use Zwenyan. Since he was fortunate to face the Shanki Udao clan, how could he not show their physical skills? Konoha's physique theory is the first, naturally the 8 Kai, and Tsunade is the second. And below this, Kudao clan's physique and Hyuga clan's physique are extremely good. It's just that the Hyuga clan attacked the invisible internal organs and meridians, while the Kudao clan's physical skills pursued terrifying power. Kakashi is full of fighting spirit and has practiced physical skills for many days. I wonder if it can exert its due power at this time? Ninfa. The technique of doubling, right foot. Kakashi's right eye was bright, and there seemed to be brilliance flowing. This kind of power was indeed invincible. Although Kakashi was quite confident in his physical strength, Kakashi was not confident that he would use his physical strength to follow. The only thing that can do this is Tsunade's weird fist. Since it's invincible, let's avoid the edge for the time being. Just when Kudazi's right foot was about to hit Kakashi, Kakashi dodged, although there was another acceleration, and rushed to Kudazi's body. But at this time, Kudazi's right foot had not yet closed. When I came back, I just couldn't respond. Kakashi narrowed his remaining right eye and said softly, it's too slow. Standing still, Kakashi punched upwards, and the target of this punch was Kudazi's jaw. Chapter 46 Lightwind Boom. With a crisp sound, Kakashi's fist hit Kudazi's jaw fiercely, and the terrifying force directly knocked Kudazi's huge body into flight. Kudazi's body was punched into the air by Kakashi, but Kakashi did not stop there. It was another instant step. Kakashi's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was behind Kudazi. In midair, Kudazi had nowhere to take advantage. Although he saw Kakashi, he couldn't make a counterattack, and he even became a little cumbersome because of his huge body. Konoha plays. Konoha combo is modified by Kakashi based on Sasuke's lion combo in the original book. Both origins are Kai's physical skills, so it is not difficult. Kakashi grabbed Kudazi's belt, turned around, and threw it down. With a bang, Kudazi's body smashed into a big hole on the ground. However, all of this is not over yet. Kakashi turned around in midair, a gust of leg wind on his right foot. What? Only Kudazi made a scream. Kakashi kicked Kudazi's stomach directly with his right foot. As soon as Kakashi stopped, he jumped 3 meters away. Sorry, it seems I won. The audience was shocked. Physical surgery. It turned out to be just physical exercises. There were only 3 moves in the whole process, and the moves were even more unremarkable, but the terrifying speed and power actually made Kudazi a top-notch and did not react at all. The grasp of the battle rhythm is really accurate to a terrifying level. The 3 of Xuanjian were even more horrified. They knew Kakashi more deeply, knowing that Kakashi was not good at physique, but ninjutsu. However, if Kakashi defeated a shinobu with only 3 moves, then what level of Kakashi's true strength has reached? The people present couldn't help swallowing, and the gaze at Kakashi became full of awe. The strong will be respected no matter where they are. What's more, this is a world where the strong are respected. Hyuga Flying Fish also didn't expect that Kakashi would defeat Kudazi so easily. Although Kudazi's strength is a bit worse than Hyuga Flying Fish, Hyuga Flying Fish asks himself that it is impossible to defeat Kudazi so easily. Therefore, although he was a little unwilling, Hyuga Flying Fish had to admit that this silver-haired boy was much better than he thought, even better than himself. Thinking of this, Hyuga forgave her. I smile. Humans are really maddening than humans. When I am this old, I only have the strength of Shinobu. The little brother is very strong, so let's go for the mission this time. I am no longer opposed to it. Thanks a lot. At this time, Kudozi also got up from the ground. After all, he was from the same village, so Kakashi didn't make a heavy hand. Although the kick looked very powerful just now, Kakashi regained his strength in the end. So it seems to be very heavy, but in fact, Kudozi hasn't suffered much injury, just feels pain. At this time it almost eased. Kudao rubbed his belly, the fat on it also effectively resisted Kakashi's kick. Oh, it hurts me so much, brother, you are really heavy. For Kudozi's complaint, Kakashi just smiled and said, I'm sorry. This little injury isn't a big deal, but the little brother is really powerful. I really admire him for practicing physical skills to such a point. Kudao said with emotion. As a family of Kudao, Kudozi's physical skills are naturally not weak. A large part of the reason why Kakashi was put down so quickly this time was because Kudozi still had a contemptuous attitude towards Kakashi. So when Kakashi burst out of his own speed, Kudozi did not react at all. If Kudao got serious, even if he lost, he would not lose so fast. But if you lose, you lose. Kudozi is not the kind of person who makes excuses for himself. Besides, losing to his companion, Kudozi didn't think it was a shame. I have to say that the people of the Kudao clan are really gentle and kind by nature. Senior praised. Hey, what kind of senior is it? Just call me Izzy. Kudo's hearty laughter sounded, full of closeness to Kakashi. Kakashi did not refuse, and shouted, Senior Izzy. Really? Why do you always call me Senior? Straight. Stop making trouble. You are a dozen years older than others. Don't call your predecessor what to call you. Hyuga couldn't help but interrupt the way, and he was a little drunk at this on Estring Autumn Road. Hey, all right. Kudao stroked his hair and smiled embarrassedly. Kakashi didn't care about these, but instead set his sights on Hyuga Flying Fish. Predecessors, can you give us the information now? No problem. This is the intelligence this time. As Hyuga said, he took out a scroll from the ninja bag behind him and threw it to Kakashi. Kakashi took it, checked the special mark on it, and put it in his ninja bag after confirming that it was correct. Thank you to the predecessors, then we won't bother too much and say goodbye. Hyuga and others didn't keep it. After all, the sooner this information was sent back, the better. Trouble. You have to be careful on the way. We will pay attention, Kakashi said, walking back to Xuanjian and the others. Xuanjian's wounds had just returned to normal after being sorted out by chakra. After all, it was not a major problem. Seeing Kakashi's solution to the problem neatly, the gazes of the three people looking at Kakashi couldn't help being a little weird. Some are envious, some are jealous, and some are admired. Among the peers, Kakashi has already walked in front of them, and has walked far, far away. The three of them almost couldn't see Kakashi's back. Kakashi took the scroll out and handed it to Genma. Xuanjian, here you are. Xuanjian didn't accept it. Instead, he shook his head and said, you take it. Kakashi was taken aback, and said, you are the captain. You are the strongest, and it is safest to leave you there. Well, what you said makes sense, then I won't refute you. Okay, then put me here. Kakashi didn't pretend, and put the scroll back into his ninja bag. Let's go. Okay. The four of them did not stay longer and set off on the road back to the village again. Ninjas are like this, they come and go in a hurry, and often there is no time to see the surrounding scenery. Perhaps after reaching the level of Jiraiya and others, it is possible to see how exciting this world is. Hyuga looked at Kakashi's direction and showed a smile. He was really an excellent young man. 10 years later, there must be a place among the masters of the ninja world. Chapter 47. 3 years under Konoha is the route. In the dark secret room, an old man with a serious face was holding a cane. listening to the ninja's report beside him. "You mean that guy Kakashi defeated Kudozi only with physical skills?" The old man's tone was a little surprised, but still did not block the gloom in that voice. "Yes, Master Danzo." "That's right, this person is Shimura Danzo, known as the Darkness of Konoha." "I see, go down." The ninja dissipated upon hearing the words. Danzo's left eye was closed, as if thinking about something. After a long time, Danzo sighed, and a gloomy voice quietly sounded in the secret room. "Hasaki Kakashi, I didn't expect to have reached this point. Should I say that he is really the son of Haki Sakumo? But for the time being, I can't take care of him." Yukai, who is the old man's confidant. The crutches fell heavily on the ground, and the surroundings were plunged into darkness, and everything just seemed to have never happened. Kakashi, who had already returned to the village, didn't know that he was missed by Danzang. If he knew, Kakashi might not be able to sleep well tonight. During a simple mission, there were no mistakes in the middle, and several people returned to Konoha smoothly. The third generation of Hokage frowned after reading the information, and then let Kakashi and others go down. Kakashi did not ask too much, and now he is not suitable for stepping into this kind of political circle. If you have the time to care about this kind of things, it's better to practice more for a while. The end of the mission allowed Kakashi to live a life of spiritual practice again. Feeling that his strength is increasing every day, Kakashi has worked harder and harder. In order to increase the intensity of practice, Kakashi even borrowed a load from Kai. But the weight is really not carried by humans, and Kakashi feels that he is a lot heavier after adding Kakashi. Kakashi usually carried the load when he didn't go out to do the task, and took the load off when he went to perform the task. After all, ambush missions are very dangerous. If you carry a load and react with something wrong, you will lose your life in vain. That is really wrong. All the practice is proceeding in an orderly manner, and Kakashi is also slowly adapting to this world and the life of Anbu. Anbu's life can be said to be very boring, except that tasks are tasks, and Anbu's tasks are mostly bloody. Kakashi was originally very repulsive, but gradually got used to it. I don't know if it is the habit of the original body, or if a person gets used to it after seeing blood for a long time. Unconsciously, Kakashi has been in this world for 3 years. In 3 years, Kakashi was 17 years old. In the past 3 years, Kakashi's strength has been greatly improved, and the 8th Danjia finally reached the 5th door, which was a little bit faster than expected. Of course, the sweat paid in this is also unimaginable. The Kakashi technique of flying thunder is still under study. Although it is still unusable, the research has been basically completed. All that is left is to continue to comprehend. The technique of flying thunder god is not only as simple as studying the technique, but more importantly, it must have a certain sensitivity to space. And this kind of thing is a very mysterious thing. It can only be expected to be unspeakable. It is a pity that Kakashi is not so powerful in spatial acuity. But for Kakashi, who possesses the power of God, this kind of thing will naturally appear after using the power of God a few times. It's just that Kakashi hasn't used Shenwai once. There is really no task that needs to use such a big killer, and this thing is used once less than once. Until a solution is found, Kakashi will not need it for the time being. Now Kakashi is not a small role in the Anbu. Kakashi's intrepid strength has given Kakashi a place among the masters of the Anbu. He was personally appointed by the 3 generations of Hokage as the Anbu's team leader. He is in charge of 3 Anbu teams, including 3 team leaders and 12 Anbu members. There are 15 people in total. Although the position is not big, it fully illustrates the trust of the 3 generations of Hokage in Kakashi. At the same time, Kakashi mastered some small forces. Here to talk about the hierarchical system of Anbu. From low to high, they are the members of the Anbu, the captain of the Anbu, the captain of the Anbu, the captain of the Anbu, and the minister of the Anbu. On this day, Kakashi and his Anbu came to the Hokage office just after completing an assassination mission. 3 generations of adults, This task was successfully completed. This is a report of the task. After passing the recorded scroll to 3 generations, Kakashi stepped aside. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded in satisfaction, took the scroll and looked at it carefully. Soon, the 3rd generation of Hokage put down the scroll, showed a slight smile, and said, "Very well done, Kakashi." "Thank you 3 generations of Hokage for the compliment." Kakashi said, neither humble nor arrogant. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at the 17-year-old Kakashi in front of them, and couldn't help feeling a little bit. In the past 3 years, Kakashi has changed a lot. The original gloom has completely disappeared, although it is not lively and cheerful, but compared to it was so much better before. And the increase in strength is even more obvious. According to the description of the Anbu who performed the task with Kakashi, Kakashi's knife skills are very good. Udon is even more subtle, and the physical skills are equally good. Few task subjects can face Kakashi for a few minutes, and almost all of them are solved by Kakashi within a minute. And it was this terrifying strength that made Kakashi's reputation in the Anbu sword. Looking at the silver-haired boy in front of him, the 3rd generation of Hokage was in a daze for a while, as if he had seen the same reliable figure before. The same silver hair, the same outstanding sword technique, the same subtle thunder escape. But soon, the 3 generations of Hokage slowed down. "You leave first, Kakashi stays," the 3rd generation of Hokage said suddenly. So in an instant, Anbu who came with Kakashi left the office. What are the orders of the 3 generations of adults? Kakashi is a little confused. Just handed in the task. Does the 3rd generation of Hokage still have something to do by himself? "I'm sorry, Kakashi, although you have just completed the task, you can't let you go to rest right away this time." "That's it. And discovered a secret base of Orochimaru, so I want you to investigate and see what's going on. After all, the rest of the dark part is of no use. You are the most suitable candidate." Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, "Just me?" "Yes, the only one. If there are more people, it will restrict your hands and feet." "I see. 3 generations of adults. This is the mission scroll. You can set off as soon as possible." "Yes, 3 generations of adults." Chapter 48 Laboratory at the base. Danzo touched the bandage-covered right eye. "Damn it, this is just about round eyes." Sure enough, should I find a substitute? Tuanzang muttered to himself, and then walked out of the room with 2 ninjas half kneeling at the door. "Master Danzo," the 2 said in unison. "Target flag. Kakashi, task item, right round eyes. Do you understand?" One of them was taken aback, but still responded, "Yes, Lord Danzang." "Make it cleaner." "Yes." In the forest outside Konoha, Kakashi is running fast. 3 years of weight-bearing practice has brought Kakashi's speed to a terrifying level. Even K may not be faster than Kakashi. After getting the mission location, Kakashi left without stopping. Kakashi is also very curious about the research base of Orochimaru. In other words, the research base of this guy is really everywhere. I have to say that Orochimaru is really a genius, and also a geek. His goal is more pure than many people. Kakashi doesn't dislike Orochimaru much, but is very curious about it. Such a character does not know how many secrets he has mastered. Among the 3 forbearances, none of them are simple characters. What Kakashi didn't know was that there were 2 small tails hanging behind him. Because of the distance, Kakashi didn't perceive it carefully. These 2 are not others, but the 2 root ninjas who have accepted Danzo's mission. Senior, Kakashi is so fast. After all, they are well-known masters in the Anbu, and they are naturally outstanding. So we must be careful. If we are exposed and attacked frontally, we will hardly have a chance of winning. Yes, I understand. Let's go. Just hang it far away, don't get too close. Otherwise it's easy to be spotted. Fortunately, we also know their destination this time, so we don't have to worry about losing it. Yes, Senior. Kakashi galloped all the way, and soon came to the secret base of Orochimaru, which was a place similar to a hole in the ground, The entrance of the hole was a large hole with a diameter of 1 meter. Kakashi looked inside and found that it was pitch black. Except for the light at the entrance of the hole, everything else was dark. Kakashi felt helpless after touching his hair. Forget it, go in and take a look. From the ninja bag on his body, he took out a seal scroll, and unlocked the seal. It was an oil lamp. Kakashi ignited it and then jumped into the hole. In less than a second, Kakashi had a feeling of being down to earth. Kakashi looked around and found that this space was really a bit big. There was a stone gate in front of it, and I didn't know what it was. Kakashi took a few steps and found a seal on it. Kakashi took a closer look and found that although the seal was just an ordinary seal at first glance, it seemed that it could be unlocked at will, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a detonating device. Once touched, it will explode. At the same time, fire escape will also be released. Orochimaru is really nasty, and an abandoned experimental base actually has such a thing at the door. If ordinary people come here, maybe they will really be overcast, and they are almost lucky and burned to death. It's all possible. After Kakashi sighed the evil taste of Orochimaru, he untied the seal strip at will. In the past 3 years, Kakashi has not been idle, and has never stopped studying the seal technique. The basic seal technique has been mastered completely, and he has learned how to stack 2 image seals into a gossip seal. In terms of sealing strength, Kakashi and Konoha may be a bit worse than the 3 generations of Hokage who can be sealed by ghouls, and the rest really has no opponents. Therefore, this degree of sealing technique is not difficult for Kakashi at all. After the seal was released by Kakashi, Kakashi directly tore it off, threw it aside, and then burned it in a fire escape. The door was pushed open by Kakashi, and into a large corridor, but the corridor was completely dark and visibility was very low. Kakashi took a shot of the oil lamp in his hand, and there were many candles on the stone wall of the direction corridor. I just said that Orochimaru has such good eyesight that he doesn't need lighting. It turned out to be nothing. Both hands are knotted. Fire escape, the technique of lighting a lamp. A group of flames gushed out from Kakashi's mouth, turned into all kinds of sparks, and all fell on the wicks of the candles. In an instant, all the candles were lit, and the corridor became extremely bright. It's much more convenient. Kakashi crossed the corridor, and at the end of the road was a door. Kakashi didn't hesitate to open the door and walked in. On the outskirts of the experimental base, 2 rooted ninjas stood there. "Senior, what shall we do now?" Kakashi actually went in, and it will definitely come out again. If we go in, I am afraid we can't do anything in the dark, otherwise we will set up a trap here and take it down in one fell swoop. "Senior, is this really good?" said Kakashi. Hagai is also Konoha's ninja, and he is also the confidant of Naruto-sama. If we kill him, Danzo-sama's order is naturally reasonable. We only need to complete our own tasks. Do you understand? "Yes, Senior." The ninja called Jia hesitated, but agreed. But there was still a struggle in his eyes. Hagai Kakashi also killed his companions, so there is nothing to hesitate. What? Jia was shocked and never thought that Kakashi was such a person. That person was named Nohara Lin, who was a teammate of Kakashi's former ninja period, and died in Kakashi's hands. What? It would be like this. His face was unbelievable, just because he didn't see his expression clearly with the mask. "So, trust Master Danzo." Jia gritted his teeth and said, "I understand." "Okay, let's get started." "Okay." In the base, Kakashi was watching carefully with a scroll. After a long time, Kakashi raised his head. These are a lot of basic medical ninjutsu, as well as some human body data. It is probably superficial things that Dashwin disdains, but I can look at it. It doesn't hurt to learn medical ninjutsu, say. And certainly, it will still be helpful to the development of ninjutsu. The done body forging method is now without any eyebrows. Kakashi sighed and sealed the scroll of some basic medical knowledge. These things are not precious, so Kakashi is not afraid of being discovered even if he takes it. Let's see what else these are. Glancing around, Kakashi left the room and continued to explore the unmanned experimental base. Chapter 49 Big Snake Kakashi came to another room. There were large cylindrical containers inside, but many of them were broken. Only the middle two were not damaged at all, except that there was a thick layer of ash on it, so you couldn't see it at all. Inside, this should be the place where Dashwin did human experiments. It is estimated that people have died in these broken containers, Kakashi said as he walked, and soon came to one of the intact containers. This container is a bit interesting. It's not broken. I don't know what's in it. Kakashi was a little curious and wiped the dust off. Soon, Kakashi saw a terrifying creature, snake. What a big snake! And this snake actually has hair. Kakashi opened his eyes wide, surprised. Why is this thing so like the true white phosphorus Oki of Orochimaru in the original work? No. The breath is wrong. The breath of Dashwin is not so weak. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about it. How could Dashwin cultivate itself in this kind of container? So what's the matter with this thing? Why is it like this? Accidentally? This is a bit too coincidental. Having said that, how did the psychic beasts of Orochimaru come from? Family thing? It is possible. There is no explanation in the original work, and it is even more unknown now. And it is estimated that only the third generation and Tsunade era knew about it. The psychic beast of Sannin seems to be half a catty, and it is a very powerful psychic beast in the Naruto world. At least among the monster beasts that appeared on the scene, except for the tail beasts were these three psychic beasts. Miyomu Mountain, Dilong Cave, and Whetbone Forest are known as the three sacred places in the ninja world. The toads of Miyomu Mountain are the most legendary. They have also taught the six immortals. However, both of the three holy sites, Earth Dragon Cave and Whetbone Forest, obviously also have the inheritance of immortal arts. And the immortal arts of the three are even more different. I don't know what the difference is. The original work does not directly state whether the Whetbone Forest has immortality, but the first generation of Hokage is indeed capable of immortality. The Whetbone Forest is also where Tsunade's psychic beasts live, so the first generation of Hokage's immortality is probably learned in the Whetbone Forest. After all, the three holy places sit on the same level. And it is not surprising that the Whetbone Forest has immortality. If there is a chance, Kakashi would like to see the difference between the magic of these three holy places. But it is still too early. After all, Kakashi is not a kind of magic. When Kakashi was thinking about it, in the container full of solution, the big snake opened its eyes. Kakashi was taken aback, jumped a step back, and waited. Is this a wig? The next second, the big snake opened its mouth, roared, and then slammed directly on the container. Bang! The container shattered. The green liquid flowed out instantly. Kakashi jumped back again to avoid being touched by these strange liquids. What if it is poisonous? At the same time, the thousand-ting sword, which was sealed in the right wrist, came out and held it directly in his hand. The situation at this time seemed obvious, and it was obviously impossible to be safe. The big snake curled up, and a pair of snake eyes looked at Kakashi coldly, making Kakashi a little uncomfortable. This thing is really disgusting. Kakashi drew a handful of kunai with his left hand, turned it around in his hand, and then shot it at the 7 inches of the big snake. The expected impact did not happen. Kakashi actually shot empty. Of course, it was not that Kakashi didn't aim, nor was it that the snake dodged, but the place where Kakashi shot turned into a hole, went straight through, and then immediately recovered. Kakashi was a little surprised. What kind of skill this is? It looks really weird. The big snake didn't give Kakashi extra time to think, and suddenly a lot of small snakes appeared on his body, swimming towards Kakashi quickly. How to describe this scene? The densely packed little snakes are swimming quickly on the ground. It seems that in addition to disgusting art fire escape fireball, flames spewed out from Kakashi's mouth, and the 3-meter Yamato flame exuded hot temperature, burning all the little snakes. Sure enough, this kind of thing should be burned with fire. The flame dissipated, and the serpent rushed towards Kakashi, very agile. Instant step, Kakashi walked away directly. Thousand Ting Dao in his hand is overflowing with thunder. Chidori blade. Thousand Ting Dao came out, and with the sound of thunder, directly nailed the head of the snake to the ground, and there was no chance for it to split. There was a groan, and the serpent remained motionless and closed his eyes. Kakashi stood still and observed carefully, and found that the snake was indeed dead. The strength is average, there is no lethality. Kakashi walked to the side of the snake and began to observe carefully. What? Kakashi quickly discovered a strange place. This big snake is different from the ordinary big snake. It actually has a strange chakra. Although it was only a little bit, Kakashi felt it keenly. How is this going? Since ordinary eyes cannot see, then right round eyes. Pulling open the forehead, the scarlet writing wheel eyes appeared again. The three jade kept turning, and the big snake appeared blood red in Kakashi's eyes. This is under the eyes of the writer. Kakashi found that there was a white chakra on the head of the big snake. This feeling is Xianzu chakra. Kakashi was shocked. This big snake has a chakra with a trace of fairy magic on his body. So what is this big snake? Why is it here? It seems to be a trial product of Dash-1. Has Dash-1 been experimenting with Xianzu before? Kakashi was not surprised that Dash-1 experimented with immortality. After all, Long Didong had the inheritance of immortality. In the original work, it was also said that Dash-1 had Xianzu chakra in its body, but he hadn't used Xianzu. It can't be said that it has not been cast, and the curse seal can be regarded as a kind of fairy magic. So is the Xianzu in the Oki is an experiment done by Oshawa in hiding Xianzu chakra in the body? It's not impossible. Kakashi's eyes lit up. This Xianzu chakra should be Long Didong's Xianzu. After all, Shijigo was estimated to be only 5 years old at this time, and he was only 2 years old 3 years ago. Obviously, he hadn't been discovered by Orochimaru. Since it is the fairy chakra of Long Didong, the value of research is too great. Without hesitation, Kakashi took out a seal scroll from behind. Quickly unprint with both hands. Energy sealing. The mysterious technique appeared all around, dragging the Xianzu chakra from the snake's head directly and sealing it in the scroll. After doing all this, a fairy character appeared on the scroll. The harvest this time is not small. Although it may not be possible to derive the practice method of immortality, but at least you can get a glimpse of the mystery. Chapter 50 Ambush. Kakashi walked to the cylindrical container that hadn't been opened, and wiped off the dust on the outside as well. The inside was empty and there was nothing. Strange. Why is there nothing? I thought there would be a big snake in it like the one before. After looking at it carefully, Kakashi didn't care much about it because there was nothing but the nutrient solution. This is the last place of the entire laboratory. It seems that this place was indeed abandoned by Dash-1, and all valuable things were destroyed or taken away by Dash-1. It is estimated that the big snake just now is still a remnant. It is a miracle that it can live to this day. After a careful check again, it was found that there was nothing left, and Kakashi did not leave much. This place is cold and humid, and only snake-shaped creatures like Dash-1 would like it. Kakashi has no good feelings for this environment. At this point in the investigation, it was already possible to give an explanation to the 3 generations of Hokage. So Kakashi left, following the way he came. It didn't take long for Kakashi to see the round hole above his head, and sunlight was shining in from above. Kakashi jumped out, stood at the door, and buried the entrance with a dirt escape. This is not a good place, and it is useless to keep it. If someone enters by mistake, there may be danger, so it's better to let it be buried in the ground. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction as the opening of the laboratory collapsed. Turning around, he was about to leave, but Kakashi quickly stopped. Wrong. Has a problem. It's so quiet. Kakashi stopped and looked around suspiciously. Just before entering, Kakashi could still hear the singing of birds and insects around him, but now there was no movement at all. Obviously, these creatures had left. Animals are very sensitive things and will leave quickly when they sense something wrong, And this is obviously the same situation at this time. Someone is in ambush. Kakashi came to a conclusion in an instant. Interesting. Who came here to ambush me? Someone followed me. Kakashi's thoughts flashed wildly in his mind. Although he was not sure who it was obvious that there were some unexpected guests here. However, it seems that the hidden method is very good, and I can't sense where the enemy is. In this case, you can only catch these mice. Putting the thumb of his right hand on his mouth and gently biting it, a trace of blood shed, and his hands became imprinted. Spiritualism. With a bang, and after a cloud of smoke, a petite ninja dog appeared in front of Kakashi, wearing blue clothes with Konoha's forehead guard tied to his head. This was originally Kakashi's ninja dog, and under Kakashi's training these years, his abilities are very good. Yeah, Kakashi, what's the matter? Parker, I guess someone ambushes me all around, but I can't tell where I am. So please look for it. So that's it. Leave it to me. The ambushing Jia and another ninja at the route see the secret path is terrible. Seeing Kakashi stopped before, they realized something was wrong, and now that Kakashi even summoned the ninja dog, they had obviously found some ambushes. Their concealment method is good, but they have not completely eliminated their breath. If it's a ninja, maybe it's easy to find out. But if it's a ninja, I'm afraid it can't hide it. In this way, it seems that we can only fight head-on. It is a pity that the previous arrangement is probably not available anymore. Kakashi, there are two people behind those two trees. Parker quickly spotted the two hidden root ninjas and pointed Kakashi the way. Thanks a lot, Parker, leave the rest to me. Kakashi knew where the enemy was, and instantly sensed their breath. Be careful, Kakashi. The enemy's breath is not weak. You can't believe in my strength. There is nothing wrong with being careful. Got it. Parker saw that Kakashi was full of confidence, so he didn't say much. In the past 3 years, he has fought side by side with Kakashi, and he has also witnessed Kakashi's strength. He knows that Kakashi's strength has improved a lot in the past 3 years, and it is not what it used to be. Although the two people in front of him are good, but for Kakashi, the threat is not big. With a bang, Parker melted into a smoke and disappeared. Kakashi didn't care, and said, the two friends have been exposed, so they will come out, and it will be meaningless to hide. No one responded to Kakashi. Just when Kakashi was about to do it, suddenly two giant trees whizzed out from the ground. Kakashi's pupils shrank and exclaimed, Done. The two giant trees seemed to be alive, entwining Kakashi's body. Shrink and tighten. Kakashi condensed the surprise on his face, and blue light suddenly appeared on his body. Chidori. The blue arc protected Kakashi very well, and at the same time directly smashed the two giant trees into pieces. Kakashi had just broken free from the giant wood, and a huge fireball was oncoming him. Cut. It really doesn't make people breathe. Kianting was in his hand instantly, and he smashed the fireball forcefully. The fierce blade directly split the fireball in half and completely annihilated it at the same time. How can it be? Although I knew that the fireball was not very lethal to Kakashi, I didn't expect to be annihilated by Kakashi, and would the sword technique that directly cut ninjutsu really exist? There is no need to question this. Kakashi proved to the two with actual actions that this exists and it is right in front of you. At this time Kakashi finally saw the two figures. One person is about 1.5 meters tall, with very long hair and a dark mask. The other person is much taller, and also wears an Anbu mask. Ignoring the tall man, Kakashi looked at the little long-haired man. Why did you attack me? Kakashi didn't understand. Although he and A had never seen each other after the Ivory Clan incident 3 years ago, they should be regarded as friends, and A shouldn't attack him. Kakashi faintly felt that this matter was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember it. Damn. The plot of the original book is a bit vague. In 3 years, Kakashi's memory of his previous life is indeed a bit vague, especially this kind of side-scrolling plot that can't be remembered for a while. Sure enough, important things should be recorded. Kakashi had an idea in his mind. And after returning home, he still wrote down the story he remembered first, so as not to forget it. Task. The cold and ruthless words came out of his mouth, making Kakashi a little helpless, and the person who would be on such a task would know who it was without even thinking about it. Danzo, are you ready to attack me? Kakashi secretly said in his heart, but he didn't feel much. As long as the 3 generations are still there, Danzo will not dare to deal with himself blatantly. Kakashi really didn't care about sending these roles.